Chapter 833. Today's Behemoth Forest Camp is much more orderly than usual, it's a little more oppressive than usual. Every guard couldn't help but recall what happened last night. When they passed by Shokuho Misaki's tent, they couldn't help but glance at the empty space in front of them. When they saw the black marks on the ground, they couldn't help but feel fear. A peak rank 8 warrior, a member of the Ladin family, one of the 3 great families of the empire, one of the leaders of the Behemoth Forest Camp. Just last night, right in front of their eyes, he was killed while still alive. The culprit is still in the camp, he hasn't left. The other 2 leaders and the guards sent by the Ladin family didn't go after him. All of this was beyond the comprehension of these ordinary guards. They didn't know what the higher-ups were thinking. Why would they allow a murderer who killed the person in charge of the camp to continue staying in the camp? Why would no one bother him? But they had a feeling that a storm was coming. Coupled with the horrifying disappearance of the low-level garrison, although the camp was still operating normally, an oppressive atmosphere lingered around the entire camp, causing everyone's heart to feel heavy. If this continued, it was likely that after a certain period of time, the pressure would accumulate to the point where their nerves could not bear it. In that case, it wouldn't be strange for the guards to go crazy. Noticing the situation in the camp, Pelosi started contacting the Ailu Empire's royal family, leaving aside Marcus' actions for the time being. Regardless of the situation in the camp, the mysterious disappearance, or the death of Andrew from the Ladin family. If it was just 1 or 2 items it would be fine, but if they were all added up, even Pelosi felt a little overwhelmed. If he didn't ask for permission, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on. Especially when it comes to Wu Yan. Andrew from the Ladin family was killed, this is a huge matter. Andrew was a peak rank 8 warrior and his position in the Ladin family was second only to the Patriarch. Other than the Patriarch and the rank 9 powerhouse behind the scenes, Andrew was the head of the Ladin family. Pelosi can imagine how angry the Ladin family would be if such a person was killed while he was in charge of the camp. If things go wrong, the relationship between the 2 sides would be irreparable. Pelosi obviously couldn't care less about this level of problem. After all, on the surface, Andrew was still managing the camp for the Ailu Empire, helping the imperial family. The one who killed him was the fiancé of the Ailu Empire's imperial family. Thus, Pelosi had no choice but to ask for the imperial family's permission. The Spalier world uses crystal balls to communicate, as long as the crystal ball's function is strong enough. No matter where they are, they would be able to communicate with people far away. Andrew's death may have only happened yesterday, but it was already known by almost everyone in Ailu Empire. Of course, the Ladin family was one of them. The entire Ladin family was furious. Not long after Pelosi reported the situation, the head of the Ladin family had already reported it to the Ailu Empire's royal family. They had no choice, they wanted to cause trouble for Wu Yan, they wanted nothing more than to kill Wu Yan. However, even though the Ladin family was powerful, if they really went all out against Wu Yan's group, then Wu Yan himself would be a problem. Ikaros and Flandre-chan, these 2 rank 9 warriors were the first obstacle they had to overcome. The Ladin family, on the other hand, only had 1 rank 9 warrior. Not to mention, behind Wu Yan's group was a demigod warrior whose whereabouts were unknown, Yakumo Yukari. Go to their doorstep? The patriarch of the Ladin family must have eaten something wrong to do this. They had no choice but to go to their parents. However, Wu Yan's group didn't belong to any faction in the Spalier world. Therefore, the only thing the Ladin family could do was to go to the imperial family. After all, Wu Yan was the imperial family's son-in-law. Because of this, Kite was already having a headache. The stage 9 powerhouses of the Ladin family had already brought up the idea of killing one of their family's top combatants multiple times in the council meeting. They would definitely not let this matter rest. Andrew's death happened while he was guarding the giant beast forest camp. Strictly speaking, he was working for the Ailu Empire. His death wasn't just a matter of the Ladin family, it was a matter of the entire empire. Even the Ailu Empire's royal family and the other 2 families couldn't stay out of it. Therefore, the Ladin family's rank 9 warrior took the opportunity to propose a collective punishment for Wu Yan. But who would be stupid enough to go along with him? If anything went wrong, Yakumo Yukari would come for revenge. Moreover, the Ailu imperial family and the Lori family were on good terms with Wu Yan. They wouldn't agree to punish Wu Yan. Similarly, other than the Ladin family, the Saito family was also on bad terms with Wu Yan. After all, Yukari severely injured a rank 9 warrior of the Saito family in front of the council. The Saito family's Bing Ling also ran into a wall with Wu Yan many times. Bing Mian almost died because of Wu Yan. Although it was his own doing, he reaped what he sowed. Therefore there were 2 votes against and 2 votes for the punishment. This matter escalated to the point where the 12 rank 9 warriors of the academy were dragged out. Of course there was no conclusion in the end. Yakumo Yukari was an obstacle that no one could ignore. The Ladine family could only return to their home base with a heart full of grievances. However, since the matter had escalated to this stage, many people couldn't stay out of it. The Ladine family wouldn't let this matter rest either. The Ladine family couldn't afford to offend a demigod warrior. They wouldn't dare to cause too much trouble, but they wouldn't mind giving out a little bit of trouble. In the central area of the giant beast's forest, outside Pelosi's and Marcus' tent, the guards sent by the Ladine family were already standing there. Chase them out. Chase them out. Chase them out. Chase them out. The members of the Ladine family were all gathered in the campsite, and they raised their armors while shouting at the 2 people in charge who were standing at the entrance of the tent. The surroundings were filled with people who had come to watch the show, and many of them could roughly guess what was going on. Pelosi and Marcus glanced at each other, shook their heads, and sighed. Pelosi had a troubled look in his eyes, while Marcus was completely gloating. Be quiet. Pelosi frowned and shouted coldly, What do you think this place is? Is it downtown? Pelosi's scolding had some effect. The crowd gradually quietened down, but they didn't leave. It was obvious that they weren't going to let this matter rest. Not long after, one of the leaders walked out. Sir Pelosi. Sir Marcus. He bowed to the 2 people in charge of the camp, but his tone wasn't polite at all. We know that our actions have caused trouble for you, my lords, but please understand that we really cannot stay in the same place with a group of criminals who do not obey the camp's management, act alone, and do things without any scruples. Therefore, please drive these outsiders out of the camp, my lords. Otherwise we really can't be at ease. Yes, yes. As soon as the leader finished speaking, someone immediately responded, Who knows when they'll attack us if they're unhappy? We're not their opponents. Not only the people from the Ladine family, but even the people who were watching the commotion exchanged glances with each other and began to ponder. Some of them also responded, and it seemed that they had the same concerns as Linley. As time went by, more and more people responded. At this point, there were so many voices that they couldn't be separated. If this continued, everyone in the camp would participate in this matter. Things were getting serious. Chapter 834. That's right. Who would dare to live in the same camp as a person who didn't care about anything and killed at will? Wu Yen did mention that Andrew ambushed Shokuho Misaki last night. However, Wu Yen didn't have any evidence to back up his claim. He didn't go through a thorough investigation before killing Andrew. His actions made many people uneasy. They are afraid. They are afraid that one day they will accidentally walk into Wu Yan's gun and lose their lives. The Behemoth Forest camp isn't like the outside world. The people here are here to protect the Behemoth Forest and the Ailu Empire. Outside, murders happen every day. The Spalier world is a place where the strong are respected. But in this camp, there hasn't been a single murder since the camp was built. Because everyone here was a living force that could fight against the magical beasts. Just like in ancient times, killing someone is as easy as nodding. But in the same army, who would dare to kill each other without breaking any rules? They are all comrades. In addition, the guards stationed in the camp were all people sent by some forces. Killing one of them was very likely to implicate the whole family behind him. At that time, it was very likely that it would evolve into a fight between families. That would be a really big deal. The guards in the camp all knew that fighting and competing for benefits was a common thing here. However, if someone died, it wouldn't be so easy to solve the problem. Therefore, no matter how serious the conflict is, they will try their best to avoid killing each other. However, Wu Yan and his group didn't have such scruples. Even a peak rank 8. If he dared to kill the Ladine family, who wouldn't he dare to kill in the camp? Ladine family took advantage of the crowd's thoughts and organized this operation. They wanted to unite the guards in the camp to pressure the higher-ups. Pressure Wu Yan. They don't believe that Wu Yan would just kill everyone in the camp. It's hard to argue with the masses. Small fries have their uses. When everyone in the camp started to reject Wu Yan and co., it means that they want to stay in the camp for as long as possible. That was also impossible. Knowing this, Pelosi felt troubled and Marcus gloated over their misfortune. If Wu Yan and co. were to be kicked out of the camp, he would be the happiest person to be the one who would feel the most joy. However, they had forgotten about it. There's no need for Wu Yan and his group to stay in the camp. If it weren't for the Misaka sisters, Wu Yan would have left with the group of girls. Who wants to stay? The Misaka sisters hunted for resources in the giant beast's forest every day. Killing demonic beasts gave Wu Yan quite a bit of EXP. However, those EXP and EXP are nothing compared to the treasures inside the Ring of Gold. Every member of the party is tier 8 and above, it's just a bland meal for them. It would be a pity to abandon them. Besides, if Wu Yan really wanted the resources and experience from killing magical beasts in the Behemoth Forest, he didn't have to stay here. There was more than one entrance to the Behemoth Forest. He believed that the camps of the Baruba and Fea empires would be there. They should be happy to accept his group's arrival. It could only be said that the Ladine family's wishful thinking had worked. But in the end, a small problem was still a small problem. Of course, it was a big problem for Pelosi and Marcus. Hearing the responses around them, how could the two of them not understand the nature of the Ladine family's operation this time? The two of them could only curse in their hearts. If you want to chase them away, go ahead and do it yourselves. Do you think we have the ability to chase away that hot potato? In the end, they were just implicated. Pelosi and Marcus were in a difficult position. On one hand, they had to control the commotion this time. But in order to control the commotion, they had to chase Wu Yan and his group away. On the other hand, Wu Yan and his group were not that easy to chase away. If they were easy to chase away, Marcus would have gone to them a long time ago. Riding a tiger, it's hard to get off, it's really hard to get off. Just as the two of them were at their wits' end, the commotion around them grew bigger and bigger, and even some of the onlookers joined in the protest. All of a sudden, a team in heavy armor barged into the crowd and suppressed all the noise. They even formed a circle and surrounded the entire Ladine family's garrison in the middle. The garrisons of the Ladine family were all shocked. They were surrounded by this team and couldn't react in time. Pelosi and Marcus, on the other hand, were startled when they saw the situation. That's... Pelosi looked at the team in surprise and said with uncertainty, "Imperial Guards? Why are they here?" Marcus furrowed his brows. Aren't the Imperial Guards in charge of searching for the Beast King? Aren't they not restricted by the camp? Yes, the guards sent by the Ailu Empire's royal family were tasked with searching for the Beast King. Even though they were stationed in the camp, they weren't under Pelosi's command. Instead, they were directly under the Ailu Empire's emperor. Normally, due to the task of searching for the Beast King, it's hard for anyone to meet the Ailu Empire's Imperial Guards. But now they're all gathered here. The sudden change caused the surrounding crowd to fall silent. They looked at each other as they watched the change in the middle of the field. Just like the people from the Ladine family, they did not react for a long time. At this moment, a figure flew over from the other side of the sky and landed on the top of a tent in an instant. Seeing that figure, Pelosi and Marcus were stunned, and then their faces abruptly changed. "Old Patriarch!" Pelosi shouted in surprise. "Thunder! Thunder King?" Marcus had a bewildered look on his face. The newcomer is the Lei Wang. The Thunder King's elderly face contained a trace of dignity. He stood with his hands behind his back, standing at a high spot. The corners of his eyes, which were filled with wrinkles, opened slightly. His eyes swept across everyone present like lightning. All the guards who met the Thunder King's gaze lowered their heads in pain, their hearts filled with shock. The aura of a Tier 9 warrior. So powerful. Gathering to cause trouble? It was a soft sentence, but it was like a sharp sound that pierced through one's eardrums, causing everyone's ears to hurt. The Thunder Sovereign's face was cold as he said, "Who gave you this right?" Silence, a deathly silence. Do you know how many cities in Ailu Empire are waiting for you to provide them with resources? Do you know how much damage the camp will suffer? Do you know how much damage your families will suffer? Do you know how much damage your families will suffer? Everyone present was slightly taken aback. Immediately after, they lowered their heads in shame and did not say anything else. Even the guards from the Ladine family gritted their teeth and lowered their heads. The loud and colorful demonstration just now was completely suppressed by the Thunder King with just a few words. Seeing everyone lowering their heads, the Lei Wang's expression softened. In a flash, he landed on the ground. "All of you go back. Do what you need to do. Someone else will take care of the rest." Upon hearing that, the crowd immediately dispersed and returned to their posts and jobs. The people from the Ladine family also ran away with their tails between their legs. They couldn't ignore the words of a Tier 9 warrior. At the sight of this, Pelosi heaved a huge sigh of relief. Together with Marcus, whose head was lowered and whose expression could not be seen, he walked up to the Thunder Monarch. He opened his mouth, but just as he was about to say something, the Thunder Monarch extended his hand and interrupted him. "Where is that little guy?" Pelosi and Marcus tilted their heads in confusion. By the time they realized who the little fellow the Thunder King was talking about was, Pelosi hastily spoke. Old Patriarch Wu Yin should be at the border of the camp. The Lei Wang nodded and waved his hand. You two can go back as well. Hearing the Lei Wang's words, the two of them bowed. Yes. Chapter 835. While the camp is in an uproar, Wu Yin is enjoying a cup of black tea in his own tent. He looked like he's taking a warm bath. The girls around him felt very comfortable looking at him. However, although they felt comfortable inside, they didn't seem to be in a good mood. Instead, they looked a bit annoyed by this scene. Come, little Yen. Shokuho Misaki sat beside Wu Yen with a sweet smile on her face. She took a small piece of food from her plate and delivered it to Wu Yen's mouth like a little girl in love. Ah. Ah. Wu Yen took a bite and chewed with a satisfied expression on his face. With Shokuho Misaki serving him, he's enjoying himself more than a member of the royal family. This scene has been going on since Wu Yen woke up this morning. Just like that, the two of them sat in the huge tent, doing something that only the most intimate of couples would do while releasing flashbangs as if there was no one else around. The other girls originally planned to keep their eyes down and, obediently, eat their breakfast. However, even if they could control their eyes, they couldn't control their ears. Finally, after the N+1 feeding session, someone couldn't hold it in any longer and exploded. Hey you guys. Mikoto closed her eyes and her eyebrows twitched. Don't you know that this will affect others? Yeah. Toka, who had been holding back for a long time, pouted her lips and glared at Shokuho Misaki. The breakfast was supposed to be delicious, but now it's tasteless because of you. Shokuho Misaki blinked her eyes and a bright smile appeared on her face. Well, I can't help it. After all, Xiaoyan's actions last night were very touching. In order to express his gratitude, shouldn't he do this? There are many ways to thank someone. Mikoto grumbled. Why do you have to do it this way? Isn't this normal? Shokuho Misaki pointed at her lips with a finger. Isn't this how couples do things? When the word couple entered the girls' ears, they couldn't help but waver. They looked at the food in front of them and thought about taking Shokuho Misaki's place. Their faces turned red. That's true. Mikoto hesitated for a moment, but she still said it in exasperation. But it's still very, very unpleasant. Can't you do it in a different way? Is that so? Shokuho Misaki tilted her head. She seemed to have thought of something and her face blushed a little. She acted like a little girl and stole a glance at Wu Yen. Then, little Yen, I'll give you your reward, tonight. Pfft. Wu Yen lost his cool and spat out everything in his mouth. The veins on the surrounding girls' foreheads popped out. In addition to Kurumi, who had a seductive smile on her face, Toka, who didn't know what was going on, and Flandre-chan and Yoshino, who were still in a daze, the other girls' pretty faces were all red. You woman? Sparks flashed across Mikoto's forehead as she tried to suppress her anger. You must have done it on purpose. There's nothing bad about it. Kurumi covered her mouth and chuckled. The corner of her mouth raised into an incomparably evil arc. Her cheeks were red and her eyes were misty. I don't even have the chance to do it. When will Utsusama make a scene for me? Hey. Kotori squinted her eyes and looked at Kurumi speechlessly. I knew it, you're the most dangerous one. Anyway. Mikoto stood up and yelled at Shokuho Misaki. Stop what you're doing. All right. Shokuho Misaki pursed her lips and placed the thing in her hand on the table. Mikoto wasn't the only one who felt the same way. Even Chuju, Kotori, Toka and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Shokuho Misaki's flashbangs put a lot of pressure on them. Unfortunately, right after they breathed a sigh of relief, Shokuho Misaki's next sentence made them realize that they were too sweet. Little Yen, I'll make it up to you tonight. Hinajiku and Kotori raised their hands and covered their foreheads. They couldn't bear to watch anymore. Mikoto's body was crackling with electricity. Her body was trembling. Obviously, she couldn't take it anymore. Just as Mikoto was about to give Shokuho Misaki a bento, an old voice with a bitter smile came from the tent. The campsite is about to be turned upside down because of you two, and here you are flirting with each other. I really don't know what to say about you two. The noisy crowd was startled and quickly turned their heads to look at the source of the sound, which was the entrance of the tent. There, the Thunder King was looking at them with a helpless expression. He looked like he wanted to say something but was unable to express it, looking extremely conflicted. Grandpa Lei Wang. Wu Yen stood up in shock. Why are you here? Why am I here? I'm here to watch a good show. Lei Wang grumbled at Wu Yen. You caused such a big ruckus that His Majesty almost lost his throne. If I didn't show up, who knows what kind of ruckus you guys would have caused in this camp." Wu Yan scratched his face awkwardly and mumbled, "Is it that serious?" "What? What do you think?" Lei Wang rolled his eyes. The person in charge of the campsite, the second in command of the Ladin clan, one of the 3 major clans. He was a pinnacle tier 8 and you killed him just like that. Tell me, is it serious? Yes. It does sound serious. Wu Yan pursed his lips and looked at Lei Wang. But if I had to choose again, I would still kill him. That's right. Let's not talk about one more time, even if it happens 1,000 times, 10,000 times, Wu Yan wouldn't show any mercy. It wasn't just because the girls were his reverse scale. It was also to tell the world that anyone who dares to touch the people around him must be prepared to die. The girls behind Wu Yan felt a warm feeling in their hearts. Shokuho Misaki couldn't help but smile sweetly. Lei Wang paused and laughed bitterly. "You?" Lei Wang sighed and his expression turned serious. He asked Wu Yan in a serious tone. "Little guy, I have a question for you. Did you kill Andrew because he wanted to hurt your little girlfriend?" "Master." Grandpa Lei Wang. Wu Yan shook his head helplessly. "We haven't known each other for long, but do you think I'm the kind of person who would kill the innocent?" "Yes. If I thought you were like that, I wouldn't have come here." The Thunder Emperor snorted coldly without hesitation. "I'm just making sure. Don't worry, as long as you're telling the truth, I can guarantee with my life that no one will dare do anything to you." Wu Yan and the girls looked at each other and smiled. "Grandpa Lei Wang, don't worry." Wu Yan grinned, his wine-colored eyes flashed with a strange glint. "If you want to touch me, you should at least consider your own strength." "Oh." Lei Wang looked at Wu Yan in shock before he guffawed. "I almost forgot. You little brat, you can even casually kill a peak rank 8 powerhouse." Wu Yan chuckled before his expression changed. He took a step forward and stood in front of Lei Wang. "Grandpa Lei Wang, I have something to tell you." Lei Wang retracted his smile when he saw Wu Yan's serious expression. "Looking at you, it seems like it's something important." "Not really, just a suspicion." Wu Yan whispered something into Lei Wang's ear. Lei Wang listened quietly and his expression changed after a while. Shock, anger, suspicion, all sorts of emotions flashed across Lei Wang's face. In the end, he nodded at Wu Yan and did not say anything else. The girls didn't say anything, they seemed to know what was going on. Chapter 836. Late at night. After a day of activity, every guard in the camp seems to be tired. They all went to bed early and are now sound asleep. In the dark of the night, the camp is dotted with flames. That is the sign of a bonfire burning. In the forest of tents, there is a bonfire burning slowly at regular intervals so that the vision here is not too dark. The night watch patrol team passed by one bonfire after another. However, they seem to be like the guards who are sound asleep. After the day's events, they are slightly exhausted. Even when they are on night watch, they can't hide their tiredness. They yawned and were listless. All of a sudden, the entire camp's vigilance was relaxed under such circumstances. When the night is at its darkest, outside of a large tent in the center of the camp, a gentle breeze blew in and enveloped the area. Almost at the same time, a blurry figure flew out of the tent at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, it flashed into the darkness where the light of the bonfire can't reach. The surrounding patrols only felt a gust of wind blow past their cheeks. After that, they didn't feel anything and continued to patrol. They didn't know that beside them, in the darkness, a pair of cold eyes were scanning the area, observing the situation. Under the cover of the night, the figure flashed through the blind spots of the patrols. Every time he stopped, he would arrive at a place where the light of the bonfire couldn't reach and where the patrols passed by just a second ago. He is very well hidden. Looking at his performance, even if he didn't go through professional training, he must be doing these kinds of sneaky things often. The bright moon in the sky silently descended. Time passed slowly. After a dazzling flight, the figure finally arrived at the edge of the camp. Hiding from the eyes of the night watchers, he left the camp in a flash. He rushed towards the direction of the behemoth forest. After leaving the camp, the movement of his figure began to become unscrupulous. His movement was no longer based on caution but on speed. Under the cover of an icy blue do-chi, he elongated his figure at an incomparably fast speed. He directly entered the behemoth forest. After confirming a direction, he ignored the obstructing trees and skillfully began his journey. At night, the behemoth forest was much darker than the campsite. It was so dark that one could not even see one's own fingers. The moonlight could not penetrate the thick trees and shine into the behemoth forest. In the behemoth forest, it was obvious that no one would light a bonfire or a magic lamp. In the entire behemoth forest, only the eyes of some magical beasts were emitting a green or red light. Other than that, there was no light at all. Ignoring the surrounding demonic beasts, his figure flew forward at the fastest speed possible. Looking at his proficient appearance, this wasn't the first time he had walked this path. With this kind of speed, he didn't know how long it took for him to reach the end of the trees. In front of him, an open space appeared in front of him. Seeing this empty space, the eyes of the figure hidden in the darkness narrowed slightly. Clearly, this empty space was his destination. However, not only was there not the slightest bit of joy from reaching their destination in his eyes, it was instead filled with indescribable caution and fear. His fearful expression caused his flying figure to slow down quite a bit. However, after a flash, his figure once again increased his speed. He continued to fly forward until he passed through the forest. Standing in the open space, the moonlight lost its object and shined on the figure, exposing his full appearance to the air. Impressively, it was Marcus. Marcus raised his head and looked forward. At the end of the open space there was a barren mountain. There was not a single blade of grass growing on the barren mountain, giving it a lifeless appearance. In the middle of the mountain, there was a very well hidden and not easy to attract attention to, there was a cave. The cave was small and the entrance was small. However, upon closer inspection, the inside was very spacious, at least 100 meters in diameter. Looking at the pitch-black cave entrance, Marcus gradually lowered his head and lost his mind. His memories returned to that day. That was not long after the Beast King's existence was confirmed. In order to build a camp that could resist the invasion of magical beasts, Marcus, Pelosi, and Andrew were ordered by their respective patriarchs to bring a group of people to the behemoth forest. Just like the other two empires, they built a camp. After the establishment of the camp, Marcus was the first to understand the potential value of the camp. He wanted to fish in troubled waters and collect the resources that the people in the camp worked hard to hunt every day. Most of them would be turned over to his family, while a small portion would be pocketed by him to enrich his own pockets. Originally, everything was going well. However, during a coincidental trip, he and Andrew coincidentally discovered this barren mountain in the behemoth forest. They also discovered this strange cave. This strange cave that had never been discovered before naturally attracted the attention of the two. Relying on their skills and courage, the two peak 8th rank powerhouses did not hesitate and directly entered the cave. Who knew that after entering there would be nothing inside, only an empty space. Seeing this, Marcus and Andrew looked at each other, a little disappointed. After all, in the behemoth forest there might be some hidden treasures. The two entered the cave with this thought in mind. There was nothing wrong with this idea. Unfortunately, they were too blinded by greed. It was this greed that caused them to fall into eternal damnation. The two thought that there was nothing in the cave, but suddenly they discovered a figure in the deepest part of the cave. The two were shocked. They did not expect that there would be traces of someone in such a place. At this time, the figure also discovered them. Noticing Marcus and Andrew, the figure hastily attacked without saying a word. The two of them were scared out of their wits as soon as they saw the two of them. They could not even resist. The two peak 8th rank powerhouses were instantly defeated and subdued by the figure. Marcus and Andrew were terrified. They thought that they were going to die, but they didn't expect that when they closed their eyes and waited for death, the other party didn't kill them. Instead, he asked them if they were willing to be his slaves. People under the eaves have no choice but to lower their heads. In this situation, the two did not dare to refuse. They quickly nodded and agreed, but in their hearts, they did not have the slightest intention of submitting. They started to fantasize about escaping. Unfortunately, their wishful thinking was completely destroyed by the figure's next move. It wasn't anything strange or shocking. The other party just stuffed two strange colored insects into their stomachs. It was these two insects that caused Marcus and Andrew to lose the ability to resist. Because these two insects seemed to be able to live in a person's body and listen to the other's orders. When the other ordered the insects to bite, the insects would bite, and the target was their internal organs. Without a doubt, the two were once again scared out of their wits. They repeatedly said that they would not betray their master's orders and would die for their master. Since those two insects can bite their internal organs, it would only take a few minutes for them to completely devour their internal organs and crawl out of their bodies. Under the threat of life and death, no matter how unwilling the two were, they could only acknowledge the other as their master and work for him. However, the strange thing was that the other party did not make things difficult for the two of them, nor did he ask them to do anything earth-shattering. He only asked them to send a few humans to him every day, and they must have cultivated before. As for their rank, the other party did not have any requirements. Such a strange order. Of course Marcus and Andrew were full of doubts, but they didn't dare to ask anything and respectfully agreed. This was the cause of everything. Because of this, Marcus and Andrew had the idea of sending the low-ranked guards to this place. As for what happened to those people, the two had no idea. Chapter 837. Looking at the pitch-black hole in front of him that seemed to represent the abyss, Marcus smiled bitterly. Back then there were two of them, but now he was the only one left. Even with Marcus's temperament, he couldn't help but feel a burst of sorrow, accompanied by a strong sense of sympathy. Who knew if he wouldn't be able to come the next time? Marcus forcefully shook his head as if he wanted to get rid of the thought that made his heart tremble. He took a deep breath of the cold night air and calmed the complicated emotions in his heart. He lifted his foot and walked into the cave before him. The surrounding light rapidly dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The surrounding atmosphere became deathly silent and frightening. Even the temperature seemed to have dropped a little. Marcus was already used to all of this. He expressionlessly walked inside until he reached the end of the cave. Marcus's footsteps suddenly stopped. The tall rock wall was 10 meters in front of him. The surrounding area was very wide. Aside from rocks, there was nothing else. It looked like an ordinary cave. But Marcus's eyes were fixed on the figure in front of him, in other words, the figure in the shadow of the rock wall. As usual, when Marcus saw this figure, his pupils couldn't help but tremble. Then he hurriedly knelt on the ground and lowered his head. "Master!" The echo of the shout spread throughout the entire cave. It maintained this state for more than 10 seconds before the echo slowly dissipated. However, the figure didn't have the slightest intention to pay attention to Marcus. There was still no movement. Marcus didn't say anything. He lowered his head and quietly waited. Until a certain moment, the figure gradually swayed. It seemed to be moving. Accompanying it was a calm and indifferent voice. "Why are you empty-handed?" A simple question directly swayed into Marcus's heart. It caused a trace of fear to appear on his face. He could feel that as these words were spoken, a monstrous pressure descended from the sky and mercilessly pressed down on his body. His shoulders fiercely sank. His bones also made a caw-caw sound of friction. It was as if the pressure wanted to crush Marcus into pieces. The ice-attributed chi within his body unexpectedly stopped circulating. Although it wasn't the first time Marcus had faced such a situation, cold sweat still trickled down Marcus's back in fright. "Master," Marcus said with a hoarse voice. "Today there was a situation in the camp." "Situation?" The silhouette repeated his words calmly. The originally indifferent voice became even colder. "The first time someone interfered. Last time that trash died. What is it this time?" Marcus's face paled. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Although the figure's voice was no different from before, Marcus could clearly feel the anger contained within. According to the situation, if he doesn't give a good explanation, he won't be able to escape death. One wrong word and he will die. This is the style of the master he spoke of, even if he was still useful to him. But if he angered the other party, Marcus knew that the other party wouldn't show any mercy. "Master." Marcus could only grit his teeth and whisper. Today, a strong person from the council came to the camp. A Tier 9 fighter. "A Tier 9 fighter?" The figure's voice paused. Then he said with slight dissatisfaction. "Didn't you say that there are no Tier 9 fighters in the camp? The strongest ones are the few of you?" "Master, that Tier 9 fighter is here for another person." "He's here for another person." Marcus replied respectfully. Normally, a Type 9 expert would not appear in the camp. However, that Type 9 expert has a good relationship with the person who killed Andrew. He is here for this matter as well. The one who killed Andrew. Marcus didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that his master seemed to care a lot about the one who killed Andrew. "Wu Yen. You're talking about the one called Wu Yen, right?" The figure's voice turned cold again. "What does that have to do with you coming here empty-handed?" "Master." Marcus bitterly clicked his tongue. With that rank 9 powerhouse around, this subordinate doesn't dare to act rashly. He's a member of the board. Once he discovers something, not only this subordinate but even you, master, might be implicated. Hearing that, the figure went silent. The cave was deathly silent. The air seemed to be very heavy. Seeing the silhouette's silence, Marcus didn't dare to speak again. His expression changed rapidly. He didn't know what his master was thinking at this time, but from the fluctuating aura of the other party, He could see that his emotions were very unstable. After a long time, the figure opened his mouth. The words made Marcus' heart clench. "Since you can't carry out my orders, what's the use of keeping you alive?" Saying that, a terrifying aura burst out from the figure's body. It was like an explosion that could turn the world upside down. Unable to bear the heavy load, the entire cave began to shake. Strands of dust sprinkled down from the top of the rock wall. Marcus seemed to have suffered a severe blow. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell straight to the ground. He pressed his hand on his chest and looked at the changes in the cave. His face was filled with shock. "Master! Master, please spare my life!" Marcus cried out in fear. "Please give me another chance, Master. Next time. This subordinate will complete the mission Master gave me." "Next time?" The figure laughed coldly. "This is already the third chance I've given you, Master. It's this subordinate's fault. But it's all because of that Wu Yan." Marcus shouted himself hoarse. If it wasn't for Wu Yan, this subordinate would have completed the mission. "Master, please give this subordinate another chance. Let this subordinate eliminate Wu Yan." Eliminate Wu Yan. The imposing aura of the figure leaked out and slowly retracted. Seeing this, Marcus finally heaved a sigh of relief and got up from the ground. Ignoring his injuries, he knelt on the ground again. "Yes, Master. The reason Andrew and I couldn't complete the mission Master's mission is because of this Wu Yan. If it wasn't for him, since you understand this, then why did you keep him alive all this time?" The figure said indifferently. Marcus smiled bitterly. "Master, it's not that this subordinate didn't want to kill him, but there's a demigod behind him. This subordinate didn't dare to, the demigod behind Wu Yan." To Marcus' surprise, when he heard his words, his figure trembled violently and his voice sank. "Is that demigod also in the camp?" No, that's not it." Although Marcus did not know why the figure had such a big reaction, he still replied, "That demigod powerhouse is not in the camp." "Not here?" The figure murmured, there's a trace of unknown emotion in his voice. He laughed coldly. "If that's the case, go kill Wu Yan." That demigod. Didn't you say that demigod isn't here?" The figure glanced at him. "That demigod isn't here." Marcus pulled a long face. "But Wu Yan has 2 Tier 9 powerhouses by his side. That's something you need to deal with." The figure's eyes flashed sharply. "Remember? This is the last chance I'm giving you. If you're still as useless this time, don't blame me." Yes. Marcus was terrified. He had no choice but to agree. "This subordinate will find a way to kill Wu Yan when I return to the camp." The figure didn't make things difficult for him after hearing Marcus's declaration. He nodded faintly, but he didn't know how much pain Marcus was in. After all, he had no confidence in killing Wu Yan. However, in the next moment, a voice rang out, dispelling all the thoughts in the hearts of the two people present. "There's no need to return to the camp." Chapter 838. There's no need to return to the camp. The sudden voice caused both Marcus and the figure's pupils to shrink at the same time. The figure's body instantly emitted a ferocious killing intent, almost causing Marcus to fall to the ground. "Who is it?" The roar carrying killing intent swept out in all directions like a shockwave, causing a sharp explosion. Marcus let out a miserable shriek and covered his ears. His entire face paled and his eyes flickered with shock and disbelief. Although he knew his master was very strong, he did not expect him to be this strong. This is no longer a strength that a 9th-rank powerhouse can possess. Could it be? Just as Marcus was still unable to adapt to his own thoughts, a rain-like flash flickered in an open space not far in front of him in the cave. The figure and Marcus turned around abruptly and stared at the center of the flash. Then, in the next moment, 2 figures emerged from the flash and appeared before their eyes. Seeing these 2 figures, the figure and Marcus' expression changed at the same time. The difference was that the figure's face sank, while Marcus took 2 steps back in horror. He pointed a trembling finger at the 2 figures and shook his head vigorously, as if he did not dare to believe his eyes. "Marcus." An old voice filled with anger sounded. "I did not expect it to really be you." Lei Wang. Marcus finally had no choice but to believe his eyes. However, he could not accept this and shouted, "Why are you here?" "Why?" Lei Wang sneered, looking at Marcus as if he was looking at a dead man. "I also want to know why are you here?" I. A drop of sweat flowed down Marcus' forehead. For a moment he did not know what to say. He could only stand there and step back with a helpless expression. Seeing Marcus like this, Lei Wang's cold face could not help but reveal a trace of sorrow. Originally, when the little guy told me you had a problem, I did not believe him. But I did not expect that you would really do something detrimental to the camp. Little fellow? Marcus was stunned. He immediately turned his head and looked at the other figure standing beside the Thunder King. His face was ferocious as he roared wildly. Wu Yan, she heard Marcus' crazy roar. Wu Yan didn't even look at him. His wine-red eyes stared straight at the figure in the dark corner. He didn't put Marcus in his eyes at all. Bastard. Marcus was furious. You again. You again. Why do you have to get in my way every time? Me? Wu Yan glanced at him, shook his head and laughed. No, you're wrong. The one who made you reveal your tale wasn't me but yourself. I myself? Oh? Have you forgotten? Wu Yan smirked as he looked at the stunned Marcus. On the night I killed Andrew, didn't you say something like that? A peak of the 8 steps sneaked into a place where someone who is not even at the high 8 step is located. Furthermore, he even used such a method of assassination, yet he did not cause any harm to that person. Marcus clenched his fists. So what? Haven't you noticed? He tilted his head. Wu Yan looked at Marcus with pity in his eyes. Both Xiaoqi and I only said that Andrew broke into the tent and wanted to kill Xiaoqi. We never said that Andrew assassinated her. Then why did you directly say that Andrew used assassinations to assassinate him? Wu Yan chuckled. His voice was unusually cold. Unless you knew from the start that Andrew wanted to kill Xiaoqi. How could this be? Marcus' mouth trembled. He looked at the Thunder King, who was also looking at him with pity. The last nerve in his brain snapped. He knelt on the ground, his face ashen. Wu Yan sighed when he saw this. I only suspected that you were in cahoots with Andrew to kill Xiaoqi. I didn't expect you to have such an inside story. He looked forward. Looking at the figure in the shadows, Wu Yan's expression turned serious. What's even more unexpected is that the person standing behind Marcus is actually you? The Beast King? The air. It froze. What did you say? The Thunder King cried out. You said he's the Beast King? Wu Yan didn't answer, he just stared at the silent figure in the shadows. It's as if he's staring back at him. Along with the silence between the two, the scene became silent as well. An indescribable sense of oppression permeated the air. Suddenly, a figure stood up from the ground and slowly walked out from the shadows. A handsome and calm face appeared in everyone's eyes. It was the Beast King himself. It's not that I didn't expect to be discovered by humans one day. The Beast King said in a daze. But I didn't expect you to be the one to discover me. Wu Yan's eyes were serious, but he mocked the Beast King. What? You're a demigod? Aren't you afraid of a kid who hasn't even reached tier 9? Afraid? The Beast King pondered over this word for a while before laughing out loud. From the moment I was born in this world until now, I have never experienced the feeling of fear. His eyes looked at Wu Yan like arrows. The Beast King's smile was mocking. Even if Yakumo Yukari can kill me, she can't make me afraid. Is that so? Wu Yan snickered without holding back. Coming from you, the one who ran away with your tail between your legs, it doesn't sound convincing at all. Wu Yan's mocking did not infuriate the Beast King. Instead, it startled the Thunder Sovereign and Marcus. That's a demigod. How dare he mock the Beast King? Is he not afraid of death? Ran away? The Beast King shook his head. He did not show any signs of anger. It's just a stopgap measure. You're even talking about expedient measures? Wu Yan flinched and then he laughed. You're becoming more and more like a human. The Beast King's expression darkened as he said angrily. You're still as sharp-tongued as ever. Same here. Wu Yan's expression turned cold. I've always remembered the care you gave us back then. This time, the Beast King was surprised and laughed out loud. What? Are you trying to take revenge? As if amused by his own words, the Beast King let out a series of thunderous laughter, causing the Thunder Lord and Marcus' eardrums to hurt. Without Yakumo Yukari, can you do it? As soon as he finished speaking, the Beast King's terrifying aura once again surged out from his body, filling every corner of the cave. A strong gust of wind was also stirred up, blowing in all directions, hitting the walls of the cave as well as the bodies of the other 3 people present. Wu Yan groaned and took a step back. His wine-red eyes suddenly turned golden. The aura of a true ancestor erupted and collided with the Beast King's aura. Lei Wang roared and his body burned with magic to block the Beast King's aura. However, Marcus was not so lucky. He did not have Wu Yan's powerful bloodline to support him, nor did he have the strength of a ninth-tier Thunder King. Under the full force of the Beast King's aura, he had already fainted on the ground. "Grandpa Thunder King!" Wu Yin shouted. "Leave this place first." "What?" Lei Wang exclaimed. "Little guy, you're not joking with me, are you?" "Don't worry." Wu Yin grinned. He stared at the Beast King without a trace of fear in his eyes. "I won't do something I'm not confident in." Lei Wang's expression turned gloomy. He looked at the Beast King, then at Wu Yin. He clenched his teeth and channeled his magic power to envelop himself and Marcus, who was still on the ground. "Little guy." Lei Wang lowered his head and growled. "Don't die." Wu Yin nodded indifferently. Lei Wang smiled bitterly and did not delay any longer. He disappeared with Marcus. Only the two of them were left. Chapter 839. Pressure invisible to the naked eye collided with each other, and the surrounding space emitted creaking sounds like wood being twisted. The ground beneath the feet of the two people facing each other in the distance had already started to crack inch by inch. Before the fight had even started, the cave was already showing signs of not being able to hold on. "Hua!" The Beast King narrowed his eyes as he looked at Wu Yin, who seemed to be able to resist his full aura. "You're obviously very weak, but your aura is comparable to mine. If you were at the same level as me. No, if you were only one level lower than me, I wouldn't even have a chance of winning." The Beast King raised an eyebrow with interest. "You're neither human nor demonic beast. I'm really curious as to what kind of existence you are." The Beast King's tone was relaxed when he said that. That was only natural. In front of a demigod like him, a peak tier 8 was nothing but an ant. Wu Yin could clearly sense the Beast King's relaxed tone. How could he not know that the Beast King was looking down on him? But now that Lei Wang and the others had left, Wu Yin no longer had anything to worry about. His tone was relaxed as well. "Like you said, I'm curious. But you're not human?" Wu Yin glanced at the Beast King lazily. "Why didn't you stop them?" The Beast King paused for a moment before he understood what Wu Yin meant. He looked deeply at Wu Yin and said, "Compared to them, I'm more interested in you, that's it?" Wu Yin frowned. "Aren't you afraid of being exposed?" Hearing that, the Beast King's eyes flashed. The aura around him thickened. "It doesn't matter if I'm exposed or not." The Beast King closed his eyes and said with an indescribable emotion, "Yakumo Yukari's injuries are almost fully healed. There's no need to continue hiding." Hearing the Beast King's words, Wu Yin remembered that the Beast King was hiding because Yukari had injured him. "Fully healed?" Wu Yan's eyes narrowed. He waved his hand and said, "Impossible. Z told me about the injuries she left on your body. It would take at least a year or so for him to recover. It's impossible for your injuries to heal so quickly. This is all thanks to those two trash." The Beast King licked his lips as if he had thought of something. "Without the food they brought over, how could I have recovered so quickly?" Wu Yan's pupils shrank. Could it be that those missing low-level guards? He saw Wu Yan's shocked expression. The Beast King said happily, "That's right. Although they were just a bunch of ants. But it's still pretty useful." Wu Yan was silent. He lowered his head. The bangs on his forehead covered half of his face, making it impossible for the Beast King to see his current expression. However, the Beast King's heart suddenly tightened. A sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. Wisps of inexplicable blood energy suddenly appeared around Wu Yan's body. They swirled around him like a whirlwind. The Beast King was shocked to discover that his sense of foreboding had turned into a sense of crisis. "This is impossible." While the Beast King was still in shock, Wu Yin finally raised his head. His golden eyes shone with a ferocious light. "That's good too." Wu Yan's ethereal voice came out of his mouth. "When we fight, we don't have to worry about anything." As soon as he finished speaking, thump thump, a heartbeat sounded from Wu Yan's body. Almost at the same time, the blood energy around him retracted and shot toward Wu Yan's chest. In a moment, it had completely melted into his chest. The space suddenly darkened. Third red jade. Activate. A sea of blood energy rose from Wu Yan's chest and wrapped around Wu Yan's body. His entire body was dyed red. A wave of air blew toward the Beast King. The Beast King's expression changed. He raised his hands to resist the wave of air. There was some fear in his heart. What the hell is going on? In front of him, Wu Yan's body trembled. A blood-red light, deeper than any blood energy, flashed from his chest and illuminated a small shadow. One could vaguely see that the small shadow was a red jade engraving. Red jade mode. Activate. All the blood energy in his body rushed back into Wu Yan's body as if it had never appeared. However, Wu Yan's aura skyrocketed. Along with it, a force flowed into Wu Yan's body. Under the influence of this force, Wu Yan's peak rank 8 strength began to rise at an unimaginable speed. Peak rank 8. Rank 9. Beginner rank 9. Intermediate rank 9. Advanced rank 9. Peak rank 9. No. It still hasn't stopped. Impossible. The Beast King finally let out a roar of disbelief. His eyes were filled with shock. In just a few seconds, Wu Yan's aura had reached the demigod rank. It had surpassed the Beast King's aura at his peak. Even as strong as the Beast King was, he couldn't help but tremble. It wasn't just because Wu Yan's rank had skyrocketed to the demigod rank. More importantly, the Beast King felt a familiar aura from Wu Yan's body. It was the aura of the person who had seriously injured him and reduced him to this state. Yakumo Yukari? Yakumo Yukari? The Beast King clenched his fists. He looked at Wu Yan, whose aura was still skyrocketing. His expression hardened. Although I don't know what you've done, I won't let you continue. The Beast King stomped hard on the ground, breaking the solid rock beneath his feet. His body turned into a flash of black light and shot forward. He flashed in front of Wu Yan like a storm. Go to hell. Sharp nails popped out from his fingers. His hand formed into a claw. The Beast King growled. His eyes widened as he swung his claw at Wu Yan's neck. A sharp sound rang out. The claw carried unimaginable power as it pierced through space. It went straight for Wu Yan's throat. Wherever the claw passed, it caused ripples in the air. It was just like when the gate of Babylon was opened. If this claw hit, then even a demigod would die without a doubt. Unfortunately, Wu Yan wasn't human. He was a vampire with unlimited regenerative abilities. Moreover, he wouldn't be hit by the Beast King. Just as the Beast King's claw was about to pierce Wu Yan's throat, a hand reached out from below and grabbed the Beast King's wrist. Don't be hasty. A cold and indifferent voice sounded in front of the Beast King. The Beast King looked up. What he saw was no longer the golden pupils from before. Instead, it was a pair of purple crystal-like eyes. It was only then that the Beast King saw Wu Yan's full appearance. Not only were his eyes purple, even his black hair had turned golden. It even reached his waist. Long blonde hair, purple pupils. He looked exactly like Yakumo Yukari. The Beast King's expression changed. He roared and struggled to break free from Wu Yan's grip. He jumped back reflexively to put some distance between himself and Wu Yan. However, his eyes were fixed on him. His eyes were unprecedentedly serious. His relaxed demeanor had completely disappeared. Seeing the Beast King's reaction, Wu Yan opened his mouth in shock. Looks like you're really afraid of Yukari, you? The Beast King's expression changed rapidly. His face was filled with bewilderment. What the hell did you do? What did I do? Wu Yan tilted his body and he replied nonchalantly. It's nothing, I just borrowed someone else's power for a bit. Borrowed someone else's power? The Beast King gritted his teeth. Yakumo Yukari? Wu Yan looked at the Beast King's gloomy expression. He didn't answer. He lowered his head and looked at his hands and the golden hair that reached his waist. His purple eyes revealed a trace of nostalgia. This is Yukari's power? So strong, Wu Yan clenched his fists. A devilish smile appeared on his face. At this moment, Yakumo Yukari's figure overlapped with Wu Yan's. He raised his head and looked at the Beast King, who was on high alert. Alright, let's get started. After all, I don't have much time in this state. Chapter 840. The Beast King has more or less calmed down. He is a demigod after all. Even if he is a demigod, his mental fortitude is not weak. He calmed himself down and took a deep breath. He doesn't know how Wu Yan managed to borrow Yakumo Yukari's power, but with her power he is no longer an ant he can kill. If he doesn't go all out, death is not impossible. I must go all out. Plop. The Beast King clasped his hands together, and a terrifying aura surged out from his body. Roar! The Beast King didn't open its mouth, but the roar of the beast reverberated throughout the cave. It was as if tens of thousands of lions were roaring at the same time. The sound waves rippled through the air and dust as they surged towards Wu Yan with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Bang 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 bang, wherever the sound wave passed, the ground was blasted apart. The sound of explosions rang out incessantly. The walls of the cave were shattered into pieces. Countless pieces of gravel were like porcelain, shattering into pieces before being crushed into powder. The might of a demigod. How terrifying. If Wu Yan was at the peak of Tier 8, he would have been crushed into powder like the pebbles. But now that he has entered Yukari's red jade mode, Wu Yan's face was expressionless. He didn't make any extra movements. He just reached out and waved his hand lightly. Dong. The 100-meter-long airwaves and dust that were raised by the oncoming sound waves suddenly froze, as if even time had stopped. Then they trembled all over and without any sign, they suddenly disappeared and fell silent. The Beast King sucked in a breath of cold air. Having fought Yakumo Yukari before, he knew what Wu Yan was doing. The realm of being and non-being. Wu Yan paused. Then he smiled. As expected of someone who fought Yukari before. Looks like the realm of being has left a deep impression on you. The Beast King clenched his fists. He felt bitter. How could he not remember such a terrifying ability? He was slightly shaken. The Beast King gritted his teeth. A pair of fangs protruded from his mouth. His eyes were also like those of a lizard, becoming ferocious in an instant. It was nothing more than borrowed strength. He might not be a match for the real deal, but against the imposter. I don't believe I can't beat him. Boom. It stomped its foot on the ground, causing the ground to ripple. However, it did not crack like before. Instead, it rippled like a rice cake and wriggled behind the Beast King. Bone Beast. The Beast King let out a low growl and stomped his foot once more. Several bones that were thicker than a human body suddenly grew out of the ground, forming several burly and extremely ferocious white bone beasts behind him. Roar, roar, roar. Several bone beasts roared as if they had been dead for a long time and had turned into white bones. Their jaws opened and closed as they roared. Go! Roar. An earth-shattering roar sounded. Under the Beast King's control, the bone beasts bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards him. Facing so many monsters, Wu Yan's face showed no fear. With his current strength, killing these guys was as easy as blowing off dust. The Beast King thought that Wu Yan's strength was borrowed and not his own, so it was impossible for him to use it well. However, he did not expect that Wu Yan had the infinite martial training. In front of the absolute skill of mind, technique, and body, as long as it existed in Wu Yan's body, it would be maximized for him to use it. Therefore, under Yukari's red jade mode, Wu Yan's strength was comparable to Yukari's, and in terms of technique he even surpassed Yukari. Coupled with the realm of being, the enemy in front of him was just a clown. Facing the bone beasts, Wu Yan stretched out his hand and waved it again. In the next moment, the space in front of Wu Yan suddenly split open, as if something had sliced it open. A fissure spanned a full 50 meters of space in front of Wu Yan, and with a strange sound, it collapsed. Under the Beast King's gaze, the black fissure expanded, hiding Wu Yan's body behind it. And within the fissure, there were countless creepy eyes of all sizes. As the bone beast spun, the eyes in the fissure looked forward, directly ignoring the incoming bone beasts and looking at the Beast King. Being stared at by these eyes, the Beast King felt a chill run down his spine. Go! Behind him, Wu Yan pointed a finger forward. Instantly, rays of black light shot out from the eyes in the fissure, whistling through the air like a storm, shooting towards the incoming bone beasts. Not good. The Beast King had never seen Yukari's fissure ability before, so when the raindrops of black light shot towards him, the Beast King was startled, and with a flash of green light in his eyes, he disappeared from where he stood. Just a step too late, a dozen or so rays of black light blasted the ground where the Beast King was standing, landing on empty space, and the Beast King managed to dodge them in time. But the bone beasts were not so lucky. Asterisk roar, miserable roars accompanied the black light, and in the blink of an eye, several bone beasts were crushed into nothingness, not even leaving a bone behind. At this moment, an earth-yellow mana storm instantly erupted from an area not far in front of them. Wu Yan frowned, turning his head to look at the huge magic storm. There, the Beast King stood in the middle of the storm with a ferocious expression, faint traces of lightning flashing across his body, bringing about a series of loud rumbling sounds that made one's heart tremble. The huge magic storm was nearly 10 meters in diameter, and a vast demonic aura spread out from it. Such a demonic aura could only be possessed by a magical beast. As the king of magical beasts, the demonic aura of the Beast King was so evil that even Wu Yan could not help but have a solemn expression on his face. Such a spectacular scene was completely created by the Beast King relying on the magic within his body. It could be seen that the Beast King had a vast amount of magic in his body, and even as a true ancestor with an unparalleled amount of magic, he could not compare to it for the time being. It was obvious that the Beast King was preparing a powerful spell. A ferocious suction force was emitted from within the magic storm. Under the tearing force of the storm, the hard ground seemed to be experiencing an earthquake as cracks as thick as an arm continuously spread out. The entire cave began to tremble at this moment and collapsed one after another. Wu Yan did not move, allowing his body to be sucked in by the storm. His gaze was firmly fixed on the center of the storm, and he clenched his fist slightly, and an inexplicable force surged in his palm. Roar! Suddenly, within the rotating magic storm, a beastly figure with earthy yellow magic light suddenly shot out like an arrow, passing through the storm. A similarly earthy yellow lightning adhered to its body, directly piercing through space and fiercely colliding with Wu Yan. The speed of the beastly figure was extremely terrifying, and in a flash, it pounced in front of Wu Yan. In a hurry, Wu Yan could not react in time. By the time he reacted, he hurriedly waved his hand, and the space in front of him distorted again, and the gap suddenly opened. Roar! The beastly figure fiercely collided with the distorted gap, and directly disappeared into the gap. The moment it collided with the gap, the lightning on the beastly figure's body suddenly surged, brushing past Wu Yan's body and shooting behind him, causing Wu Yan's long golden hair to almost be burnt. Humph! Within the magic storm, a cold snort faintly sounded, and with a flash of light the storm rolled, and a snake completely formed by magic power shot out, directly towards Wu Yan's head. Feeling the sound of wind breaking above his head, Wu Yan's body moved slightly, and directly appeared more than 10 meters away. Chi! The snake figure trembled and once again rushed out, like a maggot in one's bones, and directly shot towards him. Just as his body stabilized, the sound of wind breaking entered his ears again. Wu Yan frowned slightly and immediately became a little angry. Raising his hand, a rich fluctuation emerged from the palm of his hand. Immediately, he viciously grabbed at the snake figure that was flying towards him. A grip. Bang! The world seemed to have lost its color. Chapter 841. Peng. With a muffled sound, a dazzling halo suddenly illuminated the entire space within the cave. Clang. Within the halo, another strange sound rang out. It was the crisp sound of metal clashing against metal. In front, the Beast King was in the middle of the magic storm. The halo lit up the entire storm like a light bulb, causing the Beast King to squint as he stared at the center of the halo. Although there was no way to see the situation within, the Beast King could sense the strange ripples within. That was the power of the realm. Is he using the power of the realm again? The Beast King's face was filled with a troubled expression. Then, he ruthlessly dug his sharp claws into the magic storm and slashed with all his might. For a moment, the entire magic storm stopped. Then, there was a continuous whooshing sound as the storm spun in the opposite direction at an even faster speed. Then, snake shadows formed by magic power continuously formed from the storm. They raised their heads, hissed, and shot out explosively, engulfing the center of the halo in all directions. Clang, 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 clang. The overwhelming number of snake shadows poured down like rain and rushed into the halo, causing a series of crisp sounds to ring out in the dilapidated cave. Hearing this strange sound, the Beast King knew that his attack had failed once again. His entire face darkened as hatred flashed in his eyes. His entire body shook. Within the storm, an even more majestic magic ripple spread out and fused into the spinning storm. The storm instantly expanded a little. The boundless magic that filled the sky suddenly intertwined with each other and formed a huge beast shadow. Floating in the center of the storm, the Beast King's expression was cold as he pointed his finger at the halo below and shouted coldly. Beast attack. Roar. The beast shadow raised its head and roared. As if it had a life of its own, its huge body directly turned into a beam of light. As if it had pierced through space, it appeared above the halo in a flash. Roar. In the next moment, the beast shadow flew into the halo, causing a series of ripples. Wherever it passed, the halo instantly collapsed. It was clearly light, but it shattered like glass and rushed straight into the center. Seeing this, the Beast King was overjoyed. However, just as he was about to rejoice, a beautiful jade-green halo quietly emerged from the beast figure. Then it slowly dissipated. It was like an exquisite lotus flower that was blooming. The emerald light was entwined in it and it was breathtakingly beautiful. However, the Beast King's expression changed when he saw this beautiful scene. Under this astonishingly beautiful halo, a destructive and violent energy was leaking out. The moment the lotus blossomed, the beast shadow also charged in fiercely. It collided with the center of the lotus halo. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded in the sky. The walls of the entire cave collapsed, revealing the rocks in the mountain range. A huge hole was blasted in the ceiling of the cave. If someone were to look from the outside, they would see that the center of the barren mountain that contained the cave was completely ventilated, and the entrance of the cave went straight to the top. It shone into the sky. The cave had long been reduced to ruins and completely disappeared. In the center of the ruins, a ferocious beast shadow was entangled with the emerald lotus halo. They continuously eroded each other. In the space where the two intersected, tiny pitch-black cracks began to appear. Even the space itself was collapsing. As the lotus rotated, the jade-green glow caused it to appear just like a green crystal ceramic. Traces of destructive and violent energy lingered over it. Regardless of how the beast charged, it was unable to break through the layer of dazzling light flower. Instead, as they eroded each other, the beast gradually became dimmer. Ka. The ripples in the space became more and more intense. Finally, a powerful suction force exploded from it and sucked some of the rocks and wood on the ground into the halo, shattering them into dust. The beast shadow grew dimmer and dimmer, and the demonic energy on its body also slowly dissipated. As the beast shadow gradually dimmed, the strange phenomenon in the space also slowly subsided until finally, it completely disappeared. Standing in the middle of the storm, the Beast King looked down at the dazzling light flower. Although his heart was also a little shaken, he did not show it on his face. He only clenched his fists tightly and felt a little despair in his heart. Not to mention the never-before-seen gap, the Beast King has no way of dealing with the terrifying power of the realm. In other words, he can't do anything to Wu Yan. His sharp fangs pierced through his lips and blood flowed out. Feeling the taste of blood in his mouth, the Beast King's heart was very unsettled. If he can't even defeat a fake, who borrowed power, how can he take revenge when he meets Yakumo Yukari again? Just as the Beast King's heart wavered, the emerald flower floating above the ruins suddenly shot toward the Beast King, leaving a beautiful trail of light behind it. The Beast King hurriedly calmed himself down when he saw the light flower rushing towards him. He spread out his arms and a huge magic storm let out a sorrowful cry. It expanded like a light shield and wrapped around the Beast King. Bang! Just as the light barrier was formed, the light flower suddenly flashed and exploded on top of the light barrier like a bomb thrown into water. Like a magnificent firework, the berserk energy charged downwards. Circles of ripples rapidly spread over the seemingly sturdy magic energy light barrier. The speed at which the ripples spread became increasingly faster. Finally, it was unable to withstand the frightening destructive power and burst apart. The light flower rushed up and hit the center of the light barrier without mercy. Boom! With a muffled sound, the Beast King was directly sent flying, leaving behind a few afterimages in the sky. His figure flashed and dodged the halo that was pouncing towards him. By the time he stabilized himself, his figure had clearly become a little more miserable. Light smoke rose from his body, the Beast King's face was terrifyingly gloomy. With one foot in the air he floated up. Demigods have the ability to fly on their own. The collapse of the cave gave the Beast King more space to move around. He lowered his head and looked down at the light that had yet to dissipate. His ferocious beast eyes turned vicious. "Don't you plan to come out?" The Beast King's voice was terrifyingly cold. "Then I'll beat you out." As soon as he finished speaking, a majestic magic power burst out from the Beast King's body and floated above his head like water vapor. It wrapped around his body and formed a huge bone statue. The bone statue looked like a lion and a tiger. It was completely composed of bones, but it was no longer grayish-white like before. Instead, it was black and gave off a demonic and terrifying feeling. A ferocious aura descended from the sky, causing the heaven and earth to become somewhat chaotic. His emotionless beast eyes stared at the light barrier. He raised his arm and pointed a finger at the light barrier below. Holy image technique. The bone statue trembled violently. Screech, as if it had come back to life, a sharp beastly cry rang out and reverberated in the air. It opened its huge jaws and a jet-black ray of light as large as a javelin, carrying an extremely terrifying force, came crashing down on the light barrier like a meteorite. As if it had enveloped the heaven and earth, the strange jet-black ray of light caused the light barrier to tremble slightly. Within the light barrier, Wu Yan, who had his eyes closed, suddenly felt a sense of danger. Without hesitation, his figure flashed to the back. A pitch-black crack with eyeballs opened in the void behind him and swallowed him in. Then it closed abruptly and disappeared. Boom! Almost at the same time, the strange jet-black ray of light descended from the sky and landed heavily on the light barrier. Suddenly, a strange sizzling sound rang out from within. On the light barrier, a huge hole suddenly appeared. Around the hole, wisps of jet-black flames burned slowly, burning the entire light barrier cleanly like firewood. In midair, Wu Yen appeared and stared at the wisps of extremely faint jet-black flames. He was a little surprised. The strange flames, which seemed to have spread out from the depths of hell, carried a sinister and chilling aura. This was the source of the sense of danger that Wu Yen had felt earlier. Seeing Wu Yan's surprised expression, a smile finally appeared on the Beast King's face. Then it suddenly disappeared. With a point of his finger, another jet-black ray of light shot out from the bone statue behind him. Like a black python, it shot out as fast as lightning, bringing with it a series of low sonic booms that resounded throughout the sky as it attacked Wu Yen. Chapter 842. The strange black light caused Wu Yen, who was floating in the air, to frown. His purple eyes wavered slightly. He could feel that there was an extremely terrifying force slowly working within the black light. It could be said that it was the most powerful force he had ever seen in his life. If he was hit directly by it, even with his current strength, he would be seriously injured. There was a limit to the use of the realm power. If he used the realm of being and non-being to deal with this force, it would definitely work. However, it would take a lot of time. During this time, the Beast King could take the opportunity to attack. Dodge. Under his feet, a crack flashed out. Wu Yen quickly descended and disappeared into the crack. Seeing this, the Beast King could not help but sneer. Dodge? How long can you dodge? Wu Yen, who was hiding in the crack, did not seem to hear the Beast King's mockery. He used the crack to the extreme. In the sky, cracks constantly flashed out and covered the entire sky in an instant. However, as soon as the gap appeared, the strange black light that followed directly collided with it. Black flames ignited and burned the gap into nothingness. This flame could burn space. Wu Yen, who had flashed out of the crack, was shocked. At this moment, the strange black light turned around and shot towards him. Wu Yan's face turned serious. He waved one hand. The fluctuation of the realm power appeared in his hand and went towards the black light. However, as Wu Yen expected, although the black light was fading, it was still rushing towards him. It was not that it was ineffective, but that there was not enough time. The black light flew past quickly and kept fading. However, it did not stop at all. It was still rushing towards him. Looking at the black light flying towards him, Wu Yen had a serious look on his face. Hiding like this is not the way to go. Wu Yan's mind turned quickly. He had the realm power. He could deal with this extremely unusual attack. However, it would take time to destroy it. Or perhaps he could use the realm power. He could create an attack that was stronger than it. In the purple eyes, a thoughtful light flashed in them. Wu Yen clenched his left hand and the realm power emerged. Immediately, a gust of white flame appeared and surged in his hand. It rose and burned. Within it, a terrifying temperature suddenly took effect, causing this part of the world to become extremely hot. Fire? The Beast King was stunned and frowned. Is it the realm power again? The Beast King harumphed coldly. He had already developed a bit of hatred for the power of the realm. No matter what you do, I will not hesitate. The Beast King waved his claw. The speed of the huge strange black light increased sharply and rushed towards Wu Yen. However, Wu Yen did not even raise his head. He leaped back and dodged far away. On his palm, the white flame burned slowly and became more and more intense. The temperature within it also became more and more terrifying. It was as if a large rock had been thrown into a calm lake. Spatial ripples spread out from the center of the white flame. Under the scorching temperature, the atmosphere suddenly became violent. When the white flame burned to the size of a millstone, Wu Yan's figure finally stopped. He raised his head and looked at the Beast King in front of him. On his palm, the dense white flame suddenly transformed into a fiery glow and shot towards the strange black light that was heading towards him. The space shook violently. Pitch-black spatial cracks split open along with the white flame. It was as if ink had been spilled on a piece of paper. It drove the atmosphere of this part of the world and a fierce wind suddenly rose. Heaven and earth also became violent. The Beast King's expression changed violently. A sense of horror welled up in his heart. Within the white flame he truly felt an extreme sense of danger. It was the same feeling that his attack had given Wu Yen. The Beast King stared fixedly at the white flame that cut through the sky, bringing with it countless turbulent air currents and spatial cracks. The Beast King's expression was extremely serious. He waved his claw and the black light that swept across the sky flew back like lightning and burrowed into the huge bone statue behind him. As the strange black light burrowed into the huge bone statue suddenly became much more solid. The terrifying aura that permeated the air also became more and more intense. A vein popped out on his forehead as the Beast King roared, "Holy Image Technique! Full power!" Screech, behind him, the bone statue raised its head to the sky and let out a sharp beastly cry. The pitch-black light expanded greatly. The vigorous black light squirmed on the bone statue for a moment. A moment later, all of it condensed into its mouth, forming a vortex that resembled a black hole. A terrifying magic fluctuation swept out from the black vortex, also stirring up the surrounding atmosphere and rolling into a whirlwind. The temperature was the exact opposite of the scorching heat brought about by the white flame. The black vortex caused the temperature of heaven and earth to continuously drop. Roar! The Beast King's expression was ferocious. With a roar, the black vortex on the bone statue suddenly shot out like a cannonball. A stream of white flame streaked across the sky. The pitch-black vortex ruthlessly met it with a resolute force. The next moment, boom, a thunderous explosion suddenly sounded, stirring up countless ripples. The airflow that the two brought along with the enormous sound wave seemed to have substance as it crazily poured down from the sky. The wild and ferocious fluctuation stirred up the dark clouds in the sky until they began to churn. Amidst the explosion, the pitch-black vortex quietly exploded. Without any sound, it turned into pitch-black flames that surged out. Together with the white flame, it was like a huge wave in the sea, crashing into each other with a loud bang. The entire sky had turned into a world of flames in an instant. White and black filled the entire sky, dividing it into two halves. In the white sea of fire, the temperature rapidly rose, while the black sea of fire crazily froze the air. The two waves of fire covered the sky at this moment, and the thick layer of dark clouds was actually evaporated into nothingness. The white and black waves of fire spread out, burning each other towards their respective masters. Wu Yin and the Beast King's expressions changed. One quickly opened up a gap to swallow the oncoming waves of fire, while the other burned with magic to form a bone shield, blocking all the aftershocks. Fortunately, it was only the aftershocks. Otherwise, the two of them knew their own attacks. This degree of resistance was not much different from not having any. In the center of the black and white sea of fire, the two colors of fire constantly collided. Under the waves of fire from both sides, ripples of energy undulated. The two sides seemed to be fighting to a standstill, each with their own territory, but not long after, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred. A small dot of light flashed from the center of the collision between the two flames, and then rolled up. The white and black flames rushed into the dot of light at the same time, and in just a moment, they were completely swallowed by the dot of light. The sky suddenly fell silent. Kacha? A crisp and soft sound quietly rang out in the silent sky. The sound was very soft, but it still did not escape Wu Yen and the Beast King's ears. The two of them only felt their hearts tighten. They suddenly raised their heads and looked forward. Their eyes fixed on the small dot of light, and their pupils shrank. There, a small spatial crack was spreading around the dot of light. The crack was not conspicuous, but with Wu Yin and the Beast King's eyesight, they could see it clearly. The moment they saw it, their faces changed dramatically. This was because they could faintly sense a destructive force fluctuating in the dot of light. Kacha. Kacha kacha. The dot of light trembled, and as it trembled, the small spatial crack also spread wider. The faint kacha kacha sound slowly rang out, and in the end, it was almost a continuous sound. Could it be? A thought came to their minds. Wu Yen and the Beast King's hearts jumped, and they quickly retreated. The moment they retreated, the dot of light stopped. Boom! A terrifying spatial storm, accompanied by white and black flames, surged out from it. It expanded at an unimaginable speed, and engulfed the retreating Wu Yen and the Beast King. A roar devastating the world. Chapter 843. Woo woo, the sharp sound of the wind was like the sound of a siren. In the sky, the black space storm was like a circle of shock waves, wildly flashing in all directions. The white flames and the black flames were driven by the space storm and turned into flaming meteors. They either rose up and shot into the air, or swept away and exploded in all directions. Some fell down and smashed into the ground. In the surroundings, the trees that had been standing for God knows how many years were blown away like chopsticks by the wind. Some of the trees that were hit by the two colored flames were directly turned into ashes in an instant. This was still the best. The trees that were blown away by the spatial storm were crushed without even a sound, as if they had never existed in the first place. How terrifying. The barren mountain that originally contained the cave had been completely turned into a pile of gravel, scattered on the ground like rubbish. The intact open space was like a dry wasteland, inch by inch cracking. The water in it had already dissipated under the effect of the flames. It was likely that it would be a matter of hundreds or thousands of years before it would be restored to its original state. The two different colored flames flowed along with the spatial storm in midair, making people wonder if it would continue like this forever. Fortunately, it didn't seem to have any intention of continuing to stay in this world. Although it was still wreaking havoc compared to the beginning, its scale was already much weaker. On the other side of the white and black sea of fire, in midair, a crack full of eyeballs opened up, spitting out a figure. If one looked carefully, they would find that before the figure came out, the figure stumbled for a moment, looking quite embarrassed. It seemed that, before entering the crack full of eyeballs, he was in a hurry. Standing on the side of the crack without flames and the space storm, Wu Yen slightly raised his head, exposing his face to the air. He was panting slightly, his face slightly pale. After using such a powerful move like the white flames, even with the omnipotence of the realm power, he could not bear it. Although its power was terrifying at the same time, its consumption had reached a frightening level. Wu Yen could even feel that the demonic power that he had because he was in Purple's red jade mode, was a little weak at the moment. He raised his gaze and looked straight at the raging dual-colored sea of fire and the spatial storm. Wu Yan's purple eyes still had a trace of lingering fear. If he didn't escape in time, even if he didn't die, he would have lost a layer of skin. Wu Yan did not relax just because he escaped. After all, the spatial storm was too terrifying. His white flames and the Beast King's black flames were equally powerful. Wu Yan did not want to be pulled into the storm again because of a moment of relaxation. He took a few deep breaths. After calming his breathing, Wu Yen narrowed his eyes and looked at the weakening spatial storm and sea of fire. How is the Beast King? Kacha? Kacha? In front of him, the spatial cracks were still spreading rapidly, covering every corner of this space. The dual-colored sea of fire stirred up waves after waves, although it was gradually dimming. However, its power did not decrease by much. In this world of spatial storms and dual-colored flames, even a peak Type 9 powerhouse would not be able to return alive if they entered. Boom. Suddenly, from a corner of the area, a loud and clear sound of something crashing could be heard. It sounded like a mountain had cracked open. Wu Yan's expression stiffened. A black light shot out from it, and then there was a bang sound. It blew away the surrounding spatial storm and sea of fire. The spatial storm and sea of fire that covered the sky and earth spread out in all directions at an extremely fast speed. The shocking energy of the storm and the varying temperature of the sea of fire cut many spatial cracks in the process of spreading out. As they spread out, they were mixed with fierce air waves. Once again, the entire ground was plowed. Wu Yan's purple eyes stared at the place where the strange sound came from. Some sparks flew past him with sharp winds, but it did not distract him in the slightest. He just continued to watch like this. Vaguely, Wu Yan saw a dense flow of demonic energy surging from that corner. A moment later, the flow of demonic energy suddenly contracted and then expanded. Then, a figure pushed by the flow of demonic energy flashed out like lightning and stood in front of him. It was the Beast King. However, his appearance had changed greatly. The beast's skin clothes on his body had become tattered, and his hair was curled up, emitting wisps of smoke. The skin on his body was slightly charred, and his face was completely covered by a pale white color. A trace of blood dripped from the corner of the Beast King's mouth, dripping onto the bone statue that had wrapped around him at some point in time. It added a bit of red to the pitch-black bones. It was obvious that the Beast King was not as capable as Wu Yan, who could use the gap to escape the spatial storm and the dual-colored sea of fire. He had completely withstood the attack this time. Wu Yan's eyes turned cold. His body moved and a gap appeared and swallowed his body. When the gap appeared again, he was already behind the Beast King. Chi. At the same time the gap appeared, a sharp black light shot out from the bone statue towards Wu Yan, who had just come out of the gap. Wu Yan sneered. He pointed his finger and a gap appeared in front of the black light. Bang! The sound of a collision rang out, and the dark light turned into pitch-black flames that burned the gap into nothingness. The gap had only blocked the dark light for less than a second, but that 1 second was enough. Wu Yan pointed his finger again, and a beam of light shot out from the tip of his finger. Like a cannonball, it slammed into the Beast King's figure in the bone statue. Bang! When the light beam exploded, the violent impact caused the Beast King to let out a muffled groan. It could no longer stabilize its body and fell down, heavily smashing into the ruins of the ground. Pfft! The Beast King spat out a mouthful of blood. The unusual pain caused him to clutch his chest, and his mind went blank. Before he could regain his senses, a crack filled with eyeballs opened up beside him. Holy statue! Alarm bells rang in his heart, causing the Beast King's consciousness to be pulled back in advance. He let out a low roar, and the bone in the sky swayed and disappeared in an instant. When it reappeared, it had already protected the Beast King in the pitch-black bone. Bang 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 bang! At the same time, a few black and white balls of light smashed into the bone statue, causing a cloud of dust to rise. But the Beast King was not harmed. Wu Yan's face did not show the slightest bit of surprise. He closed his eyes and his palm gently reached forward. His body flashed forward and he appeared in front of the bone statue. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. His palm gently pressed against the pitch-black body of the bone statue. The Beast King's pupils slowly shrank to the size of a needle. In the next second, a voice slowly rang out, "The realm of being and non-being." As the voice fell, a strange wave of energy rose from the area where Wu Yan's palm and the bone statue's body touched, and it took effect on the bone statue. Clang! A strange sound was emitted along with the energy wave. It reverberated like a ripple. The entire pitch-black bone statue actually began to erode in the ripple. Its color gradually dimmed. Traces of cracks spread out from the pitch-black bones. In a short while they covered the entire bone statue. Bang! Like a porcelain bowl, the bone statue directly shattered into pieces that filled the sky. Looking at the fragments that filled his vision, the Beast King's heart trembled violently, as if it was a reef that had been hit by a huge wave. Then a fierce look flashed across the Beast King's eyes, and he activated the little bit of demonic power left in his body. However, before he could react, a figure appeared in front of him in a ghost-like manner. The hand that had just been on the bone statue was gently placed on the Beast King's thick shoulder. A cold murmur slowly rang out, causing the Beast King's body to stiffen. "It's over." In his heart, a fatal sense of danger surged up along with a familiar energy. The realm of heaven and earth. The voice that fell into the Beast King's ears was no less than a death sentence, and it became the declaration of the end of this battle. Boom! The sky shattered, the earth cracked. Chapter 844. Boom! An earth-shattering roar echoed throughout the behemoth forest, even reaching the campsite outside the behemoth forest. In the campsite, all the patrols in the middle of the night were shocked by the loud noise. They reflexively raised their heads and looked towards the source of the sound. They were completely dumbfounded. Not to mention them, even the guards who were startled awake by the noise and walked out of their tents to check the situation were also stunned on the spot. They all looked into the distance in a daze, disbelief and shock. Countless emotions surfaced on their faces and eyes. What did they see? It was like the end of the world. Was this a dream? Countless people who were awake, those who were unconscious, those who were just sleeping, and those who were patrolling at night, all had the same thought at almost the same time. Their faces were filled with absent-mindedness. In their field of vision, the sky was still slowly shattering. They could also feel the ground trembling slightly. It was obvious that not only the sky but the ground in that area was also suffering from a destructive attack. Heaven and earth were in that area. It had long become a luxury, not a single bit was left. Without a doubt, if this phenomenon continued, then sooner or later, the campsite would also be included. The guards in the campsite were all at a loss as to what to do. Some of them were desperately shouting, while others ran towards the direction of the higher-ups, seeking instructions. Some of the more timid guards even began to escape from the campsite. In an instant, the entire campsite was in chaos. "Don't panic! Don't panic!" In the center of the campsite, Pelosi shouted at the top of his lungs. Even he was inexplicably frightened. But it was not to the extent of causing a commotion because of an unknown phenomenon. He suppressed the shock in his heart. Pelosi raised his hands. He shouted loudly, "Everyone gather here for me. Wait for orders." Hearing Pelosi's words, the guards recovered from the sudden situation that caused them to be at a loss. Although the clamor was still there, it was not as chaotic as before. However, the operation was no longer as chaotic as it had been at the beginning. People continued to gather in the open space in the central area, waiting for the higher-ups to make arrangements. Seeing this, Pelosi heaved a sigh of relief. He raised his head and glanced at the shattered world, then glanced at the void hanging in the sky. A drop of cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and his entire back was drenched. His heart was wrapped in a chill and Pelosi couldn't help but shiver. What the hell is going on here? Pelosi could not understand. Pelosi bitterly shook his head. He felt that ever since Wu Yen and the others came to the campsite, the daily here had disappeared. Many things were out of his control and beyond of his ability. This made Pelosi felt for the first time he felt that he, as a peak of the 8th rank, was not all that. What Pelosi did not know was that in the battle that caused the sky to shatter, he, as a peak of the 8th rank, was nothing. Clenching his slightly pale hands, Pelosi once again took a deep look at the sky. After which he walked towards the Thunder King's tent. Pelosi was destined to end up empty-handed as the Thunder King was no longer in the tent. The shattered sky attracted the attention of the people in the campsite. It did not escape the eyes of Chuju, Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, Kotori, and the others. The girls came out of their tents and looked at the scene of the apocalypse. Even they were shocked. Too scary? Looking at the black hole hanging in the sky, Hinajiku couldn't help but mutter. The sky shattered. Isn't that terrifying? What the hell is going on? The fearless Mikoto shrunk her neck in fear. Did something happen in the giant beast's forest that gave us a headache? Shokuho Misaki narrowed her eyes and exchanged glances with Kotori. Both of them seemed to be deep in thought, causing the girls around them to be confused. From the looks of it, you two seem to know something. Kurumi stood on her toes and tilted her head. Not really. Shokuho Misaki sighed. I just have a feeling that it's not a natural phenomenon. Mikoto rolled her eyes and retorted. Isn't that the same as not saying anything? What kind of natural phenomenon could cause something like this? No, that's not what Shokuho meant. Kotori replied on behalf of Shokuho Misaki. She meant that the sky shattered because of someone's actions. Hinajiku and Mikoto looked at each other with an amused expression. Are you trying to say that the shattering of the sky was caused by someone? I'm afraid. Shokuho Misaki lowered her head. I think so. Kotori said with uncertainty. Hey, are you two joking? Kinuhata Sai was the first to react. Is there really someone who can shatter the sky? I think so too. Mikoto furrowed her brows. I don't believe anyone can do that even if it's a demigod unless. Chuju laughed bitterly. Unless it's a celestial. But celestials don't exist anymore, right? Frenda hit the bullseye. That's the same as not saying anything. The girls laughed bitterly. Indeed, they have been discussing this for so long and there's no way they can come up with anything. Unless they go there and take a look. Go there and take a look. The girls raised their heads and looked at the sky that was still filled with debris. The thought was extinguished in less than a millisecond. Kotori suddenly noticed something. Ikaros, who was standing behind everyone, was looking at Wu Yen with her indigo eyes. In her eyes, a data box was floating back and forth. It was very unstable. What's wrong? Ikaros didn't turn around. She was still looking at the sky, but the answer that came out of her mouth shocked the girls. Master is there. What did you say? The girls were shocked. Mikoto screamed. You said that guy is there. Ikaros. Shokuho Misaki's expression turned serious. Can you sense Xiaoyan's presence? Ikaros shook her head. I don't know, but I know that Master is there. The girls looked at each other in confusion, but they didn't doubt her words. They knew Ikaros wouldn't lie, especially when it comes to Wu Yen. I'm afraid Ikaros is right. Kotori gritted her teeth, her red eyes flashed with panic. There's no way Onii-san didn't notice such a huge change, but he still hasn't shown up. The only explanation is that he's there. Master is really there. Astria's hands moved. Toka asked in a panic. Shido is fine, right? No way. Shokuho Misaki denied it. If something happened to him, we would be dead already. Let's go. Mikoto said. Let's go take a look. The girls nodded without hesitation. They forgot that they didn't want to go take a look. It was at this moment that a cool breeze blew over from afar, heading toward where the girls were. By the time the breeze dissipated, the Thunder King, who was carrying Marcus with one hand, appeared from within. Great. You're all here. Without waiting for the girls to speak, the Thunder King took the initiative to shout. Quick, come with me to support the little guy. Lei Wang confirmed Wu Yan's whereabouts. The girls nodded and followed Lei Wang. They rushed towards the shattered sky in the behemoth forest. Chapter 845. The shattered sky isn't just shocking to look at. Only those who are in this world would know that there is a terrifying power comparable to a spatial storm here. Just as the people in the campsite had imagined, if the sky continued to shatter by the time it reached the campsite would have no choice but to disappear. Unfortunately, the master who shattered this world doesn't have that much power. At a certain moment, the speed of the shattering of the sky started to slow down. Although it's not easy to notice, it is indeed gradually stopping until it completely stops. Under the empty black hole, the rain-like fragments from the shattered sky also slowly disappeared. The terrifying power contained in them gradually dissipated, and together with the things in the sky, they were crushed into nothingness. Then the sky returned to normal. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the empty black hole was covered by a dark cloud and retracted, returning the curtain of night to the spalier world. After an unknown amount of time, when the empty black hole completely disappeared, the strange changes in the sky returned to normal. It was still silent, only a little bit of starlight and moonlight were showing their existence. Everything seemed like nothing happened. Of course, if someone came to this world they wouldn't think so. Not only did the sky shatter, the ground also disappeared. A huge crater with a diameter of more than a kilometer stood in this corner. It's as if the entire behemoth forest was dug out alive. Not to mention the magical beasts and creatures that were living here a moment ago, even the trees are gone. Only in that huge crater, several hundred meters deep, there are still 2 breaths. Looking up, Wu Yan bitterly smiled as he looked at the sky that returned to normal and the pitch-black crater that filled his field of vision. Her pale complexion made her look exceptionally sorrowful. His long golden hair fluttered without wind, gently fluttering, caressing his black robe. His purple eyes were filled with endless exhaustion. His chest was violently rising and falling. His rough breaths turned into hot breaths in this world that has returned to normal, showing his master's current state. He sensed the little Yao energy left in his body. The bitter smile on Wu Yan's face also turned into helplessness. Before he used the realm of heaven and earth, he had never thought of playing with such power, but in the end he almost collapsed from playing with it. With infinite arms refinement, even if it's an unfamiliar power, he can perfectly control it. The same goes for his realm power. Under these circumstances, in Yukari's red jade mode, Wu Yan can be considered a Yakumo Yukari. At least that's what Wu Yan thinks. But that wasn't the case. Being able to perfectly control one's abilities did not mean that one would be able to fight perfectly. No matter what, Wu Yan himself was only a little fellow, at the peak of the 8th step. Even though he had grasped the power of a demigod, he was still unable to adapt to it. As a result, even though there were no problems during the battle, Wu Yan did not fully understand what kind of power the realm of heaven and earth possessed. In a situation where he didn't understand the power of the skill, in order to guarantee that he could defeat the Beast King, Wu Yan had no choice but to go all out. In the end, it led to the current situation. He took a deep breath. Wu Yan lowered his head and looked at his feet. The Beast King was lying there, only the last bit of clothing was left on his body. Everything else had been reduced to ashes. His skin had already rotted away. Strands of blood sprayed out from his body as if they were free of charge, dyeing him into a blood-soaked man. Not much muscle was left on his face, and all the blood in his body was boiling due to the pressure and the friction with the atmosphere. The right side of his body was almost unrecognizable, and not a single bone was intact. Other than that, one of his arms and 2 of his thighs disappeared from his body. There was not a single part of his body left untouched. Even so, the Beast King's chest was still rising and falling at an almost imperceptible rate, proving that he was still alive. After withstanding the impact of the spatial storm in the dual flame sea, and withstanding the realm of heaven and earth, the Beast King was still alive. One had to admit that demonic beast's vitality was very strong, and even though it couldn't compare to the true ancestors of vampires, it was still much stronger than humans. This was especially true for the Beast King, who stood at the peak of demonic beasts. His vitality was already stronger than the average immortal vampire. However, his powerful vitality combined with his appearance made it seem like he was struggling at death's door. Looking at the Beast King lying at his feet and vomiting blood, Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh. Before this, Wu Yan had always held a grudge against the Beast King, who forced him and the girls around him into a desperate situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to use the bloodline ability with a time limit to fight the Beast King. But now, seeing the Beast King in such a state, Wu Yan didn't know why, but for some reason he couldn't bring himself to hate the Beast King anymore. Was it because he had already taken his revenge? Or was it because he didn't bring it with him when he was born and he didn't bring it with him when he died? His long golden hair flowed in circles, making him look very elegant. His purple eyes looked at the twitching Beast King at his feet, and Wu Yan closed his eyes. This way, we don't owe each other anything. Perhaps because he heard Wu Yan's voice, the Beast King dragged his broken body and raised his head with great difficulty. A pair of unfocused eyes stared at Wu Yan's face, and he suddenly laughed out loud. Ha, ha, ha. Blood clots flowed out from his throat and boiling blood flowed from the wounds all over his body. His face, which didn't have much muscle left, twitched, probably because of the pain. Even so, the Beast King couldn't stop laughing and he couldn't stop laughing. His laughter was unexpectedly sad and crazy. Wu Yan quietly looked at him, not saying a word. His purple eyes were as calm as an ancient well, and when the Beast King saw this, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. This again, this again, this again? The words that were filled with resentment were forcefully squeezed out of the Beast King's mouth along with fresh blood as it roared out. Yakumo, this face, you too, this face? The Beast King's body trembled more and more, and he used all his strength to shout out a complete sentence. Don't act like you're the victor in front of me. I'm not dead yet. Hearing this, Wu Yan looked at the Beast King's eyes and coldly said, But you've already lost. I merely borrowed that woman's strength. The Beast King squeezed out his resentful voice intermittently as if he had reached his limit. His body was no longer trembling as he laid there, but his chest was rising and falling more and more violently. Wu Yan was silent and then he bitterly laughed. Raising his hands, Wu Yan looked up and whispered, You're right, I just borrowed Yukari's power, it's not a true victory. The Beast King didn't say anything, he just looked at Wu Yan with cold eyes. Wu Yan, who was immersed in his memories, in his mind, the first time he came to the Spalier world, the first time he entered a dungeon, the first time he summoned a character, the first time he met the girls, and the memories of his adventures with the girls kept replaying. As the memories replayed, Wu Yan gradually lost his mind. Whether it's now or in the past, I've always borrowed the power of the people around me, without them I would have died. The Beast King suddenly clenched his hands, and his absent-minded face suddenly became firm, startling the Beast King who was staring at Wu Yan. I know I've always been weak because I can't leave them. Looking up, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with an indescribable light. That's an expression the Beast King would never understand. That's why I need to keep getting stronger until one day it's my turn to lend my power to them. I'll keep getting stronger. Wu Yan glanced down at the Beast King who was still in a daze. Beast King, you're really strong in this world. There are only 5 people who can compare to you and I one day will climb to the top. But by that time you won't be able to see it. Opening his eyes slightly, Wu Yan raised his hand, a trace of power was gathering on it. I hope we won't be enemies in the next life. Saying that, Wu Yan's hand fell on the Beast King's chest. Chapter 846. Just as Wu Yan's attack was about to land on the Beast King's chest and deliver the final blow, the Beast King, who was lying on the ground, suddenly opened its eyes. Bang! With a muffled sound, strands of demonic energy emerged from the Beast King's body. Immediately after, the soil on the ground where the Beast King was lying suddenly rippled and surged up like a tidal wave, completely covering the Beast King's battered body within. This scene was exactly the same as when the Beast King had escaped from Purple's clutches. The sudden change startled Wu Yan and his eyes turned icy cold. Trying to escape? It's not that easy. His palm, which had been gathering power and was about to land on the Beast King's chest, suddenly flashed with the power of his realm. Mobilizing what little demonic energy he had left, Wu Yan slammed his palm on the soil that covered the Beast King. The realm of being and non-being. With the power of his realm activated, Wu Yan's palm slammed down like a 1,000-pound hammer, completely wiping out the soil in front of him. Then, with a loud boom, a figure shot out from the soil and stopped in midair for 1,000th of a second. Then, it turned into an afterimage and shot into the distance. Looking at the afterimage that shot into the sky, Wu Yan's face was full of ridicule. With a move of his feet, a crack filled with eyeballs appeared with a tearing sound. The power of the spatial gap was all-pervasive. After entering the spatial gap, Wu Yan could freely choose to open the spatial gap at any place and achieve the effect of teleportation. The Beast King's escape was of no use at all. As this thought flashed through his mind, Wu Yan was just about to enter the spatial gap and chase after the Beast King. However, before he could enter, the spatial gap under his feet trembled and closed on its own, disappearing without a trace. Wu Yan was stunned and his face was full of astonishment. He had yet to react to what was going on. It was engraved on the 3 Magatama engravings on his chest. The 3rd Magatama engravings, which had been maintaining a faint glow, suddenly dimmed and returned to its tranquil state. Almost at the same time, Wu Yan's long golden hair began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her golden hair was still fading on one side. By the time he had retracted his short hair, the golden color returned to Wu Yan's original black, and his purple eyes returned to their wine-red color. The duration of the red jade mode had passed. His strength as a demigod fell rapidly, only stopping when he reached the pinnacle of the 8th rank. Feeling the return of his familiar body, Wu Yan did not have the slightest joy. Instead, he secretly cursed. Of all times, he just had to come at such a crucial time. Seeing that the Beast King was about to escape from his line of sight, Wu Yan didn't have much time to think. He roused the undamaged mana in his body and used spatial teleportation to appear on the horizon. However, there was still a considerable distance between him and the Beast King, who was flying away at an extremely fast speed. Although the spatial manipulation magic was miraculous, it was still somewhat lacking compared to the elusive spatial rift. If Wu Yan's strength was still at the demigod rank, it wouldn't be impossible for him to win against the spatial rift. However, the current Wu Yan was only at the peak of the 8th rank. Naturally, the spatial rift did not have such a powerful effect. Although he felt helpless about this fact, Wu Yan still roused his mana and continued to teleport in the direction of the Beast King. No matter what, even if he didn't have the powerful movement range of the spatial rift, with teleportation and flight, it was only a matter of time before he caught up. Looking at that broken figure, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a cold light. You can't escape. In the sky above the behemoth forest, a streak of light flashed past like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it rushed into a continuous mountain range in the behemoth forest. Pushing his speed to the limit, the Beast King also increased his speed to a rather terrifying level. As his figure flashed, his expression was incomparably gloomy. Although he was heavily injured with the Beast King's strength, how could he not have noticed Wu Yan's pursuit? His heart filled with hatred, the Beast King suddenly felt a sense of danger. At the same time, he also noticed Wu Yan's current rank. His figure paused, but he quickly flew away again. His rank has dropped to the peak of the 8th rank. It seems that the power Yakumo Yuzi lent him has been used up. The Beast King's mind spun rapidly, but his speed did not decrease at all. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, he disappeared into the horizon. In my current state, I should be able to win against him at the peak of the 8th rank. But that fellow's methods are very clever. If he dares to chase after me, he must have some kind of trump card. It's best not to take the risk. Just as the Beast King was muttering to himself, a strange whistling sound suddenly came from not too far away, causing the Beast King's body to come to a sudden stop. Looking up, his eyes narrowed slightly as he fixed his gaze not too far away. There, a black-robed Wu Yan was floating in the air, his wine-red eyes looking at the Beast King with a hint of mockery in them. This despicable brat, what a terrifying speed. The Beast King sucked in a breath of cold air. After a moment of hesitation, his broken body shook violently and turned into a streak of light, flying wildly in another direction. Wu Yan frowned. He took a step forward, and when he was about to teleport again, the space around him started distorting and a bone sword materialized out of thin air. Seeing this, Wu Yan's body stopped moving. Bright lightning immediately crackled and surged out of his body. As the lightning surged out of his body, the clouds in the sky gradually darkened. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. Lightning flashed, and a long spear condensed from lightning appeared with a sizzling sound. Almost in an instant, a wave of energy swept out from the front. The bone sword that appeared out of thin air brought with it a whistling sound as it violently pierced towards Wu Yan. It's not a fight but a hindrance? Seeing that the demonic energy on the bone sword was not very strong, Wu Yan immediately understood the Beast King's plan. The lightning spear in his hand carried an unparalleled amount of blue and white electricity, crackling non-stop. Then Wu Yan threw it out fiercely. Ding! The crisp sound of collision resounded throughout the entire sky. Hearing this sound, the Beast King's body rushed out like a ray of light. He didn't even know how far behind he was, he didn't even turn his head as he fled with all his might. I never thought that there would be a time when I would be chased by a peak level 8 ant. Gritting his teeth, the Beast King's face became a little ferocious. Because of the change in his expression, the Beast King's face started to bleed, but he didn't notice. The killing intent and hatred in his heart had long surpassed the pain. But the Beast King didn't slow down in the slightest. His body streaked across the sky, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the forest. This desperate escape continued for more than 10 minutes. Finally, the Beast King's speed started to slow down. The demonic energy supporting his rapid flight was already showing signs of exhaustion. At this moment, the Beast King's broken face was incomparably pale. The blood in his body flowed even faster. One of his severed arms and 2 of his thighs were dripping down like water. If the Beast King wasn't a magical beast and a human was in his place, even if he wasn't killed by Wu Yan, he would have died from excessive blood loss. The Beast King gritted his teeth and continued to fly forward. He had already seen Wu Yan's speed just now. It was extremely terrifying. If he stopped, it wouldn't take long for him to catch up to him. This thought flashed through his mind. Just as the Beast King was about to continue flying, a voice that he hated to the bone and that made his heart tremble with fear rang out behind him. "I said you can't escape." The Beast King trembled all over and subconsciously turned his head. A moment later, in a space not far behind him, Wu Yan's figure appeared. Seeing this scene, the Beast King's pupils shrank. That's teleportation? The Beast King finally understood how the other party was able to catch up to him with just the strength of a peak level 8. Gritting his teeth, the Beast King fiercely swung his only remaining arm. Immediately after, 4 bone spears that shone with a cold light appeared around his body. Under the control of the Beast King, they shot towards the figure behind him. As for the Beast King himself, the moment the bone spears shot out, he turned around and hurriedly fled again. Chapter 847. As soon as he appeared, Wu Yan's expression changed. 4 thick bone spears shot out from the front like ribbons, twisting at different angles during the shooting process, mercilessly stabbing towards his front, back, left, and right from 4 different directions. Judging from the mana fluctuations on the 4 bone spears and the explosive sounds, it was clear that the Beast King wasn't just trying to obstruct him with this attack. Even though his magic was about to run out, the Beast King did not hesitate to use a powerful spell. He was very bold. After all, the reason why the Beast King was able to drag its battered body and escape at such a high speed was because of the support of its magic power. Once the magic power in its body is depleted, the Beast King would no longer have any chance of escaping. Umph. Wu Yan snorted and turned his head. He looked in the direction the Beast King had escaped and smiled coldly. His body disappeared with a bang. As soon as he left, the 4 bone spears stabbed into each other and collided with each other. Under the pitch-black night sky, the Beast King's body was wrapped in a stream of light as it dashed through the giant beast's forest in an arc. His aura has disappeared. The Beast King glanced behind him and frowned. He did not think that Wu Yan had given up on chasing him. Based on what he saw just now, the other party must have used that mysterious teleportation technique again. Can we shake him off? As soon as he finished speaking, the Beast King's voice changed abruptly. He waved his hand and a powerful magic power shot out, slamming into the void in front of him. Bang! The magic hit the empty space and the space rippled. A figure slowly emerged from it. It was Wu Yan. Seeing this, the Beast King immediately retreated. Wu Yan immediately teleported. When he reappeared, he was above the Beast King's head. Do you still not understand? He looked coldly at the Beast King. Wu Yan said in a low voice, "If we're competing in speed, there's no way you can beat me." The Beast King clenched his fists and sneered. "So ruthless. Looks like you're much more decisive than the first time we met." Wu Yan chuckled when he heard this. There was a hint of mockery in his smile. "It started when you planned to kill the most important people around me. I didn't plan on letting you live for long. Whether it was Andrew or not, whether it was Marcus or the Beast King, they were normal people. Wu Yan could not be bothered with them. But if you touch his reverse scale, don't think you'll get away with it." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yan's eyes turned gold. With a swoosh, he charged towards the Beast King. "You're at the peak of the 8th level." The Beast King was infuriated when he saw Wu Yan charging at him. He channeled his magic power into his palms and he extended his sharp claws. The Beast King also rushed out and collided with the former. Boom! A huge wave of magic and a thunderous sound resounded in the sky above the forest. The explosive airflow swept out. Like fireworks, dust flew in all directions from the collision. Both of them flew backwards and pulled apart some distance. The Beast King endured the pain in his body and stared at Wu Yan on the other side of the smoke. There was some shock in his eyes. Although he was now seriously injured, he was still a demigod. In this state, it might be a little difficult to fight against a 9th level. But against the 8th level, even if the other party was at the peak of the 8th level, the Beast King had no reason to lose. But in fact, the collision just now was evenly matched. This Wu Yan was not a simple person. While he was daydreaming, opposite him, Wu Yan's figure trembled and strangely disappeared on the spot. Immediately after, he flashed out from the space behind the Beast King. Raising his hand, a bluish-white electric current containing surging magic power struck the Beast King's back like lightning. Thunder light fist. Boom. A low muffled sound was heard. The magic power on the surface of the Beast King's body flowed rapidly and forcefully resisted Wu Yan's attack. However, his body started to sway slightly. Seeing that the body wrapped in magic power could not bear the burden and was shaking, Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. With a clench of his hand, bluish-white electric light filled his entire body. With a flick of his finger, the bluish-white electric current whistled through the air with a crackling sound. It was entwined in the scorching atmosphere and shot out explosively. With the Beast King's experience, he could of course see that these few small electric currents were definitely not something that he could withstand in his current state. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. The Beast King's figure retreated rapidly, but he was cursing loudly in his heart. He was clearly at the peak of the 8th level, but his attack was comparable to that of a 9th level. This Wu Yan was simply a monster. You still want to escape? Wu Yan waved his hand and the electric current that flew out suddenly increased in speed. Like a thunderbolt, it violently struck the Beast King's body. Boom. After being struck by the electric current, the magic power surrounding the Beast King's body quickly dimmed by a lot, causing him to turn pale with fright. Before he could react, another electric current followed closely and violently struck the Beast King's chest again. Boom. With a muffled sound, the Beast King was hit by the electric current head-on. With a muffled groan, he smashed into the forest below. Boom. 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 Wu Yan's palm danced and several electric spears formed by electric current shot out explosively. All of them struck the Beast King's body. A series of muffled sounds rang out, mixed with the Beast King's miserable cries. Damn it! Large amounts of blood sprayed out from the impact of the electric current. The magic power wrapped around the Beast King's body became thinner and thinner. The Beast King's face was malevolent and his eyes flashed with a crazy light. Don't think that you can have your way with this. Looking at Wu Yan who was looking down at him from above, the Beast King took a deep breath. His chest slowly puffed up as he raised his head and roared violently. Roar! The deep roar rapidly reverberated from the Beast King's mouth, turning into a sound wave. With a boom, it exploded in the sky above the behemoth forest and scattered in all directions. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan deeply furrowed his brows. In his heart, a bad premonition quickly rose up, causing him to raise his hand reflexively. Li. Wu. Ing. Just as Wu Yan was about to use the railgun to directly end the Beast King, a series of continuous beast cries suddenly rang out from the horizon not far away. Wu Yan's movements froze and he abruptly turned his head to look at the source of the sound. With one look, his face immediately froze on the spot. All he saw was a group of flying magical beasts emerging from the behemoth forest below. An endless stream of flying magical beasts continuously flew over here. Not good. Wu Yan's face also changed. The Beast King coldly laughed and loudly shouted, "Attack!" Wu. Ing. Under the Beast King's command, the group of magical beasts did not hesitate at all. Flapping their wings or using flying magic, they quickly rushed towards Wu Yan. Among them there were 7th level, 8th level and even 6th level and below. With their instincts as magical beasts, they should know that against Wu Yan, only death awaited them. However, at this moment these magical beasts were like moths to a flame. By the time they reached Wu Yan's side, they all had a tacit understanding and simultaneously surrounded Wu Yan. Ah! Below, the Beast King raised his head to the sky and laughed wildly. His body moved, turning into a ray of light and quickly disappearing into the depths of the forest. He only left behind a single sentence, echoing in the surrounding space and into Wu Yan's ears. Wu Yan, in the future this king will definitely repay everything you've given me today. Hold it right there. Wu Yan bent down and was just about to rush down when the surrounding magical beasts seemed to have received some sort of message. Amidst their roars they all rushed towards Wu Yan. Without any other choice, Wu Yan could only use spatial teleportation to escape the encirclement of the magical beasts. he slowly emerged below and scanned his surroundings. However, he had already completely lost track of the Beast King's aura and traces. A sullen fury rose from Wu Yan's chest. Feeling the magical beasts continue to pursue him from behind, Wu Yan roared angrily, his voice echoing through the forest. In the next moment, the overwhelming horde of magical beasts covered Wu Yan's figure. Chapter 848. More than a dozen shadows are moving at a terrifying speed. They are running around the tree-filled behemoth forest. They are like thin black ribbons shuttling back and forth, heading towards a certain direction. One could faintly see that a few of these figures had a pair of wings on their backs as they floated in the air. However, their speed was not inferior to the former's. In fact, they were even faster than the former's as they nimbly shuttled through the forest. From the looks of it, they seemed to be in a hurry. Shokuho Misaki may have a unique ability, but in terms of physical strength, she was at the bottom of the pack. That's why Ikaros was holding her in her arms as they flew through the air. Shokuho Misaki took a look at the sky and frowned. The sky that looked like it was the end of the world a moment ago has returned to normal, but she didn't feel at ease at all. Instead, she started to worry. According to Lei Wang, that scene was probably caused by Wu Yan's battle with the Beast King. Shokuho Misaki doesn't know who caused that scene, but the thought of Wu Yan fighting alone made her uneasy. Back then, Wu Yan, her group, and Feifei couldn't do anything to the Beast King. Only Flandre-chan was able to inflict some minor damage to him. Now Wu Yan is fighting alone. Compared to back then, no doubt. Now Wu Yan is definitely stronger. Not only did he level up, he also has a new ability. He is strong enough to dominate all those below Tier 9. Wu Yan can even take on those who just reached Tier 9. But the Beast King is a demigod. Even if Wu Yan uses Flandre-chan's Ruby mode, he is still no match for the Beast King. Thinking of this, Shokuho Misaki couldn't help but start to worry. Shokuho Misaki didn't know that Wu Yan had Yukari's Ruby mode other than Kurumi and Flandre-chan's. When Yukari left, she and Mikoto were still looking after their sisters in the behemoth forest. Naturally, they didn't know when Yukari left. She even gave Wu Yan a drop of her blood. After that, Wu Yan returned to the Spalier world and reunited with them a few days ago. It's understandable that she didn't tell Shokuho Misaki about this. Chuju and the others knew about this. However, she was still worried and didn't explain it to Mikoto and Shokuho Misaki. Now, everyone here only had one goal, and that was to get to Wu Yan's side. Li. Wu. Wu. Ing. Just as the group was hurrying forward, the faint cries of beasts reverberated in the distance. The Thunder Sovereign, who was most sensitive to wind, was the first to hear this sound. Did you guys hear a beastly roar? Beastly roar? The girls paused for a moment. What's so strange about that? Mikoto pursed her lips. Her gaze never left the front, not even for a second. This is the behemoth forest. There are demonic beasts everywhere, how can there be no beastly roars? Lei Wang didn't feel relieved, instead he became even more confused. That's not right. It's nighttime, the demonic beasts in the behemoth forest wouldn't roar so loudly. The nocturnal demonic beasts wouldn't roar to scare away their prey. Also, this roar sounds like... Kotori suddenly looked up, the flames on her feather robe started to glow. It doesn't sound like the same type of demonic beast, it sounds like many types of demonic beasts are roaring at the same time. Many types of demonic beasts roaring at the same time. Shokuho Misaki was surprised. You mean there are many different types of demonic beasts gathered together? Kotori nodded. Seeing this, Hinajiku was confused. But that's not right, the demonic beasts in the behemoth forest aren't of the same species, it's impossible for them to gather together. No? That's possible. Shokuho Misaki's eyes lit up. Lei Wang's eyes lit up as well. The girls who knew what was going on also realized. Demonic beasts gathering together, isn't that what happens when the Beast King appears? Only the king of demonic beasts, the Beast King, has the ability to gather all the different types of demonic beasts together. The Beast King is there. Shokuho Misaki concluded. Then, Mikoto looked up, sparks flew from her forehead. Yen must be there as well. Kotori narrowed her eyes. She turned into a streak of flame and flew to the front of the group. The rest of the girls and the Thunder Emperor immediately changed their direction and followed Kotori to the source of the sound. As the group of people got closer, the faint cries of beasts entered their ears very clearly. It was no longer as vague as it was at the beginning. This time, everyone could hear the different sounds contained within the cries of beasts. For example, angry roars and also screams. After exchanging glances with each other, the group of people became even more certain of their guesses. They used 120% of their speed to rush forward. Very soon they also saw it. In the sky above a certain area, countless demonic beasts were charging towards a single direction. They were attacked by fire, lightning, wind, and ice. They fell down into the behemoth forest. The one who caused this scene and used all sorts of elemental attacks is a tall figure floating in the middle of the demonic beast. Almost at the first moment they saw this figure, all the young ladies recognized his identity. Yen? Master. Ikaros's indigo eyes trembled violently before turning a deep red. Her hair swelled up slightly and a pure white halo appeared on top of her head. Sky Queen mode. Ikaros put on a pure white light armor and her pink wings turned into a pair of blue wings. Ikaros passed Shokuho Misaki to Astria as fast as she could and shot into the sky like a rocket. The next moment, cherry-colored missiles appeared out of thin air around Ikaros's wings and turned into streaks of pink light. Like a swarm of locusts, they flashed towards the demonic beast surrounding her figure. Boom 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 boom. Cries of agony followed by explosions resounded throughout the night sky. The demonic beasts that were hit by Ikaros' homing missiles were reduced to ashes without any suspense. Only a portion of them were left with intact corpses, charred black and smoking as they fell to the ground. Mikoto, Kotori, Flandre-chan, and the other flying girls followed Ikaros's lead. Astria was tossed onto the ground by Shokuho Misaki's butt. Even Toka flew towards Wu Yen with her angel sword thrown. Wu Yen saw the arrival of the girls. When he saw the girls attacking, he quickly increased the frequency of his attacks. As a result, the one-sided slaughter began. By the time everything calmed down, the ground where they were standing was already covered with the corpses of magical beasts. Yen. The girls finally came to Wu Yan's side. Mikoto pointed a finger at Wu Yen, it almost hit his nose. You bastard, I can't believe you came here alone to do something so dangerous. Wu Yen flinched, he saw the displeased looks on the girls' faces. He smiled helplessly. I'm sorry, I didn't expect such a huge secret to be revealed. The girls' expressions lightened up after hearing Wu Yan's explanation. Lei Wang came to Wu Yan's side and asked with a serious expression. Where's the Beast King? Wu Yan took a deep breath, he clenched his fist and bitterly smiled. He escaped. Escaped. Lei Wang didn't understand what Ikaros meant by that. The peak tier 8 Wu Yan is fine. Instead it was the demigod Beast King that escaped? Wu Yan didn't explain. He looked at the direction where the Beast King escaped. His eyes turned cold. Chapter 849. Ding. Congratulations to user for leveling up. Current level, 80. Suddenly, a system notification rang in Wu Yan's mind. Wu Yan, who was staring at the direction where the Beast King disappeared, was jolted out of his daze. Before he could react, a thick blood-colored aura rose from Wu Yan's body and quickly spread throughout his body. The sudden change startled everyone, including Wu Yan himself. But before anyone could react, Mikoto, Kotori, Astria, and Toka also experienced the same phenomenon. Mikoto's body flashed with a large amount of blue-white electricity. Kotori's body also ignited with a scorching flame. The color of the flame deepened as it enveloped Toka. Even Astria's body glowed brightly, illuminating the space around them. For a moment, blood-red, blue-white, fire-red, purple and white lights flashed from the 5 people's bodies. They emitted a dazzling light in the dark night, eroding the surrounding darkness. Even the ground where the 5 people were standing began to crack under the effect of an inexplicable force. With a loud bang, 5 holes were blasted out. Everyone's expression changed. The girls who were closer to Wu Yan's group were almost caught in the shockwaves caused by the phenomena. They all shrieked in shock and hurriedly retreated. Lei Wang, who was closer to Wu Yan, was the first to suffer. He was hit by a few streams of blood chi and the shockwaves forced him to retreat. Everyone looked at Wu Yan, Mikoto, Kotori, Toka, and Astria in a confused manner. If they didn't see the people involved, they wouldn't know what's going on. They thought the other party was playing a prank on them. What's going on? Lei Wang clutched his aching chest as he stared at Wu Yan and company. His face was filled with shock. He could feel that as the 5 people's strange phenomena occurred, their auras were becoming stronger and stronger. Their auras were slowly rising until now. It had already surpassed the strength of an ordinary peak tier 8. The Thunder Emperor did not know what was going on with the strange phenomenon that was happening to Wu Yan and the others. However, it was not as if the Thunder Emperor had never seen the phenomenon of their auras gradually rising. In fact, he had even experienced it himself. This was a phenomenon that would only happen during a breakthrough. Breakthrough. The moment this thought appeared in the Thunder Sovereign's mind, he was stunned. Although the Thunder King wasn't very clear about the strength of the girls, he was still very confident. However, he had only inquired about Wu Yan's strength during the day. At that time, Wu Yan had told him that he was already at the peak of the 8th rank. Wouldn't the peak of the 8th stage be the 9th stage? The Thunder King's mouth slowly opened wide. Little fellow, is ascending to the 9th stage? 9th order? Hearing Lei Wang's words, the rest of the girls were stunned. Even Mikoto and the rest who didn't know how to react to the strange phenomenon on their bodies were stunned for a moment. Then they were overjoyed. That should be it. Shokuho Misaki pretended to be calm. However, the sparkle in her starry eyes revealed her current mood. The other girls also had joyous looks on their faces. Wu Yin, Mikoto, Kotori, Toka, and Astria were already at the peak of the 8th rank. Now that the Beast King was defeated by Wu Yin, the experience of a demigod allowed the 5 of them to take the crucial step into the 9th rank. Lei Wang was the only one who was stunned. He looked at the happy faces of the 5 in front of him and couldn't close his mouth for a long time. Right in front of his eyes. 5 Tier 9 powerhouses were about to be born. Lei Wang felt dizzy just thinking about it. When he first found out that Ikaros and Flandre-chan were already at the 9th rank, he couldn't accept it at first. It was only when he saw it with his own eyes that he had no choice but to accept it. But now, the 5 of them who were at the same level as him were ascending to the 9th rank right in front of his eyes. If it was just one of them, Lei Wang's reaction wouldn't be that bad. But the problem was, there were 5 of them ascending to the 9th rank right in front of him. At the same time. Who could see 5 people ascending to the 9th rank at the same time? And they were all still young kids? Even the 4 god-tier powerhouses of the Spalier world didn't have the luck to witness this. Lei Wang was in a state of confusion. The 5 of them were overjoyed. They closed their eyes and started adjusting the energy in their bodies. Mikoto slowly retracted the electricity flowing around her body. Kotori retracted the flames around her body. Astria and Toka did the same. Only Wu Yan was confused by the blood aura floating around him. This wasn't a power that came from his body. It came from his bloodline. How was he supposed to control it? When the 4 girls returned to normal, Wu Yan was still surrounded by blood aura. However, the girls didn't have the energy to pay attention to Wu Yan. Astria shrieked as soon as she returned to her normal state. Everyone's attention was on her. The girls turned their attention to Astria, who was screaming in fear. They were stunned by what they saw. The light gathered at Astria's chest. To be more precise, it gathered at Astria's heart. It gradually dimmed until it reached an undetectable level. Then it stopped dimming and stayed there for a long time. Light? The girls were dumbfounded. Light. Astria touched the faint light at her heart and her face turned into a panicked expression. She screamed and jumped towards Ikaros. Ikaros was the only one who could do this. She screamed and jumped towards Ikaros. Ikaros-senpai. Astria is going to die. That one sentence caused the girls who were still in a daze to fall to the ground. Astria, on the other hand, had tears streaming down her face. Ikaros-senpai. I'm about to die. I'm about to die. Ikaros wasn't able to keep up with Astria's rhythm. She used her pitiful indigo eyes to look at the ball of light above Astria's heart. A stream of data flashed across her eyes and she froze. This phenomenon. Ikaros placed her hand on Astria's chest and said in a daze, I experienced it before as well. Hearing this, the girls all seemed to have thought of something, and Shokuho Misaki suddenly understood. That's right. This phenomenon happened when Ikaros ascended to Tier 9 as well. Phenomenon? Kotori, Kurumi, and the others who were summoned later asked, but Shokuho Misaki didn't answer immediately. Instead, she said something thoughtfully. If I remember correctly, this phenomenon happened when Ikaros ascended to Tier 9. The Pandora system in her body started to awaken. That means? Chuju and Mikoto looked at Astria in shock. Astria, are you going to start your Pandora evolution as well? If I'm not mistaken, that should be the case. Astria blinked. Her panicked expression collapsed as she let out a sigh of relief. What? So she's not going to die? The girls sweated profusely. While the girls are still mesmerized by Astria's transformation, Wu Yen, who lost his bloody aura, looked a little out of sorts. Kurumi tilted her head when she noticed this. What's wrong? Atsusama. Wu Yen snapped out of his daze. He felt warmth in his heart when he saw the concerned looks on the girls' faces. He quickly shook his head. It's nothing, don't mind it. Wu Yan grinned as he immersed himself in his sea of consciousness. The system notification that rang in his mind just now, ding. User's level has met the awakening requirement of True Ancestor Bloodline. True Ancestor Bloodline ability has been automatically awakened. Please choose one of the three options below as a Bloodline ability. 1. Mist Transformation. 2. Blood Pact. 3. Vassal Beast Summon. Chapter 850. Behemoth Forest, the campsite. A night had passed. The apocalyptic sky had disappeared into the distant horizon like a dream. After the initial chaos, the campsite once again returned to its peaceful state. The guards who were patrolling around the campsite forced themselves to stay awake and began their mission for the day. However, no matter if it was their mind or body, they were all abnormally exhausted, causing the entire campsite to be filled with a dispirited atmosphere. They couldn't be blamed. The events that had happened in the camp these past 2 days had tormented these pitiful guards. Not to mention other things, just being woken up from their sleep twice in a row already made them physically and mentally exhausted. First, it was Wu Yan who was furious and woke up all the guards in the middle of the night. The matter of Andrew's death caused everyone to lose the sleep they had the night before. Last night, such a ridiculous phenomenon occurred, causing everyone to be in a state of panic. It was impossible for them to sleep. It had only been 2 days, but so many things had happened. Even though the guards in the campsite were all warriors and magicians, they were still somewhat overwhelmed. It was only natural for such a phenomenon to occur. At this moment, in a large tent in the center of the campsite, there should only be 1 or 2 high-ranking officials. However, at this moment, it was filled with a black mass of figures. All sorts of noises mixed together, buzzing incessantly, causing one to feel as if they were in a beehive, causing one to feel extremely irritated. Almost all of the high-ranking officials in the campsite were present, discussing animatedly. At the same time, all of them were looking at the main seat in the tent. Over there, a figure was seated on a high seat. That dignified face that had intimidated all the guards yesterday was currently in a state of absent-mindedness. For a long time, he did not speak. Although it had only been a day since the Thunder King had arrived at the campsite, the impact he had received was definitely greater than that of the other garrison members. That was only natural. Think about the council, formed by the 3 great empires and the 9 great clans. There were only 12 ninth-grade powerhouses. However, in the campsite, there was a small group that didn't belong to the council. There were 7 ninth-grade powerhouses, and the rest were all peak 8th-grade powerhouses. Although the overall strength of this small group couldn't compare to the entire council. That wasn't too far off. Regarding last night's collective advancement event, the Thunder Sovereign had yet to recover from his shock. Even when they followed Wu Yan and the others back to the camp, they were still in a muddle-headed state. How great was the impact on the Thunder Sovereign? The Thunder Emperor thought very highly of Wu Yan. He knew that there would come a day when this mysterious little fellow would stand at his level, or even surpass him and become a demigod. That wasn't impossible. However, the Thunder King hadn't expected this day to come so soon. Not to mention Wu Yan himself, even the girls around him were all extremely talented. They were not weaker than Wu Yan, and some of them were even more talented than Wu Yan. Now, the small group that he used to take care of as his juniors had become a force that he, or the entire Spalier world, couldn't ignore. It was only at this moment that the Thunder Sovereign felt that he had underestimated them in the past. Of course, the Thunder Sovereign was more surprised. He still couldn't let go of the fact that 5 kids who weren't even 25 years old had advanced to the 9th grade at the same time. The Thunder Sovereign didn't believe that it was a coincidence. Wu Yan and the others might have an alternative cultivation method that allowed them to have such terrifying potential and speed of advancement. Realizing this, even the Thunder Sovereign couldn't help but be tempted. If he could obtain such a cultivation method, the Lori family would become the pinnacle of the continent in just a matter of time. As for himself, it was very likely that he would obtain the opportunity to advance to the demigod level. Demigod? The Thunder Sovereign's heart began to heat up. His ancient eyes were filled with an unusual fanaticism. However, when he remembered that the one who had such a method was Wu Yan, he had no choice but to suppress the desire in his heart. He clenched his fists and exhaled deeply as if he had given up on his greed. Lei Wang might be tempted by this so-called cultivation method, but Wu Yan's close relationship with his granddaughter Lulu aside, Lei Wang's upright and plain-spoken personality wouldn't allow him to have any dirty thoughts towards a group of juniors he's on good terms with. What's more, Wu Yen is very likely to get together with his granddaughter. When the two of them get married, this little guy with limitless potential would be on his side. Also, with the attitude of the girls around him, it's unlikely that they would leave this little guy. When the time comes, what's the difference between this little group of people with terrifying potential and strength and joining his own family? The Thunder Sovereign's biggest headache was the fact that Princess Sylph was already engaged to Wu Yen. When Lulu married Wu Yen, wouldn't she have to be his concubine? How could that be, old patriarch? Thunder Emperor's thoughts had already started to drift away. As the second in command of the Lori family, Pelosi couldn't help but cough when he saw Thunder Emperor's state. This caused Thunder Emperor to wake up from his daze. The Thunder Sovereign hurriedly suppressed his fanciful thoughts and slowly swept his gaze across the room. All the noise in the room disappeared. The Thunder Sovereign nodded slightly and looked at the empty space in the center. There, a figure was kneeling there with a pale face. It was as if he had lost all hope. It was Marcus. Sigh. The Thunder Sovereign let out a long sigh. The excitement from his fanciful thoughts vanished when he saw Marcus. Only regret and sympathy remained in his heart. All the upper echelons present also looked at Marcus, and their expressions gradually changed. Some were resentful, some were indifferent, and some were taking pleasure in his misfortune. Pelosi looked at Marcus, whose face was ashen, and sighed softly. He then looked at the Thunder Monarch. Old Patriarch, how should we deal with Marcus? Do we even need to ask? One of the higher-ups said sternly. He colluded with the Beast King and harmed his comrades. He betrayed the entire Spalier world. He must atone for his sins with his death. Yes. Atone for his sins with his death. Everyone expressed their anger one after another, causing the scene to become noisy. However, these people did not notice that Marcus, who was kneeling in the middle, had a sinister expression on his face for a split second, but it quickly disappeared. The Beast King wiped his face and waved his hand. His voice was a little hoarse as he said, Marcus' actions have indeed betrayed all of humanity. However, it's still up to us to decide whether to execute him or not. The Thunder Sovereign glanced at Marcus. The sympathy in his eyes disappeared. All that was left was indifference. No matter what, he is the brother of the head of the Saito family. His father is also an elder of the council like me. I have already reported his punishment to the higher-ups. The final decision will be made by the council. Hearing this, the group of higher-ups had nothing more to say, and they all stopped talking. Just then Marcus suddenly looked up. Lord Thunder Sovereign, since you have heard my conversation with the Beast King, you should know that I was forced to do this, right? So what? The Thunder Monarch glanced at Marcus indifferently. In the end, you still betrayed the entire human race. That is an undeniable fact. In other words, Marcus smiled. It was a strange smile. Am I going to die this time? The Thunder King frowned. He had a vague feeling that something was amiss with Marcus, but he still said, this is not something I can decide. The true judgment will be carried out by the entire council. Haha. Marcus laughed softly. Soon after, his laughter grew louder and louder. In the end, it turned into a loud laughter. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Marcus' laughter, everyone present felt an inexplicable palpitation. Even the Thunder King felt an inexplicable sense of irritation. Frowning, he waved his hand. Take him down. 2 8th-rank guards immediately came in from outside the tent and suppressed Marcus. Marcus lowered his head. His lips curled into a twisted smile. Chapter 851. Spalier World Academy. It has been a week since Wu Yen and the others graduated from the academy. This week, the academy returned to the peaceful life Wu Yen and co had before they entered the academy. Cultivating, earning credits, dueling, living a life of 3 points and 1 line between their residences, the arena tower, the merchant district, and other resource areas. It's a very regular routine. Actually, many students weren't used to such a routine. It wasn't that they liked excitement, but rather, in the past few months, they had gotten used to news that would pop up from time to time. For example, some unknown person had suddenly defeated a ranked expert, or the 12 top powers of the academy had been challenged, or the ranked number 1 had been kicked off the stage, and so on and so forth. It was a big news that would shock anyone who heard it. However, after Wu Yen and company left the academy, all of these major events calmed down and returned to normal. It's only been a week and some of the students are already sighing and complaining about the lack of passion in Silveria World Institute. The higher-ups of the institute don't know whether to laugh or cry. They're cursing the bastard who caused this to happen, but they've forgotten that some of the girls around him are even more perverted than he is. No one knows how long this situation will last, but in short, the academy was as peaceful as ever. In the central area, on the top floor of a towering iron tower, which was also the arena tower, the 12 elders of the council had once again gathered together. They had rushed here from all over the world and started the second big meeting since the birth of the Beast King. The 12 decision-makers of the Spalier world came here personally for a meeting. That was something that would only happen when an event that affected the entire Silveria world happened. Although the decision-makers of the council were different every time, this year, other than the time when the Beast King was born, there wasn't a single meeting of this sort that was held. In the history of the Spalier world, some of the elders of the academy didn't even hold a meeting like this. After all, if something big enough to affect the entire Spalier world happened every year, the world would be a little too dangerous. 2 meetings in one session, but the number of such meetings in the history of the Spalier world didn't exceed 5. The 12 elders of the academy could feel it. The Spalier world is becoming more and more restless. It was as if the peace had already begun, and there was even a premonition that a storm was coming. The elders looked at each other and saw the same emotion in each other's eyes. They smiled bitterly. "Old Lei, you explain." Kite sighed and said to the Thunder Sovereign. Lei Wang nodded and took a step forward. He raised his voice and said with a serious face, "In this meeting, there are 2 things that I would like to explain to everyone." Hearing the Thunder King's words, the elders present perked up slightly. However, if one were to take a closer look, they would discover that among these elders, there was one who was somewhat reluctant. "Firstly, I believe all of you should have already received some information, right?" The Thunder King swept his gaze across the crowd. "Is it about the discovery of the Beast King?" The Emperor of the Baruba Empire looked at Lei Wang. The Thunder King nodded. Then, the faces of the 12 elders all darkened. "I was the one who discovered Lei Wang's tracks personally." Lei Wang ignored the sudden change in expression and said expressionlessly, "I have good news and bad news to share with everyone here." Everyone held their breaths, allowing the Thunder Emperor's calm voice to resound clearly. "Let me share the bad news first." Lei Wang shook his head and sighed. The Beast King had a battle with Lord Purple and was severely injured. Moreover, he was severely injured. Everyone already knows about this, right? The bad news I want to tell you is that when I saw the Beast King, his injuries had already healed. What? Everyone's faces changed. Carter spoke up. "But Old Lei, didn't you say that the Beast King's injuries would take at least a year to heal?" "That's right," the Emperor of the Fea Empire said. "That was something that Lord Purple personally promised." "That's right." Lei Wang smiled bitterly. "This is the worst news of all. The Beast King seems to be able to quickly recover from his injuries by devouring human cultivators." Devouring human cultivators. The expressions of the Tier 9 powerhouses changed. "Based on what you said, Old Lei." Carter closed his eyes and said slowly, "Do we have to declare war on the entire behemoth forest? This is the good news I'm about to share." Everyone was stunned. Seeing this, the corners of the Thunder King's mouth curled up slightly. Although the Beast King's injuries were healed, he was severely injured again. Severely injured again? Everyone's expressions turned strange and then joyful as they asked in unison. "What happened? Hurry up and explain." "Actually, I'm not too sure myself." Lei Wang scratched his face awkwardly. "At that time, I discovered the Beast King with that little fellow. That little fellow immediately persuaded me to leave. By the time I rushed over with reinforcements, that little fellow said that the Beast King was once again heavily injured and had escaped." "Little fellow." Carter narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. "Is it Wu Yan?" Lei Wang nodded, causing Carter to laugh. "That little fellow is really involved in every major event." "Wait, I have a question." Fei Air Emperor waved his hand and looked at Lei Wang. "You said that you and that little fellow Wu Yan discovered the Beast King's tracks and he persuaded you to leave, right?" "Yes." Lei Wang paused for a moment before replying. "Isn't that strange?" The Baluba Emperor also spoke up, his eyebrows furrowed. "According to the reports, Wu Yan is a peak Tier 8, right? Not only did a peak of the 8th-step dare to face a demigod Beast King alone, but he even persuaded you, a 9th-step powerhouse, to leave. Isn't this a little too illogical?" The other Grand Elders all nodded and began to whisper amongst themselves. Kite did the same. "It does seem illogical." Carter rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Does that little fellow have a trump card that can deal with a demigod?" How is that possible? Carter's words caused many Tier 9 experts to laugh out loud. If there was something in this world that could allow a peak Tier 8 to defeat a demigod, then demigod would not be the pinnacle of this world. Unless the legendary mythical armament reappeared in Silveria, even Carter himself couldn't believe it, let alone the other elders. Do you think? At some point, one of the elders spoke up. Is it possible that Wu Yen fella is in cahoots with the Beast King to put on a show to kill the forces of Silveria? The moment this was said, the air in the arena tower seemed to freeze. You mean to say that the one who colluded with the Beast King is Wu Yen and that Marcus and Andrew were set up? The Thunder Sovereign stared at the elder with an emotionless gaze. However, those familiar with the Thunder Sovereign knew that this was a sign of the Thunder Sovereign's extreme anger. I was just making a guess. The elder did not want to anger the Thunder Emperor and hurriedly explained, I'm not saying that this is the truth. The Thunder Emperor stared at him for a moment before turning to look at Carter. Your Majesty, although I do not have any evidence to prove that Wu Yen has nothing to do with the Beast King, I can guarantee with my life that he would never do such a thing. The Thunder Emperor's resolute words caused many Tier 9 experts to be surprised. Although they knew that the Thunder Emperor was on good terms with Wu Yen, they did not expect it to be to this extent. Even Carter was stunned by the Thunder Emperor's attitude. However, he also did not believe that Wu Yen would collude with the Beast King. Otherwise, his daughter who looked cold on the outside but was very sensitive on the inside would not fall for such a person. Chapter 852. I also think that Wu Yen wouldn't collude with the Beast King. Kite played along with the Thunder King's words, indicating which side he was on. Sylph, Fei, and the others were also part of the expedition to the Behemoth Forest. According to them, the Beast King wanted to kill Wu Yen and the girls around him. Based on Wu Yan's personality, it's unlikely that he would help the Beast King. After saying that, Kite looked around at everyone. Also, don't forget that the one who defeated the Beast King was the demigod behind him. With Lady Violet as his backing, why would he collude with the Beast King who is weaker than Lady Violet? That's right. That's true. Everyone looked at each other, seemingly agreeing with Carter's words. Only the Baruba Emperor was still frowning. But this still doesn't make sense. The Baruba Emperor crossed his arms and glanced at Lei Wang. Lei Wang said that Wu Yen told him that the Beast King was heavily injured again. At that time he was the only one facing the Beast King, right? Could it be that he really injured the Beast King? The Baruba Emperor had a slight smile on his face. No one answered the Baruba Emperor's question immediately. However, from the looks of disdain on their faces, it was obvious that they thought that Wu Yen was the one who injured the Beast King. Carter, who was standing with the Baruba Emperor and Fea Emperor in front of all the Tier 9 powerhouses, felt helpless. He sighed and said, Sylph said that when they fought the Beast King in the Behemoth Forest, they couldn't injure him even if they worked together. In the end, it was Lady Violet who stepped in and injured the Beast King. Lady Violet wasn't originally in the Behemoth Forest. However, at the critical moment, Wu Yen used some sort of summoning magic to summon Lady Violet to their side. Carter's eyes lit up. I think so. That little fellow must have used that summoning magic again to summon Lord Z over. That was why the Beast King was injured again, wasn't it? This statement received the unanimous approval of the senior elders, including the Thunder King. That should be the case. Lei Wang pursed his lips. There was a hint of envy in his eyes. It was the same for the rest of the Board of Elders. There was a hint of jealousy on their faces as well. To have a demigod realm expert at his beck and call to support him, what a great honor this was. One must know. Even if the Ailu, Baruba, and Fea empires each had a semi-god guardian deity behind them, they would only appear when the royal family or Silveria was facing a true calamity to help them survive. Normally, those semi-god guardians deities would hide behind the scenes. Don't even mention ordering them around, they wouldn't even respond if you called out to them. Yet, Wu Yen has a demigod who can call. That's a good thing. In the end, all the good things were taken away by Wu Yen. Not only does he have a demigod to support him, he also has a group of girls with heaven-defying combat power and potential. It's as if he has all the good things in the world. The three emperors couldn't help but feel jealous. Not to mention the Tier 9 powerhouses from the families without a demigod. A white-haired elder sneered. I agree with the previous speculation. Maybe the reason for all the trouble in the Spalier world is because of this brat. Hearing this, Kites and the Thunder Emperor's faces sank. Lei Wang sneered. I know your Ladine family suffered a loss in his hands. Andrew deserved it. Using public office to avenge a private grudge. That's all you can do. What did you say? The elder's expression froze. Anger flashed across his face. Is that not the case? Lei Wang curled his lips. Don't forget Andrew is in cahoots with Marcus. They colluded with the Beast King to harm the entire Spalier world. You. The elder's face turned red. At this time, another elder with a gloomy expression lifted his head. He asked in a hoarse voice, Old Fogey Lei, the second thing you want to talk about should have something to do with Marcus, right? The sound of the scene fell silent in an instant, and even the atmosphere became heavy. Seeing the old man's dispirited expression, the rest of the Type 9 powerhouses, including Kite and the Thunder Emperor, could not help but turn their heads away, their hearts filled with pity. Marcus and Andrew were the second in command of the Saito clan and Ladine clan respectively. However, with Andrew's death, while the Type 9 powerhouses of the Ladine clan were infuriated, they were not too sad. After all, while Andrew was a member of the Ladine clan, he did not have the bloodline of the Ladine clan and could be considered half an outsider. However, Marcus was different. Not only was he a direct descendant of the Saito family, he was also the son of the gloomy elder. His own son betrayed the human race and was about to be executed. No one would feel worse than him. Lei Wang felt bad, but he still spoke up. That's right. How should we deal with Marcus for colluding with the Beast King to harm the people of the camp? The gloomy old man clenched his fist and took a deep breath of cold air, as if he was trying to suppress his emotions. He said, As far as I know, Marcus betrayed us because the Beast King planted a foreign object in his body that could threaten his life. He had no choice, but he shouldn't have died, right? What a joke. The Balba Emperor roared. No matter how much he had no choice, he still committed a crime that would endanger the entire Spalier world. The gloomy elder clenched his fists and turned his head away. No one could see his expression, but his back seemed to have aged considerably. Suddenly, the Thunder Sovereign's expression changed, turning incomparably ugly. Old Lei. Carter frowned when he saw this. What happened? The Thunder Lord clenched his teeth and said hatefully, The magic cage I used to imprison Marcus has just been broken. I'm afraid Marcus has already escaped. What? The gloomy elder stood up and jumped in front of Lei Wang. He grabbed him by the collar. Old Lei, are you telling the truth? Lei Wang looked at the gloomy elder calmly. He didn't say anything, but the elder already knew the answer. Letting go of the Thunderlord's collar, the gloomy old man's mouth trembled. He shook his head with a bitter smile and let out a long sigh. Then he turned around. His originally tall and straight back had bent down quite a bit, as if he was an old man on his deathbed. An aura of someone past his prime enveloped his body, causing many people present to sigh. Although Marcus's crime was unforgivable, but at the very least he was forced. Even if he was sentenced, he might not necessarily be sentenced to death. In view of this, and with the gloomy old man's words, it was still possible to keep him alive. But now, Marcus had absconded for fear of punishment. There was no longer any possibility of survival. After taking a look at the gloomy old man, Carter turned around and announced, From now on, Marcus will be listed as a felon. All families can dispatch teams to capture Marcus. Once his whereabouts are discovered, they are allowed to kill him on the spot. Yes. The rank 9 powerhouses of the families responded. The emperors of the Baruba and Fea empires also nodded. Only the gloomy elder didn't say anything. But no one would blame him. Also, the mission to find the Beast King is still to be carried out. Like before, report immediately if you discover his whereabouts. Carter looked at everyone and said, Apart from that, don't forget to pay attention to the disappearance of large numbers of practitioners in your respective territories. The Beast Kings are able to quickly recover from their injuries by devouring human practitioners. Paying more attention to this information will help us find the whereabouts of the Beast Kings. After all, we won't be so lucky as to encounter another Beast King who has just recovered from his injuries. Everyone looked at each other and nodded their heads with heavy expressions on their faces. Chapter 853. Behemoth Forest Base. Inside the tent, Wu Yan and the girls were gathered in a circle. They stared at Astria, who was sitting in the middle of the circle with a serious expression on their faces. The atmosphere in the tent fell into a long period of silence. Only Astria's restless eyes kept darting around. Even her body tensed up. It's obvious she's nervous. Looking at how nervous Astria is, Wu Yen felt bad for her, so he decided to break the ice. Everyone, have you thought of a solution? Wu Yan's words broke the silence. Astria also looked at Wu Yen with eyes full of gratitude, as if she was freed from the immense pressure she was under. Shokuho Misaki looked at the two of them and shook her head. Even Astria doesn't know what to do. How are we supposed to know what to do? Hearing Shokuho Misaki's words, the girls nodded helplessly. Kotoriba smacked her lips and looked at Ikaros. Hey, didn't you already experience it once? Don't tell me you don't know how to make Astria evolve? That's right. Make Astria evolve. Pandora system. It's the evolution system installed in Ikaros and Astria. It was a system designed by Daedalus, the creator of the 3 first-generation angels, to prevent them from being emotionally restrained. It was an existence that allowed the angels to evolve when their emotions were at their peak. Last time, during the Beast King incident, Ikaros ascended to Tier 9. Her body grew to a level beyond what Daedalus set when he first designed her. This caused the Pandora system within her to show signs of awakening. When she faced the Beast King, she activated Pandora and successfully completed her evolution. Now Astria has finally reached the 9th rank. The Pandora system in her body was upgraded to a level beyond what it was originally designed to be. Similar to Ikaros, the Pandora system showed signs of awakening. Astria's heart kept glowing. Now Wu Yen and the other girls are gathered here. They are here to figure out how to fully activate the Pandora system in Astria's body. They are here to help Astria evolve. Everyone knows. Once Astria evolves, not only will she gain a new combat form, but she will also gain a new combat form. Her strength and equipment will also receive a huge boost. Everyone clearly remembered that after Ikaros successfully evolved, there was a period of time when she overpowered the Beast King. Teaming up with Flandre-chan, they dealt the Beast King a blow for the first time, and it was also the only time they dealt any damage to him. Now that Astria has the same opportunity, he can't just ignore it. Ikaros' eyes glowed. It's unclear if she was analyzing the situation or her emotions were fluctuating. The Pandora system is designed to be used on angeloids so they won't be affected by emotions. Currently, the close-range combat angeloid Delta, Astria's Pandora system, is running. Based on the information in the database, we determined that the condition for Pandora's evolution is a strong emotional fluctuation. A strong emotional fluctuation. Everyone muttered to themselves. Chuju walked up to Astria and circled her. How can we trigger a strong emotional fluctuation in Astria's emotional fluctuation? Everyone looked at each other and fell into a short silence once again. The reason Ikaros evolved last time was probably because Yenchan was killed by the Beast King, right? Shokuho Misaki blinked and a strange smile appeared on her face. She turned to Wu Yen and said, "Well then, Yenchan, how about you die again?" Cough, 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 cough. Wu Yen, who was deep in thought, was shocked by Shokuho Misaki's words. He started coughing violently and complained loudly. "Even if I'm a vampire, I'm not afraid of death, you bastard." "Well, it doesn't matter." Shokuho Misaki covered her mouth and giggled. "You said you're a vampire, dying once won't make a difference." Wu Yen rolled his eyes at Shokuho Misaki. "Then why don't you die again?" Shokuho Misaki put on a pitiful expression and said with teary eyes, "Yenchan, can you bear to do that?" "Yenchan." Wu Yan's mouth twitched. "I might not have the heart to do that before, but now, I really want to sell you off." "Is that so?" Shokuho Misaki tilted her head and smiled brightly. "Then remember to sell me for a good price. I will get angry if I get too cheap." Wu Yen sweated. Strong emotions. Kotori looked down at Astria. "But it doesn't have to be under those circumstances, right?" "Yes." Ikaros evolved because Oni-chan died once. She evolved out of anger towards the Beast King. If anger can do it, then other emotions should be able to help Astria evolve as well. Kotori pointed at the pearl in her hand. Joy, fear, sadness, these are all strong emotions. "I'm so happy." Toka, who was the closest to Astria, pounded her palms and shouted happily. "Then how about we let Astria eat something delicious? She will be happy." Astria's eyes lit up and she nodded her head furiously. She almost wrote on the paper that she was going to use this method. "If it's fear." Mikoto pondered for a moment and raised her head. Her bangs flashed with a flash of electricity, and her hands started to fluctuate with a strong blue-white electric current. "Will it work if I use an electric shock?" Astria's smile froze on her face. Her head that was nodding furiously shook like a rattle drum. "If electric shock is effective, then burning it should be effective too." Kotori narrowed her red eyes maliciously. I am more than happy to help. A small bead of sweat slid down Astria's cheek. Era. Kurumi seemed to find it very interesting and revealed a devilish smile. That sounds fun. Astria started sweating profusely. Her expression was no longer calm. Can I help Astria-san by having fun? Flandre-chan looked like she just heard the best news in the world. She ran over to Astria and jumped up and down. Her red eyes glowed with blood-red light. Come play with Flandre-chan. Astria-san. Wu Yin and Ko started sweating when they heard this. Playing with Flandre-chan is a good idea for the current situation. If they aren't careful, they might break her. That would cause a lot of emotional turmoil. Yuwa. Astria couldn't hold it in anymore. She jumped up from the ground and cried. Everyone is bullying me. Astria-chan, we're all trying to help you. Shokuho Misaki smirked. She looked like a sly person. That's why you have to listen to us. I don't want to. Astria shook her head without hesitation. However, the previous discussion had awakened some kind of terrifying nature in the girls. Each of them had a bone-chilling smile on their faces as they approached Astria. Astria-chan. Mikoto raised a ball of lightning with an excited expression on her face. Don't worry, it won't hurt. Hee. Flandre-chan jumped up from the ground and licked her lips. Come play. Come play with me. Astria backed off in fear until she reached the wall. She stopped when she had nowhere else to run. The girls pounced on her with sinister grins on their faces. No, in the sky above the campsite, an extremely tragic scream began to slowly fluctuate. The sound was extremely mournful, causing one to be unable to bear to listen to it. Chapter 854. Sob. Astria knelt on the ground with her head lowered. She looked like she had been played to the point of insanity. She kept sobbing. Sob. All of you are bullying me. Sob. Inside the tent, the murmuring and sobbing had been going on for a full 15 minutes, causing the group of young girls to feel awkward. Mikoto scratched her cheeks and said with a blushing face. I think we went a little overboard. The girls lowered their heads in embarrassment as well. They were embarrassed by their own actions. Of course, there were also some who wanted to push the blame onto Astria. It's all your fault, Misaki-san. While Mikoto was still in shock, Shokuho Misaki continued, Look, he made Astria-chan cry. Don't make it sound like I'm the only one to blame. Mikoto jumped up in anger and shouted, Aren't you very excited as well? But Misaki-san, if I remember correctly, you were the one who had the most fun just now. Shokuho Misaki pouted and sighed in exasperation at Seiji's failure to live up to her expectations. As expected of the Misaki-san who feels uncomfortable when she doesn't have any exercise. You bastard, stop talking to yourself. Mikoto understood what Shokuho Misaki meant by the word, exercise. She couldn't help but blush as she tried to refute. However, the expression on his face as if his thoughts had been exposed, made one unable to ridicule him. She pointed at a direction and said angrily. What do you mean I had the most fun? Flan was the one who had the most fun. Shokuho Misaki subconsciously looked towards Flandre-chan's direction. Flandre-chan's bloodthirsty and sweet smile made her blush for a moment, but she quickly recovered and put on her usual smile. Misaki-san, you are in the wrong. Shokuho Misaki looked like she was lecturing a child. Flandre-chan is just a child, how can you compare yourself to her? Or should I say? She looked down at a certain part of Mikoto's body. You can only compare yourself to a child? What are you looking at? Mikoto took a few steps back. She crossed her arms in front of her chest. Her face turned red and she glared at Shokuho Misaki. Only you would pay attention to that part of your body. You are an evil woman. Era, if you put it that way? Shokuho Misaki covered her mouth and smiled slyly. Misaki-san, you don't mind at all? Of course, I don't mind, this kind of thing. Mikoto's hands tightened. Mikoto stuttered. She forced a fake smile on her face. With one look, one could tell that this girl was being arrogant. Ah, is that so? Shokuho Misaki pursed her lips and pretended to be nonchalant as she shook a certain part of her body. Instantly, her breasts started to sway and it attracted the attention of a certain group of people. Mikoto and Hinajiku were one of them. Their gazes were filled with envy and jealousy. I have been paying attention to their diet every day, taking in the necessary nutrients and taking good care of them. Shokuho Misaki said in a casual tone that caused the girls to stiffen up. After all, a certain someone likes them a lot. When they heard that, all the girls looked in the same direction. In the corner, Wu Yen was sitting calmly on a chair. He looked like he had nothing to do with this. He was leisurely sipping on a cup of black tea. It was as if this had nothing to do with him. Not just Mikoto, even Hinajiku, Shokuho Misaki, and Kotori couldn't help but feel angry. Umph. Kotori snorted and turned her head away. Sit by the side and watch the members of your own backyard fight with each other? What a disgusting hobby. Chuju walked up to Wu Yen and snatched the cup from his hand. She glared at him with a scary expression. Of course, Wu Yen thought she was just trying to act cute. I say. Chuju put her hands on her hips and frowned. We're all busy dealing with Astria's matter. Why are you sitting here leisurely drinking your tea? Wu Yen blanked out for a bit when the cup in his hand was taken away. Only when he heard Hinajiku's voice did he raise his head and asked her with a blank face. Are you guys done playing? Done. You're the one who's finished. Mikoto scratched her head in a frenzy. Have you been drinking tea since the beginning? Haven't you been paying attention to the situation here? What can I do? Wu Yen pursed his lips. He glanced at Astria, who was still sobbing. His lips twitched. Who told you guys to have so much fun when we're dealing with serious matters? We're not having fun. The girls spoke up in unison. We're trying our best to help you. Yes, I am helping. Wu Yen rolled his eyes and he propped his head up with his elbows on the table. He pursed his lips at Astria. So, this is the result of all your hard work? The girls froze. They stole a glance at Astria and lowered their heads awkwardly. Ahaha. Wu Yen laughed dryly. So you guys went overboard when you were halfway through? The girls blushed, making them look even cuter. Their originally delicate faces were now exuding a different kind of charm. With more than a dozen of them standing side by side in such a state, a certain wolf's eyes were fixed on them. Of course, he was merciless with his mouth. I don't think you guys came up with a real solution. Aya, you're so annoying. Mikoto glared at Wu Yen impatiently. If you have a solution, why don't you give it a try? Wu Yen looked at Mikoto with an expression that says, are you kidding me? Mikoto almost jumped up in rage, but what he said made the girls jump up in rage. If I have a solution, why would I need a wife? Oh. A dangerous glint flashed across Shokuho Misaki's eyes. She chuckled, but there was no humor in her laughter. Little Yen, are you saying that you need a wife to help you solve your problems? The girls sneered. An unknown black aura was released from their bodies. If he doesn't explain himself properly, he won't be able to see tomorrow's sunrise. Gulp. Subconsciously gulping, Wu Yen awkwardly shifted his butt, but when he remembered that he wasn't the one in the wrong this time, he puffed up his chest. What do you mean by a good wife? Wu Yen reprimanded. Look at you girls, you don't look like a good wife at all. Shokuho Misaki and the other girls looked better when they heard the words good wife. Hinajiku, Mikoto, and the other prideful girls blushed. They couldn't refute Wu Yan's words, so they could only smile awkwardly. Wu Yan didn't know what to say. Walking in front of Astria, he patted her little head. His wine-red eyes flashed with a glint before he smiled meaningfully. I think the reason why Astria can't activate Pandora is because of her own body. The girls flinched, even Astria stopped sobbing and looked at Wu Yan. What do you mean? Wu Yan looked at the girls and he clicked his tongue. He continued with a mysterious look. You girls will have to figure it out on your own. What are you talking about? The girls were dissatisfied. Before they could say anything, Wu Yan stood up and faced the girls. All right. I will announce it now. Wu Yan puffed up his chest with a sinister smile. You have until tomorrow to figure out the real condition for Astria's evolution. Otherwise, I will punish you according to the house rules. House rules. The girls were stunned. When they realized what Wu Yan meant by house rules, their faces turned red. Only Kotori, Toka, Flandra-chan, and Yoshino, who haven't been devoured by Wu Yan, were confused. Looking at Wu Yan's evil grin, the girls felt even more pressure. They decided that they must come up with a solution before tomorrow. Otherwise, they might have to spend the whole day resting in bed. Chapter 855. At the southeastern end of the camp, there is a mountain range that is neither big nor small. There were many natural caves in the mountain range, surrounded by rocks, so it was impossible to set up tents here and provide a resting place for the garrison in the camp. In the past, the caves in the mountain range were only used to store some resources and act as a small base for warehouses. However, a few days ago the nature of one of the caves here changed. From a warehouse of supplies and provisions, it had turned into a prison. The person imprisoned in the cage was none other than Marcus, who was awaiting the council's verdict. While the girls are racking their brains trying to figure out a way to activate the Pandora system for Astria, Wu Yan is happily watching from the sidelines. Something big is happening here. Illusory waves of light rippled faintly at the entrance of the cage cave. Strange sounds rang out from the waves of light, sounding like a bubble that would burst upon contact. However, those who were in the know knew that this was a magic spell personally cast by the Thunder King. As long as the person inside isn't above Tier 8, they won't be able to break it. Moreover, there were 2 8th-tier guards guarding the magic cage. Trying to escape from here wouldn't be that easy. Inside the cage cave, there were 2 dim magic lamps that provided a weak light. After illuminating the interior for 3 breaths of time, 2 8th-order guards stood at the entrance of the cave as if they were standing guard. Their gazes frequently glanced towards the inner walls of the cave, their eyes filled with contempt and disgust. Look. That's the former second-in-command of the Saito family, one of the people in charge of the camp. Yeah, that's a big name. He's a peak Tier 8, he can deal with normal Tier 8 guards like us in a matter of minutes. I'm so scared. Too bad. He is now a traitor of humanity, he colluded with the Beast King and is now a prisoner. Ha. Marcus, who was sitting in front of the cave wall, didn't respond to the undisguised mockery. He didn't even raise his head. He looked like he was about to be sent to his death. The disheartened criminal made the 2 Tier 8 guards laugh even louder. The heavy iron shackles dragged on the ground, producing a series of ear-piercing clanging sounds. Marcus' face, which was covered by shadows, didn't have the slightest trace of death. Instead, it gave off a chilling aura. Marcus had been locked up for almost 3 days since he entered this place, but these 3 days felt like a century to Marcus. Sensing the taunting and thought-provoking gazes from the 2 guards, his expression became even more indifferent. His heart, however, was filled with hatred. He wished he could immediately kill them, destroy their corpses, and leave this damned place. Unfortunately, his huge ice attribute aura was sealed by the 50 kilograms of shackles on his hands and feet. This kind of torture tool that could seal aura and magic power wasn't something that Marcus could break at will, unless he relied on his own physical ability. But Marcus wasn't a magical beast. How could he have such a powerful physical ability to break free from the heavy shackles? In his current state, the 2 Tier 8 guards can easily press him to the ground with a finger and kill him on the spot. In addition to the layer of magic cage, let alone a peak of the 8th tier, even 10 peak of the 8th tier wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, no matter how angry and hateful he was, Marcus could only endure it and not flare up. Otherwise, these 2 guards who usually didn't like him wouldn't hesitate to teach him a lesson when he was down in the mountains. Lowering his body, Marcus hid his figure and expression in a dark corner of the cave as much as possible. Only a soft murmur that no one could clearly hear reverberated in the cave. It's about time. The heads of these figures turned and shook a few times as if they were looking at each other, then nodded to each other. Hiding behind the trees like this, their breathing was so light that it was almost non-existent. Even if a Tier 8 powerhouse passed by here, they wouldn't be able to find any trace of these people. They maintained this posture and didn't move at all, like corpses. Until the night was at its darkest, when the bright moon in the sky was covered by dark clouds, they finally moved. Like torpedoes shot out from the water, they leaped out with a whoosh, and arrived in front of the cage cave in an instant. 2 of the figures at the front gathered their do-chi and used their battle skills to heavily smash the magic cage that enveloped the entrance of the cave. Looking at the level of their do-chi and the power of their battle skills, these 2 were at least 8th-order intermediate powerhouses. Bang! With a muffled sound, the magic cage shook violently. Without any suspense, it was broken and several figures flew into the cave at the same time. Oh. By the time the 2 Tier 8 guards realized what was happening, several figures had already arrived in front of them. Combat skills that contained the sound of breaking air landed on the 2 guards who were caught off guard. Bang! Bang! With 2 muffled sounds, the 2 guards screamed as they fell backwards. Before they could even react, their necks were grabbed by 2 pale white hands. Crack! Crack! A teeth-numbing kacha sound rang out in the next second. 2 Tier 8 guards were killed by a sneak attack just like that. They could no longer make any sound. Whoosh! Whoosh! With the sound of flying, a black figure flashed in front of Marcus. A total of 4 people lined up in front of Marcus. Boss! Low and powerful voices sounded from the 4 figures. Judging from the aura emitted from their bodies, they were all powerhouses of the Eighth Order, and all of them were at the high level of the Eighth Order. When the four of them appeared, Marcus' expression improved a lot. He nodded silently. Seeing this, one of them stepped forward and unlocked the shackles on Marcus. Marcus is the second in command of the Saito family. Over the years, he has secretly trained a few loyal subordinates. He didn't use them much, but he didn't expect them to come in handy at this time. Is everything ready? Marcus moved his hands and said with a cold face. The person who unlocked the shackles nodded. We've already arranged our escape route. Some obstacles have also been cleared. Very good. Marcus said faintly. He then walked towards the cave entrance. The four loyal subordinates quickly followed. The moment he walked out of the Cage Mountain cave, the sealed Do-Chi seemed to emerge in hindsight. Billowing icy blue streams of air drifted from Marcus' limbs, causing the temperature in the air to drop to the extreme. Marcus looked at his hands and looked at the night sky above the camp. He clenched his fists so hard that his bones made a grinding sound. I have been holding back for a long time. When he said this, Marcus' tone was low, but it revealed a shocking amount of resentment and hatred. His body burned with a terrifying aura. Behind him, the four loyal subordinates lowered their heads, not daring to look at him directly. They had been with Marcus for a long time, but they had never seen such a leader. They were familiar with Marcus's temper, and they knew that if they provoked him at this time, only death would await them. After a few seconds, Marcus raised his head again. The corner of his mouth curled up and he laughed like a devil. His eyes were filled with malevolence. Marcus looked at a certain area in the camp. His eyes were filled with killing intent. It was the area where Wu Yan's tent was. Wu Yan. Wu Yan. Marcus growled resentfully. Just you wait, I will not let this go. Under the dim light of the night, Marcus and the other four disappeared from their original spot and rushed towards the outside of the camp, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 856. Behemoth Forest. Rows and rows of trees are scattered across the uneven terrain. Part of the weak moonlight managed to pass through the thick layer of leaves and illuminate the area. Sounds of birds, beasts, and insects can be heard all around. Rustling sounds of wind and sand can be heard continuously. If you remove the magical beast here, then the Behemoth Forest is a very good environment. It is very peaceful. However, this tranquility is quickly broken by a series of rhythmic footsteps. As the footsteps grew louder and louder, under the faint moonlight, a few figures were slowly revealed. Their appearances also became clearer and clearer. Among them, one person was walking at the very front. It was very obvious that he was the leader. The remaining four people were guarding around him like guards. Their faces were filled with vigilance and vigilance. It is Marcus and his four loyalists who escaped from the camp. If you look carefully, you can see that there are people lying on the waists or shoulders of the loyalists behind Marcus. Rubbing against the withered leaves on the ground, the five people slowly walked in a certain direction. To be more precise, Marcus was rushing in a certain direction, while the four loyalists followed closely behind him. Seeing their leader walking without looking back and changing directions from time to time, the four loyalists looked at each other, lowered their heads, and continued to be vigilant. From Marcus's actions, the four loyalists could tell that he wasn't wandering around aimlessly. Rather, he was walking in a regular pattern, or rather, he was looking for something. Although they were puzzled by Marcus's frequent changes in direction, as loyalists, they wouldn't ask their master about his plans. Marcus also did not talk to the loyalists. It is as if they do not exist. He only has a gloomy face. As he walked, he observed his surroundings. From time to time, he would close his eyes as if he is recalling something. Every time this happens, Marcus will change direction and even go back. It is very puzzling. Don't know if it is because of good luck or if the five of them use some kind of method, but the group has been walking for about 3 hours. They are lucky to not encounter a single magical beast. Otherwise, in the depths of the Behemoth Forest, any magical beast that comes out of the forest could cause them a lot of trouble. With the passage of time, the surrounding trees became denser and denser, and the road became more difficult to walk on. Even the undulations of the terrain began to increase, but the five of them didn't feel the slightest bit of disgust as they walked quietly. It wasn't until they reached a certain area that Marcus, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He raised his head and looked. What appeared in front of them was a high cliff. It was very steep, but the surface was very smooth. It was about 100 meters high, which was relatively high. Marcus and the others were standing on a thick layer of withered leaves, and they could even see centipedes and unknown insects crawling inside. It is obvious that this place has not been visited for at least a few years. Facing this high cliff, Marcus didn't continue walking. Instead, he calmly looked at it, his expression uncertain, as if he was struggling with something. Behind him, the loyalists are waiting for their master to make a move. It was not until almost 10 minutes later that Marcus finally made a move. Up. Simple. It is a simple sentence. If it was someone else, they might be surprised or hesitate for a while. After all, the cliff is too steep and the surface is very smooth. Even if a powerhouse of the 8th rank wants to go up, it would be very difficult without some support magic. Marcus loyalists are all warriors and they are carrying people. It is even more difficult. So much so that even loyal as they were, they couldn't help but be startled for a moment when Marcus spoke. But in the next instant, they disappeared and followed behind Marcus to climb up the cliff. Do Chi covered the surface of their bodies and was controlled into a needle shape by them. Once they were placed on top of the high cliff, a couple of holes would appear on the precipitous wall of the high cliff to provide them with a foothold. The 5 of them were able to smoothly move toward the top of the high cliff. However, the further they went, the slower their speed became. After all, using Do Chi in such a manner consumed quite a lot of Do Chi. When the 5 of them arrived at the top of the cliff, even Marcus's forehead was covered in a layer of sweat. His breathing was slightly chaotic, and his fighting aura had been greatly consumed. It was not easy for him to reach the top of the cliff, but Marcus still raised his foot and walked to the front. At this time, the 4 loyalists behind Marcus also saw the situation at the top of the cliff. There are cliffs to the left and right, there is no way to go. Behind them is a steep wall, which is the only way out. But in front of them is a tall rock wall, blocking the way forward. Here, there is only a platform in the center. But upon seeing the platform, Marcus, who had been wearing an ice-cold expression, revealed a look of joy for the first time. He quickly strode to the platform, rubbed the dust off the surface, and cleaned up a small ravine. As the ravine appeared, Marcus' joy intensified. He continued to clean up the platform, creating more and more ravines. Marcus stared at the ravine on the platform, an indescribable light flashing through his eyes. Sometimes he hesitated, sometimes he was resentful, sometimes he was bitter, and sometimes he was ferocious. In short, it was extremely complicated. But in the end, only resentment and ferocity remained in his eyes, and he stretched out his hand. Marcus took out a bottle of unknown potion from his bosom and slowly poured it into the ravine of the platform. Then he opened his mouth. Kill those people and sprinkle their blood on the platform. Hearing this, the loyalists paused for a moment. Then they gathered their fighting aura and punched the heads of the people on top of them. Bang, 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 bang. Sounds like papayas breaking echoed in the surroundings. The heads of the 4 loyalists were smashed to the ground. It was as if they were chopped off. The loyalists grabbed their necks and threw them on the platform. Like chickens being slaughtered, a large amount of blood flowed out. Bright red blood dripped onto the platform. The blood of the 4 loyalists dyed the entire platform red. Marcus poured all the liquid in the potion bottle into the gully. In the next moment, the blood-dyed platform suddenly lit up. Whung! The platform shook and all the blood spilled on it flowed back into the gully. It was as if the blood had been absorbed, slowly fusing with the liquid flowing inside. The color of the platform was restored to its original appearance, but the liquid flowing in the gully had turned black. Then a second light lit up in the gully. Whung! This time the vibration of the platform increased by a lot. The black liquid in the gully also flashed with a strange light and illuminated the gully. It was a magic formation. Whung! The third vibration was no longer the vibration of the platform. It was the vibration of the black liquid in the gully. Suddenly, the black liquid in the gully turned into a stream of water and flew into the air. It drew a mysterious trajectory. Then, a magic formation similar to the one on the platform was drawn in the air. It had a diameter of 10 meters. It was very large. Boom! A strange sound came from the magic formation. However, before anyone could react, the magic formation quickly shrank to the size of a palm and flew out at an incredible speed. It shot into Marcus's body. Ah! A blood-curdling scream came from Marcus's mouth. Boss! The 4 loyal followers were startled. Just as they were about to step forward, the scene that appeared in front of them caused them to be stunned. A layer of black scales covered Marcus's entire body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even his face was covered. A tail grew out of his back and 2 sharp horns grew out of his forehead. He looked frighteningly ferocious. Marcus's aura rose rapidly. In an instant he broke through the peak of the 8th rank and reached the 9th rank. The 4 loyalists were shocked. Ha! Marcus, who had turned into a monster, laughed loudly. His laughter was like that of a ghost. Chapter 857. Marcus escaped. By the time the news spread throughout the camp, Marcus had already fled the camp. It had already been an hour since the news had spread throughout the camp. It couldn't be helped. The 2 guards guarding Marcus had been silently killed, and the guards around the cave where Marcus was imprisoned had also been wiped out by his 4 loyal subordinates. Nobody had discovered Marcus's escape in time. If the Thunder King hadn't hurriedly rushed back when he sensed that the magic cage had been broken, nobody would have known that Marcus had escaped even now. Many patrol teams were hastily dispatched by Pelosi to search for traces of Marcus. Many of the sleeping guards were also pulled up to participate in the tracking team. Those who were not pulled up were almost all woken up. The entire camp was in a mess. Not being able to rest in the middle of the night caused the garrison in the camp to howl in grief. Including this time, they hadn't had sufficient rest for 3 whole nights. For a moment, the sound of complaints resounded throughout the camp. All the garrison cursed Marcus thousands of times, then turned their resentment into motivation, and began to search for Marcus as if they had been injected with chicken blood. If Marcus really fell into their hands, he probably hasn't returned to the camp yet. Who knows how many times they'll have to wear their little shoes. Of course, this is all inside the camp. It has nothing to do with Wu Yan and company. When Wu Yan learned of Marcus' escape, he only talked about it for a bit before tossing it to the back of his mind. Lei Wang, who came to inform Wu Yan, couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. All in all, despite the chaos in the camp, Wu Yan and co are still living a comfortable life. For them, the camp is a mess. For them, helping Astrea activate Pandora is much more important than Marcus. If they have the spare energy to care about a stray dog, they might as well use it to think about the conditions for Astrea's evolution. At least that's what the girls thought. They don't want to be subjected to the so-called family discipline. As for Wu Yan, he has his own matters to attend to. While the girls are still researching Pandora, Wu Yan returned to the camp. Wu Yan returned to his tent. He climbed into his bed. He didn't lie down to sleep. Instead, he opened the system interface and clicked on a tab that appeared a few days ago. Ding. User's level meets the awakening requirement of True Ancestor Bloodline. True Ancestor Bloodline ability automatically awakened. Please select one of the following 3 options as a bloodline ability. 1. Mist Transformation. 2. Blood Pact. 3. Familiar Summon. He looked at the information displayed on the tab. Wu Yan fell silent. A few days ago when he, Mikoto, Kotori, Toka, and Astrea reached Tier 9 and reached level 80, this tab has been there ever since. Every day he would be prompted by the system to choose a bloodline ability. At that time he had a lot of things to deal with, so he put this matter aside for the time being. It's only now that he's bringing it up again. Wu Yan isn't unfamiliar with the awakening of a bloodline ability. His Ruby mode was awakened when he was level 70. Without it, he would have to run when facing a Beast King. Now that he's about to awaken a bloodline ability, Wu Yan has to be careful. According to the system, the True Ancestor bloodline had many bloodline abilities, but because his own strength was not enough, there was no way to awaken the abilities hidden in his bloodline. They had always been hidden in his body, but once his strength grew to a certain level and met the requirements of the bloodline ability would be awakened. Based on the current situation, he awakened his bloodline ability once when he was level 70. Now that he's level 80, his bloodline ability will awaken again. When he reaches level 90 or even the max level 100, he'll have to face the problem of awakening his bloodline ability again. In other words, the awakening of the True Ancestor bloodline will come with his rank. However, Wu Yan didn't expect to have to choose a bloodline ability. After the system's explanation, he finally understood. Every person and every life had their own limits. Even vampires with incomparably strong vitality had their own limits. True ancestors were much stronger than ordinary vampires, but they also had their own limits. In some of the system's dungeon worlds, other true ancestors also exist. Moreover, the true ancestors in each dungeon world have different natures. For example, the true ancestors in the world of Shape Moon are more like elves than vampires. The true ancestor and teacher of magic, Evangeline, is a man-made product. There are also true ancestors in some dungeon worlds that weren't born naturally. There are also true ancestors that were born due to environmental or man-made reasons. Some true ancestors were even born due to curses. The most common thing about each true ancestor is that they are immortal. However, due to their different natures, the true ancestors themselves have different abilities. The true ancestor bloodline in the system is more like the true ancestors in the world of Shape Moon, similar to elves, but its nature doesn't limit its abilities. In other words, Wu Yan's true ancestor bloodline is the same as the true ancestors in the world of Shape Moon, but the bloodline's ability is a combination of the advantages of all the true ancestors in the world of Shape Moon, including the ability. In this way a problem arises. True ancestors are also creatures with limits. With so many bloodline abilities squeezed into one body, it is impossible to awaken all of them. Otherwise, the bloodline itself will become chaotic. Therefore, when awakening a bloodline ability, the system will sort out these abilities and allow Wu Yan to choose which bloodline ability to awaken. Wu Yan stared at the system list in front of him. Looking at the 3 abilities displayed, he scratched his cheek and checked them one by one. Atomization, exclusive true ancestor bloodline ability, cannot be exchanged. The body will turn into a mist of nothingness and blend into the atmosphere. In this state, the user will be able to freely enter and exit any place. The user will have the ability to move quickly and will not receive any damage. However, the user will not be able to use any attacks in this state. Blood contract, exclusive ability of the true ancestor bloodline, unexchangeable. The true ancestor has the embrace ability. The target whose blood is sucked by the true ancestor will become a vampire. When the embrace is used, this ability will be activated at the same time. The target of the embrace will be given a certain level. The level is the user's level minus 10 levels. Vassal Beast Summon, exclusive true ancestor bloodline ability, cannot be exchanged. Summon an otherworldly beast. The vassal beast is extremely destructive. Even the weakest vassal beast is incomparable to the newest fighter jets and tanks. A true ancestor's vassal beast has the power to destroy an entire empire. Vassal beasts are a collection of mana. They are sentient but have no physical body and cannot be attacked. However, if a vassal beast is attacked with mana that is more powerful than the vassal beast itself, the damage can be negated. Abilities that nullify mana can also eliminate the vassal beast itself. After a successful summoning, the vassal beast will reside in the user's blood and absorb the user's life force, greatly reducing the user's lifespan. Therefore, only a vampire with unlimited life force can truly control a vassal beast. Wu Yan frowned as he looked at the 3 bloodline abilities. Vaporization, as its name suggests, allows the user to transform into mist. Not only can they enter any location, they can also move quickly and become immune to damage. It's a very useful ability, but Wu Yan doesn't need it. He had spatial manipulation magic so he could go wherever he wanted. His movement ability was stronger than when he was in the mist state, and immunity to damage was even more impractical. There was no shortage of spells with the same effect in the 103,000 grimoires. Blood Pact, on the other hand, is very useful. It grants the target of the embrace 10 levels lower than the user. If he uses it, the target of the embrace will rise to level 70, giving them the power of a rank 8 fighter. But what attracted Wu Yan the most was the ability to summon vassal beasts. Chapter 858. Vassal Beast Summon, ability exclusive to the primogenitor bloodline, cannot be exchanged. Summon an otherworldly beast under the wielder's command. Vassal beasts possess immense destructive power. Even the weakest vassal beast is superior to the most advanced fighter jets and tanks. A primogenitor's vassal beast possesses the power to destroy an entire empire. Vassal beasts are a collection of mana. They possess sentience but do not have a physical body. They cannot be attacked. However, an attack with mana greater than the vassal beast's body can be nullified. The vassal beast will reside in the wielder's blood and absorb the wielder's life force, greatly reducing the wielder's lifespan. Therefore, only a vampire with unlimited life force can truly control a vassal beast. Without a doubt, this is a terrifying ability. Even the weakest vassal beast is superior to the most advanced fighter jets and tanks. A primogenitor's vassal beast possesses the power to destroy an entire empire. And I am a primogenitor. In other words, if I can obtain this ability and summon a vassal beast, it will possess enough destructive power to destroy an entire empire. Vassal beasts will become my most powerful means of attack at this stage of the game. On top of that, vassal beasts are a collection of mana. They do not have a physical body and cannot be attacked. Vassal beasts are even more powerful than before. Wu Yan can already imagine what would happen if a monster like this was thrown into the Ailu Empire and wreaked havoc as it pleased. Even though using mana greater than the vassal beast's body to nullify the damage, vassal beasts are a collection of mana. A primogenitor's vassal beast is a source of mana, who can possess a greater amount of mana than a vassal beast. With my current strength, I can summon a vassal beast. Even a demigod expert who is proficient in magic would not be able to block one of my attacks. Even a demigod expert would have to exhaust most of his mana. After 2 attacks, the opponent's mana would be depleted. Without mana, the vassal beast is just a paper tiger. What's there to worry about? Of course, a demigod expert isn't that stupid. If they understood the nature of a vassal beast, they wouldn't be foolish enough to take it head-on. However, that doesn't diminish the power of a vassal beast. Moreover, vassal beasts had their own consciousness, so he didn't need to control them. Being able to fight on his own saved him a lot of trouble. With his current power level, he can summon a familiar to fight alongside him. He's confident he won't lose to a tier 9 combatant. If one had 2 familiars or more than 2 familiars. Thinking about it, Wu Yin felt that this ability was a bit abnormal. The only thing they had to be wary of was the ability to deal a fatal blow to a familiar, but that didn't matter. Familiars didn't have a physical body to begin with. Once they were wiped out, they could just summon them again. As long as the user didn't die, the familiars wouldn't die either. He only needed to consume magic power to summon it again. If the Blood Pact ability allowed him to create an unparalleled tier 8 army, then the ability to summon familiars would allow him to become an existence comparable to an entire army. At the very least, that's the case in terms of destructive power. Wu Yin was tempted by the ability to create a tier 8 army. After all 20,000 of the Misaka sisters could become tier 8 powerhouses with it. However, putting aside whether or not the sisters would be willing to become vampires, the side effect of the blood-sucking ability was enough to give Wu Yin a headache. Wu Yin only managed to suppress the blood-sucking ability by using an item he redeemed from the system. The item cost was quite high as well. If he wanted to redeem an item that could suppress the blood-sucking ability of 20,000 Misaka sisters, he wouldn't be able to do it unless he pawned everything in his ring of gold. In comparison, the ability to summon familiars was more appealing to Wu Yin. However, Wu Yin is worried that the familiars he summoned might be weak. After all, there are strong familiars and weak familiars, isn't there? Wu Yin didn't know that his worries were unfounded. When a familiar is first summoned from a different world, it will reside in the blood of the summoner and feed on the mana and life force of the summoner. The stronger the mana and life force of the summoner, the more powerful the familiar will be. This was why vassal beasts summoned by true ancestors were known as the strongest vassal beasts. A true ancestor's mana was the pinnacle of all life forms, and their vitality was limitless. Vassal beasts that fed on mana and vitality were naturally the strongest vassal beasts that resided in a true ancestor's body. Wu Yin was reassured after learning this from the system. He made his decision. System, I choose the third option, summon familiars. Beep. Third bloodline ability, summon familiars is a bloodline awakening of the primogenitor bloodline. Confirm? Reminder. After confirming the bloodline ability, the other 2 bloodline abilities will be removed from the user's bloodline. You will never be able to use them again. Please make your choice carefully. Wu Yin paused when he heard the system's notification. He hesitated for a moment before nodding. Those 2 abilities weren't of much use to him anyways. So be it. Confirm. Beep. Confirm. Selection successful. Removal of atomization and blood pact. A dense blood-red light burst forth from Wu Yan's body. With the appearance of the blood-red light, Wu Yan's body trembled slightly. A strange wave of energy surged out from his body and rippled across Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan looked like a reflection in a pool of water. He was hit by a falling rock, causing him to tremble unsteadily. At the same time, Wu Yan's veins bulged, the blood in his body went berserk and surged at a speed never seen before. Like an electric current coursing through his veins, his skin slowly turned red. Wu Yan could clearly feel that deep within his body, every part of his body is transmitting a signal. Was itching. Wu Yan had experienced this feeling when he first awakened the red jade mode. Although it wasn't painful, the strange itching was more torturous than pain. Now that this itching feeling appeared again, Wu Yan recalled the torment he felt at that time. His body trembled and he couldn't help but feel nervous. However, to his surprise, the itching from Wu Yan's body was not as strong as when he first awakened the red jade mode. Although it was still very itchy, it was still within the range of Wu Yan's tolerance. Wu Yan heaved a sigh of relief. As the blood in his body went berserk and the abnormal waves on the surface of his body slowly acted on his body, Wu Yan felt that his blood seemed to have undergone some changes. His internal organs also began to change due to the absorption of the abnormal waves on the surface of his body. As for what was different, Wu Yan couldn't put his finger on it. The indescribable feeling made Wu Yan's heart itch. Not long after, the abnormal waves on the surface of his body were completely absorbed by his internal organs. The blood in his body gradually calmed down, and the system notification rang out. Ding. Obtained the bloodline ability, Summon Familiar. Wu Yan blinked in confusion. He tilted his head and touched his body. I got it? But why didn't I feel the presence of a familiar? This is the user's first time summoning a familiar. The familiar must be summoned from an otherworldly summoning world. Only then will the familiar reside in the user's body for the user to use. Ugh, I think so. Wu Yan rubbed his chest. Then how do I summon a familiar from an otherworldly summoning world? According to the system's database, if the user wishes to summon a familiar, they must travel to a dungeon world associated with the familiar's world. Familiars cannot be summoned from other worlds. Wu Yan instantly understood after hearing the system's reply. He was tricked again. Chapter 859. Behemoth Forest outside the campsite. In the darkest moment of the night, several silhouettes silently appeared here. There were 5 black-clothed men dressed in robes that were the same color as the night sky. They were arranged in a convex formation, and the leader even used a cloak to cover his head. In addition to the effect of the surrounding darkness, it was impossible to see his face under the cloak. Behind him stood 4 guards, very loyally guarding the 2 sides of the leader. However, there was a trace of unconcealable fear in the eyes of the 4 guards. They did not even dare to look at the leader. It was clear that the person they were afraid of was the leader in front of them. It was unknown if the leader had realized that his subordinates were afraid of him. His face, which was hidden under the cloak, was facing a certain direction in the camp. He did not speak, but a wave of ferocious aura, like that of a wild beast, flashed from his body. Seeing this scene, the fear in the eyes of the 4 guards became even stronger. The identity of the 5 people was already obvious. They were Marcus and his 4 loyalists who escaped not long ago. Perhaps even the Thunder King would never have guessed that Marcus, who had escaped not long ago, would actually return a few hours later. The 4 loyalists secretly glanced at Marcus and opened their mouths. They seemed to want to say something, but in the end they did not say anything. Because they knew why Marcus had come here. And they also knew that even if they tried to persuade Marcus, he would not listen to half a word. They might even anger him and become the target of his anger. Rather than that, it was better to be obedient. Thinking of this, the 4 loyalists returned to their expressionless appearance. They slightly raised their fighting aura. As long as Marcus and his group moved, they would follow him and break into the campsite. Yes, break into the campsite. This was equivalent to courting death, but now they had to follow Marcus and do it. Of course, if it was in the past, then this action would be courting death. But now, the 4 loyalists tacitly recalled the scene they saw last night that would be engraved in their minds for a lifetime. Their hearts could not help but twitch, and fear appeared in their eyes once again. And at that moment, Marcus finally made his move. Without even greeting his subordinates, his cloaked figure flickered and turned into an afterimage, rushing into the camp like a gust of wind. Marcus had already entered the camp without even the guards in the surroundings noticing his presence. Seeing this, the 4 loyalists' faces changed. They hurriedly avoided the eyes of the guards and rushed into the camp. In the camp, inside Wu Yan's tent, leaning on his bed, Wu Yan stretched. There was an unconcealable joy on his face, showing his mood. In his arms, Chuju was lying there, pressed against Wu Yan's chest. Listening to Wu Yan's heartbeat, she was panting non-stop. Her eyes were as soft as water, and her face was still red from the joy. Wu Yan caressed Chuju's pink hair that was covered in sweat. Smelling Chuju's natural fragrance, he felt an inexplicable sense of calmness. Other than that, there was also a trace of pride and regret. After a day of research, the group of girls still couldn't find a way to activate Pandora. They all returned home in disappointment. Since the girls returned in defeat, Wu Yan's declaration came as expected. Thus, tonight, Hinajiku fell under his vicious hands, becoming the first victim of the family law. Isn't this enough for Wu Yan to be pleased with himself? As for his regret, it's the fact that he didn't manage to capture all of the girls tonight and execute the family law. He really wanted to, but how could the girls who are familiar with Wu Yan not know of his evil intentions? Thus, before night fell, they all went into their tents one by one, not giving him the chance to catch them all in one fell swoop. The only way he could do that is if he went into the tents one by one, but that's not going to work either. If he went into the tents, the girls he caught earlier would run away. Therefore, Wu Yan could only execute his house discipline over several nights. This was the reason why Wu Yan felt regret. After some time, Chuju finally let out a sigh of relief. She raised her head and looked at Wu Yan. Yan? Chuju looked at Wu Yan's face and called out softly. Wu Yan looked down in confusion. Her yellowish-green eyes met with Wu Yan's deep wine-red eyes. Hinagika's expression became slightly dazed, but she quickly regained her senses. Blushing, she hurriedly opened her mouth to distract herself. When can we leave the camp? Wu Yan blinked when he heard that. What? Are you tired of staying in the camp? It's not that. Chuju shook her head. I just feel that we're not from the camp and we don't bring any benefits to the camp. If we keep staying here, I feel like I'm lazy in someone else's home. After listening to Hinagiku's explanation, Wu Yan agreed with her. It seems like their current situation is just like a lazy worm living under someone else's roof. Wu Yan scratched his head and sighed. Actually, I don't really want to stay here either. However, once we leave, will my sisters be able to leave with us in a grandiose manner? Then what should we do? Chuju wrinkled her nose. Do we have to stay here forever? That's not the case. Wu Yan looked up at the top of the tent. Katsu-chan is already thinking of a way to let the girls live a normal life while also solving the current situation. Is it okay? Don't worry, it's fine. Wu Yan rested his head on top of Hinagiku's head. He smelled her hair and he grinned. In terms of strength, Misaki-chan might not even be a match for you. However, when it comes to brains, other than coterie, none of us can beat her. Leave it to her. Is that so? Chuju was relieved to hear Wu Yan's words. She said with a hint of jealousy. You really do trust Shokuho? Aya, you're jealous just like that? Wu Yan looked at Hinagiku's pretty face in amusement and knocked her on the head. If it was you, I'd trust her too. Hinagiku snorted coquettishly. A smile appeared in her beautiful eyes, but her mouth said, Who needs your trust? You can trust Shokuho alone. Oh, you're quite jealous. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. His hand on Chuju's back slowly moved down. Do you need me to comfort you? Yua. Chuju was shocked. She quickly pressed Wu Yan's hand down. Her face turned red. She only has the strength to speak. If he continues, she won't be able to get up tomorrow. But it's clear that the wolf doesn't intend to stop. His hand kept moving down. Chuju couldn't stop it. Chuju had no choice but to say something. Okay, I won't say it, okay? Hinagiku pouted and said in a wrong tone. Wu Yan had no choice but to stop. However, the regret on his face was clearly and undisguised, making Hinagiku feel all sorts of annoyed. She kept sighing in her heart. She's the president of the student council of the White Emperor College. She's the one who manages the affairs of the entire noble school. In the past, it's only people who are convinced by her. She's never been convinced by anyone. But who would have thought that she's begging for mercy in front of Wu Yan? She's not acting like herself anymore. Although this submission is not the same as the submission, and at this time if the male side were to submit, then the female side would probably be dissatisfied as well. The two cannot be discussed together, but in the heart of our strong-willed president, there is actually no difference. Chuju finally understood that she's going to fall for this hateful guy for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, Chuju couldn't help but pinch Wu Yan's waist. What are you doing? Nothing. Why do you look like you're not convinced? Did I offend you in some way? No, what? Chapter 860. The Behemoth Forest encampment is huge, comparable to a small city. There are several thousand people stationed in the encampment alone. Every night, there are a lot of guards patrolling the area. They are at least at the 6th rank, most of them are at the 7th rank, and there are even a few at the 8th rank. With the strength of these patrols, it would be extremely difficult for outsiders to infiltrate the encampment. However, this is not a problem for the 4 loyalists who infiltrated the encampment yesterday. It is also not a problem for Marcus, who is much stronger than the 4 loyalists. Under the cover of the night, the 5 of them easily avoided the patrols. Even the 8th rank guards didn't notice them. The 5 of them rushed towards one of the areas in the encampment at a moderate speed. Hey, brothers. The teams that just finished gathering came over and greeted the patrols that have been patrolling for half the night. It's time to change shifts. You should go rest. The night patrols had to be changed as well. Otherwise, after a night, even if nothing happened because of their cultivation, it would inevitably affect their work during the day. Therefore, it was very necessary to change the shifts of the guards. Especially recently, the camp was in the midst of troubled times. Sometimes they couldn't even sleep, so it was even more necessary to change shifts to rest. Ah, it's finally time to change shifts. Finally we can rest. Let's go to sleep. One of the patrolling team members sighed. They chatted with each other as they walked towards their own tents. When they arrived at the encampment area, they naturally split up and walked towards their own tents. A guard who was separated from his teammates was walking back to his residence alone. Suddenly, he felt a blur in front of his eyes, and a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. He was shocked and opened his mouth wide. Just as he was about to scream, the black shadow quickly raised its head. A black gas shot out from under the cloak. It shot into the guard's eyes. The guard felt dizzy and soon his consciousness blurred. His eyes gradually became dull, and the fluctuations of his emotions slowly disappeared from within. He was like a puppet. Tell me? A hoarse voice came from under the cloak. Where is Wu Yan? Marcus used to be the person in charge of the entire camp. He knew where Wu Yan and the others lived. However, ever since Andrew failed to assassinate Shokuho Misaki, they had changed their residence, so Marcus wasn't sure where they were. He only had a rough idea that it was in this area. However, it couldn't be ruled out that Wu Yan and the others had changed locations in the past few days. Marcus had no choice but to take control of one of the garrisons, and he didn't have such means in the past. It's in the east. The guard said in a daze. That. Inside the cloak, a blood-red light flashed. What about his women? It's also in the east. The guard said mechanically. Marcus nodded slightly. Take me there? The guards didn't resist. They turned around and led Marcus and the other 4 loyalists towards the east side of the area. Along the way, many patrols discovered this garrison, but they didn't discover Marcus and the 4 loyalists beside him. They seemed to know this garrison, so they didn't come forward to ask anything, saving Marcus a lot of effort. After advancing for a while, they arrived at the edge. The garrison personnel suddenly stopped moving forward. Marcus and the 4 loyalists raised their heads and looked ahead. There, nearly 10 tents were set up in a very isolated corner and didn't converge with the other tents. Marcus understood that those tents were where Wu Yan and the others were staying. The body hidden in the cloak began to tremble slightly, but it didn't take long for Marcus to suppress it. Holding back the roar that was about to erupt, Marcus whispered, "Why did you stop? Which tent is Wu Yan in?" The guard's voice was emotionless. "I only know that several sirs are staying here, but I don't know which one is staying in which tent." Marcus flinched for a bit before he understood. The guards couldn't enter the area Wu Yan and Co. are staying in. That's why they know where they are staying, but they don't know who is staying in which tent. Looking at the several tents in front of him, Marcus clenched his fists and didn't immediately enter them. After all, Wu Yan wasn't the only one there. There were 2 other 9th-rank existences. He didn't know that there were more than 2 9th-rank existences there. There were 7 of them. In the tent area where Wu Yan and the others were staying, the lights were all dimmed. It meant that the owners were asleep. Looking from the outside, although there was no way to know the situation inside, the faint sound of breathing that could be heard would only give others the impression that the person inside had already fallen asleep. But unexpectedly, there was an exception. In one of the tents, the lights were all dimmed. However, the 2 girls living there weren't asleep. No, they weren't asleep, they couldn't fall asleep. Angeloids don't have dreams and they can't sleep. Ikaros and Astria laid on the bed, but they didn't close their eyes. They looked at each other in silence. Ikaros and Astria's cheeks were fiery red. Ikaros was no exception. Before they came to Wu Yan's side, the nights were filled with loneliness and solitude for these 2 beauties. They're already used to it. However, ever since they came to Wu Yan's side, their habits started to crumble. That's because they couldn't fall asleep at night. Only by staying beside Wu Yan would they feel safe and fulfilled. Without Wu Yan they would feel lonely. That's why when their master fell asleep at night, the 2 angeloids would sneak into Wu Yan's tent and spend the entire night looking at his sleeping posture. That's the only way they wouldn't feel lonely. Of course, Wu Yan knew about this, but he didn't point it out. Once he feels the 2 girls beside him, if he's tired, he would fall asleep while holding their hands. If he's full of energy, Ikaros and Astria would have to roll in the sheets with him. Of course, Ikaros and Astria didn't accompany Wu Yan every night. For example, in this situation, they knew Chuju was in Wu Yan's tent doing something shameless. They didn't dare to enter his tent. If they entered, they would end up like Chuju. A certain wolf would take advantage of them. Thus, the two girls returned to their tents. Blushing, they're probably imagining the scene where they did it with Wu Yan. But at a certain moment, the red-faced Ikaros lifted her head. Her pair of indigo pupils flashed and contracted. Then a square frame appeared as her pupils turned crimson red. Ikaros-senpai? The sudden change surprised Astria. Before she could ask, Ikaros stood up abruptly. With a flap of her wings, Ikaros dashed out of the tent. Astria reacted and a square frame appeared in her eyes. As an angel like Ikaros, even though her brain wasn't that bright, she knew Ikaros wouldn't do something so meaningless. Ikaros must have noticed something, that's why she flew out in such a hurry. Astria flapped her pure white wings and flew out of the tent at a speed comparable to Ikaros. She arrived beside Ikaros, who was standing at the entrance of the tent. Astria saw what was happening outside the tent. Astria saw. In front, not far away, 5 black figures were standing beside a guard. The one in the lead was emitting a very ominous aura. Even an idiot like Astria eliminated the possibility of the other party being friendly when she sensed the ominous presence. Are they trying to harm Master? With this thought in mind, the square frames in the two women's eyes suddenly expanded, and a halo flashed above their heads for a moment. The two girls shot out like cannonballs. Chapter 861. Marcus, who was thinking of a way to sneak past Ikaros and Flandrachan's tent to assassinate Wu Yan and the other girls, turned around in shock. When he saw Ikaros and Astria charging at him, his expression changed. Marcus clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. I was discovered. How? Marcus believed that he had hidden his whereabouts very well, and the 4 loyal followers beside him were all capable of hiding their tracks. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to hide from the eyes and ears of the entire camp and save him. But he didn't expect that in the end, he was still discovered. Marcus miscalculated. He didn't know anything about the girl's abilities. Just like how Andrew didn't expect Shokuho Misaki to have the ability to sense other people's psyche waves, Marcus didn't expect Ikaros to be able to detect him when he thought he had hidden himself well. But he didn't expect Ikaros to be able to detect him. If that's the case. His cloak fluttered despite the lack of wind. Wisps of black gas came out of it and enveloped Ikaros and Astria like a dark cloud. Then I will take care of you first. A cold voice came out of Marcus' mouth and echoed in the ears of the 4 diehard loyalists. Kill that golden-haired one. Yes, sir. The loyalists shouted. Then they leaped into the air and charged towards Astria. Marcus, on the other hand, turned his attention to Ikaros. Perfect, let's see how strong a Tier 9 fighter like you is. As soon as he finished speaking, Marcus spewed out black gas from his feet, turning him into a rocket launcher as he charged towards Ikaros. Boom, the sound of a collision echoed throughout the camp. Such a loud and clear voice was no different from a sudden clap of thunder in the silent night. He believed that if this voice were to spread out, then everyone in the camp would hear it and come over. The 5 of them surrounded Marcus. But strangely enough, invisible sound waves reverberated in the air. When they spread out, they were wiped out by the black gas that enveloped the area. There was no sign of the sound waves spreading out. Because of this ability. That's why Marcus dared to assassinate Wu Yan and Co. one by one. Otherwise, the sound of the battle would attract Wu Yan's group and everyone in the camp. No matter how arrogant Marcus was, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. He wouldn't be able to kill a single one of them. Since it was able to block sound waves, it would naturally be able to block combat aura, mana fluctuations, and the aura of the person inside. With this ability, Marcus's wishful thinking of defeating them one by one would definitely be successful. Of course, that's when he's dealing with others. While Ikaros, Astria, and Marcus clashed with each other, inside Wu Yan's tent, Wu Yan, who was hugging Chuju, opened his eyes. He shot up from his bed like a spring, startling Chuju. What's wrong? Wu Yan didn't answer Hanajiku right away. Instead, he closed his eyes as if he's sensing something. When he opened his eyes again, a terrifying killing intent erupted from his eyes like a volcano. His wine-red pupils turned blood-red as he spoke with a voice filled with killing intent. Every word he uttered came out from the gaps between his teeth. Go. Die. Yen. Seeing Wu Yan's ruthless expression, Chuju froze. He clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked. Taking a few deep breaths, he suppressed his rage and opened his mouth to Hinajiku. Chuju, go gather Mikoto and the others. Hearing that, Hinajiku immediately understood that something must have happened. She grabbed her clothes and quickly put them on while asking, "What happened?" Wu Yan took a deep breath. If he didn't do this, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to hold himself back and rush out without giving his orders. The mind transmission spell I set up inside Ikaros and Astria's body was triggered. Telepathy technique. Hinajiku was stunned and her expression changed as well. On the first day they arrived at the camp, Wu Yan gathered all the girls and set up a mind transmission spell in their bodies. According to Wu Yan, the heart transmission jutsu is a jutsu that allows the user to set up certain conditions in advance and then engrave them into the user's body. Once the preset conditions are triggered, the user who set up the jutsu will be able to sense it. Wu Yan set up a mind transmission spell in the girls' bodies. The precondition for triggering the spell is to enter a combat state or encounter danger. In other words, Ikaros and Astria might be fighting someone right now. Fighting someone in the middle of the night without Wu Yan and Chuju's knowledge. Other than the fact that Shokuho Misaki was ambushed, what other reason could there be? No wonder Yan is so angry. Wu Yan waved his hand and the clothes on the rack flew up into the air and landed on his body. In less than a second he was dressed. I'll be heading over first. Hinajiku nodded. She knows how anxious Wu Yan is right now. If it weren't for the fact that Ikaros and Astria are tier 9, he probably wouldn't even have the time to inform her of his arrival before rushing over. Be careful. Mana surged out of Wu Yan's body. His body flashed and he disappeared. Chuju ran out of the tent and ran towards the girls. Boom, a loud sound rang out in the space filled with black gas. The ripples of the blast spread out and hit the encirclement formed by the black gas. Then the black gas was completely absorbed without any leakage. Ikaros's emotionless eyes swept past Marcus who was rushing towards her. Her luminous wings flickered with a blue radiance. Her body trembled and an afterimage was left behind. Ikaros herself had already arrived in front of Marcus without any warning. That was fast. The sudden appearance of Ikaros also caused Marcus's heart to skip a beat. The do-chi in his body surged violently and ignited on the surface of his body. However, the icy blue do-chi of the past had already disappeared without a trace. Instead, it had turned into a black stream of air with a decaying aura. The black gas swirled and condensed into whips. Carrying a rotten stench, the whips lashed out at Ikaros and smashed into her body. Before Marcus could reveal a happy expression, several black gas whips suddenly stopped a meter in front of Ikaros and struck her with a muffled sound. At the place where the black gas whips stopped, a crystal-like beehive barrier reverberated. It was Ikaros' absolute defense circle. In an instant, the black whip dissipated. Ikaros' body suddenly leaned forward and flew directly into Marcus' chest. With a twist of her slender waist, all the strength in her body was concentrated on the wings behind her back. Then with a fierce flick she smashed Marcus' chest. Boom! A powerful force surged from the illusory wings and landed on Marcus. A low groan came from the face under the cloak and Marcus was sent flying back a few steps. Obviously, Ikaros' fierce wing attack caught him off guard and caused him to suffer some injuries. Damn it! Furious and alarmed, Marcus channeled his black do-chi and retreated hastily. But when he retreated a few meters, Ikaros caught up to him and chased after him. Her eyes shrunk slightly as she raised her slender fist. A crystalline light similar to the one on the surface of the absolute defense circle flashed, and with a sharp sound of wind tearing through the air, she punched Marcus in the chest. Bang! A frightening force gushed out of the small fist. Marcus' expression couldn't be seen under the cloak, but it was like a waterfall crashing into his body with a muffled rumble. Chapter 862. Bang! The ferocious blow directly caused Marcus to tilt his body. With a poochie sound, liquid sprayed out from the cloak, and his body was directly sent flying. However, the liquid that sprayed out from the face under Marcus' cloak wasn't blood, but an ink-like black liquid with a foul stench. Instead of falling to the ground, the stench of the unknown liquid seeped through the air and turned into a black arrow, shooting straight for Ikaros' delicate face. Ikaros raised her head. A stream of data flowed out from her crimson pupils as if she's analyzing the data of the entire battle. She didn't move an inch and casually threw out absolute defense circle to cover the front of her body, allowing the black liquid arrow to hit it. In the next second, a sizzling sound like an egg being dropped into a frying pan came from Absolute Defense Circle. It's the black arrow corroding the surface of Absolute Defense Circle like acid. Seeing this, even Ikaros couldn't help but pause for a moment. Obviously, she didn't expect this result. Fortunately, the black arrow didn't seem to be able to corrode Absolute Defense Circle. It only caused a burst of poisonous smoke before disappearing without a trace. The whole process may seem long, but from the moment Ikaros and Marcus faced each other head-on, it's clear that Marcus didn't have much time left. It only took a dozen or so seconds for the two melee attacks to take place. In these dozen or so seconds, Ikaros had the absolute upper hand. Just as Marcus stabilized himself, his line of sight quickly shifted to Ikaros, who was floating in the air. Seeing Ikaros's unscathed appearance, he gnashed his teeth in hatred from under his cloak. This woman is so strong. In just a dozen or so seconds, he already suffered 2 losses at the hands of the opponent. At this point, no matter how stupid Marcus is, he finally understood. This woman called Ikaros isn't what he thought she was. She's like him, relying on some kind of method. She's a fake who forcefully raised her strength to the 9th stage. But how is this possible? This woman. She's still so young, how can she rely on her own strength to reach the 9th stage? Marcus' voice was filled with uncontrollable jealousy and hatred. One must know. He had paid a rather painful price to reach the 9th stage. Looking at Ikaros' unwavering eyes, Marcus cautiously took a few steps back. His face under the cloak was terrifyingly gloomy. The heterogeneous do-chi in his body had been pushed to the limit. Now, in his heart, he no longer dared to underestimate Ikaros in the slightest. However, even if Ikaros' strength is beyond Marcus's expectation and is much stronger than the current Marcus, he has nothing to fear. He can't win against Ikaros alone, but if they entangled, she won't be able to defeat him. Once Astrea is killed by Marcus' 4 diehard followers, she will join forces with me and I will tank her head-on while the 4 diehard followers attack me from the side. I don't believe I can't win this battle. Lin Sanjiu thought. In a battle between 9th stage combatants, if there isn't a huge disparity in strength, even a slight distraction can be fatal. Ikaros is stronger than Marcus but not by much. Under such circumstances, with 4 more diehard followers harassing her, she'll definitely die. As for Astrea's battle, Marcus isn't worried at all. A peak 8th stage is much stronger than a high 8th stage, but she's up against 4 high 8th stage combatants. The peak 8th stage has almost no chance of winning. 1 against 4, it's like ants can bite an elephant to death. Plus, his 4 diehard followers aren't your average high 8th stage combatants. If they join forces, they'll definitely win. Marcus has no doubt about it. At least that's what he thinks. That's why he didn't know that the Ikaros in his mind, who isn't much stronger than him, still has an evolved combat mode that she hasn't used yet. Of course, he also didn't know that the peak 8th stage Astrea in his mind has already become a 9th stage combatant. One miscalculation after another, Marcus is doomed to a tragedy. No? Just as Marcus was about to use a delaying tactic to fight Ikaros, not far away, several familiar screams suddenly resounded, accompanied by an astonishing pressure. An ominous premonition emerged from the depths of Marcus's heart. He did not dare to turn his head to look at the source of the sound, but his head still turned uncontrollably. Then, the scene that entered his eyes caused his body to tremble violently. The one-sided siege that he had expected did not happen. Instead, the 4 8th Order high-level loyalists that he had placed his hopes on were all lying on the ground, with a hideous wound that was enough to kill them. Blood flowed out, staining the ground below. In Marcus' impression, Astrea should be dead by now. Instead, she was wielding a radiant lightsaber. She flew to Ikaros' side and faced him from afar. No. This is impossible. Marcus's voice was hoarse as he stared at his 4 subordinates on the ground. He wanted to see if there was any trace of camouflage. Alas, he was disappointed. His 4 diehard followers slowly lost their breath under his gaze. They're dead. Why? Waves of black gas rose from within the cloak, accompanied by Marcus' unbearable roar. Why can a peak 8 stage kill 4 high 8 stage combatants so easily? As soon as Marcus finished speaking, a voice filled with boundless coldness echoed from behind him. This question, hearing the familiar voice engraved in the deepest part of his memory, Marcus suddenly froze in place. You better go ask those 4 high-class 8 powerhouses in hell. The body hidden under the cloak began to tremble at a far higher frequency than before. A monstrous ferocious aura surged out from Marcus' body, bringing with it a black aura like a gale. He turned around and swept behind him. Wu Yan. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes revealed a hint of mockery. He didn't even raise his hand and a wall of magic lit up like a light. When the black wind came in contact with the wall, it looked like it met something terrifying. It got pushed to the side and brushed past Wu Yan's side. So it's you? A murderous glint flashed in Wu Yan's eyes. He unleashed a mountain-like pressure that enveloped the entire area. He didn't hold back as he slammed it down on Marcus. You're the stinky rat that crawled into this place and bit into the ground without knowing your own strength? Frantic killing intent, hidden in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, spread out and together with the extreme pressure, fell on Marcus' body. Marcus, who was still in a state of madness just a moment ago, felt his breathing become sluggish and his shoulders sink. Marcus paused for a moment when he realized he was being suppressed by Wu Yan's aura. Then, a ferocious aura that was several times more ferocious exploded and Marcus howled like a demon from the abyss. Wu Yan frowned when he heard the other party's resentful howl coming from inside the cloak. It was obvious from the other party's tone that the cloaked person knew him and had a deep hatred for him. Otherwise he wouldn't be acting like this. Originally he thought that the cloaked person was like Andrew last time. He thought that the cloaked person came to the dark side of the camp to fulfill his own scheme. But now it seems that this idea can be denied. Wu Yan looked at the cloaked person who was howling madly. He activated the system's perception and looked over. Marcus? Saito. Level 80? Narrowing his eyes, Wu Yan's murderous gaze turned a few degrees colder. You're Marcus. Chapter 863. You are Marcus. Wu Yan confirmed the answer in his heart. When Marcus heard it, he laughed out loud. His laughter was filled with hatred and resentment. So you still remember me? You still remember me? Just like how I painstakingly engraved you in my heart, wishing that I could cut you into pieces to remember you. Wu Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. He stood on top of a rock and took a step forward. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, a stray dog who ran away for a few days. Marcus' sinister laughter came to an abrupt end. He didn't make another sound, but the ferocious aura and black gas on his body didn't decrease. Instead it increased. Like a stormy sea, it blew smoke and dust into the air and gravel danced in the air. Yes, you're right. I've completely become a stray dog. The hood that covered his head gently rose and fell. Negative emotions that were like turbid gas vaguely leaked out from within. Everything I have today is thanks to you, Wu Yan. So, after running away with your tail between your legs, you put on a pair of fake fangs and came back. Wu Yan shook his head. He didn't hide the sarcasm in his words. It must have been hard on you, second master of the Saito family. Marcus was infuriated. A demon-like baleful aura instantly covered the entire place. At this moment, Marcus finally vented his anger without holding back. Wait until I stomp you on the ground like a dog. I will tear your mouth apart while you beg for mercy. Oh? Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and his lips curled into a half-smile. Perhaps, with your current strength you really have a way to do it? You want to be stubborn? Now is the time. Marcus laughed. I will let you know that the current me is different from you. How big of a difference is there? After saying that, a murky dark fighting aura surged from Marcus' body. It carried an inexplicable explosion. The aura of a ninth-order powerhouse was revealed. Marcus looked forward to seeing Wu Yan's shocked expression. He let out a strange laugh. The current me. I have become a ninth-order powerhouse. I am no longer someone an ant like you can compare to. Wu Yan's face turned gloomy. His eyes flashed with a strange light as he stared at Marcus. He was silent. It wasn't that he was afraid. Although Marcus had become a powerhouse of the ninth step, it wasn't enough to make him afraid. Even a demigod-ranked beast king had been defeated by him. Marcus's current actions to him were nothing more than a clown's show. Wu Yan's expression darkened not because he's curious as to how Marcus became a Tier 9. Before this, Marcus was already at the peak of Tier 8. It's not surprising that he broke through to the next tier. Wu Yan is more curious as to why Marcus's Ice Do Chi, which is exclusive to the Saito family, turned into this murky black Do Chi. Moreover, looking at the indescribable black aura on Marcus's body, for some reason, I have a feeling of uneasiness. Even the blood in his body seemed to have gone berserk, constantly transmitting a roaring signal. This isn't a joke. The blood in his body was the blood of a true ancestor. For a vampire, blood was more important than the heart and the brain, and it was the same for a true ancestor of vampires. Now that the blood of a true ancestor is rioting, it proves that what he's seeing isn't as simple as it seems. Wu Yan can clearly feel the blood in his body speeding up without him noticing. It's as if he's the king of all beasts in the forest, encountering another king of tigers in his territory. He's itching to tear the other to death. In other words, the inexplicable black gas on Marcus's body was comparable to a true ancestor's in level. It wasn't a match in terms of strength, nor was it a match in any other aspect. It was a match in terms of the natural order of life. A life force comparable to a true ancestor? Wu Yan's expression turned serious. A true ancestor's life form is at the peak of all life forms. Even if it can't compare to the likes of Yang Jianli, it's still on par with the self-proclaimed gods in the dungeon worlds. Now that a life force comparable to a true ancestor appeared in front of him, it's like two tiger kings meeting each other. They're wary of each other and they're afraid of each other. Wu Yan's intuition told him that something big must have happened to Marcus for his true ancestor bloodline to react so violently. Master. In the sky, Ikaros and Astrea flapped their wings and landed beside Wu Yan. Their cold eyes caused Marcus, who was laughing in a weird manner, to stop. He finally regained his senses. Ikaros is a Tier 9 powerhouse, a Tier 9 powerhouse even stronger than him. Marcus didn't know Astrea's exact strength, but she must be strong to be able to take out 4 of his subordinates in such a short time. On top of that, there's Wu Yan, who killed Andrew with ease. Marcus calmed down, but he seemed to be hesitating. Right now, he was alone and helpless in the midst of the enemy's camp. Although the black chi barrier he used could ensure that no matter what happened here, it would not attract the attention of the people in the camp. However, with his own strength, he probably had no chance of winning against the 3 people in front of him. Retreat? Marcus doesn't want to just give up like that. However, if he did not retreat, it was very likely that he would be left behind. If he was captured again, then he would definitely not be able to survive in his current state. What should I do? Marcus hesitated. On one hand, his grudge against Wu Yan is driving him to stay. On the other hand, the current situation is putting him in a disadvantageous position. He didn't want to leave, but he didn't have a chance of winning if he stayed. He didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to do. In the end, reason won over his hatred for Wu Yan. Marcus chose to retreat. Wu Yan only has one life. Revenge can be taken at any time. Marcus believes that next time, Wu Yan won't be as lucky as he is now. Just as Marcus was about to retreat, a voice rang out, causing him to freeze. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes as if he saw through Marcus' thoughts. He said something to Marcus, who suddenly turned silent. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Ikaros. Astrea. Don't make a move. Marcus raised his head and looked at Wu Yan. Wu Yan's lips curled into an almost imperceptible sneer. Ikaros and Astrea froze for a second. When they realized what was going on, the impatient Astrea quickly yelled out. But master, this bastard is much stronger than before. It's fine. Trust me. Wu Yan interrupted Astrea and he told the 2 girls. I alone will be enough. Ikaros and Astrea hesitated for a moment before nodding helplessly. They retreated behind their master. Marcus was overjoyed when he saw this. He gave up on retreating without hesitation. After killing Wu Yan, he can retreat whenever he wants. With his current strength, even if he can't beat Ikaros, he's confident that he can at least run away from her. Wu Yan, you're the one asking for it. The excitement in his heart surged uncontrollably as the 2 girls left the stage. Marcus let out a hearty laugh as the black dou chi on his body swelled up once again. Bang! Marcus stomped on the ground and with a dark cloud of dou chi, he turned into a black lightning bolt and leaped towards Wu Yan, who is standing on top of the boulder. Chapter 864. Bang! With this strange sound as the beginning and Marcus' charge as the horn, the prelude to the battle began. Marcus, who flashed in front of Wu Yan, let out a strange laugh. His cloak flashed like lightning and drew a sharp arc. With a quick flash, the rock Wu Yan was standing on was easily cut in half like tofu. Bang! With a huge roar, the severed rock fell to the ground, stirring up a large amount of smoke and dust. The remaining section was as smooth as a mirror, like a sharp spear, pointing straight to the sky. With the first attack, Marcus displayed his enhanced strength. However, he did not feel the slightest bit of joy. His gaze turned to the side, and there Wu Yen, who had appeared on another rock at an unknown time, looked at him with an expressionless face. On his body, a magical fluctuation that surprised him began to slowly rise. "Indeed, it seems that you have improved a little." Hearing Wu Yan's words, which seemed to be spoken to a weakling, Marcus snorted with anger. Without any hesitation, his figure leaped again, bent down, and quickly continued to rush toward Wu Yan. His figure turned into a black light wind, and in the blink of an eye, he had covered half of the distance of 100 meters. Only half of the distance was covered. Marcus raised his hand that was hidden under the cloak. In the next moment, a few rays of cold light spread out from his outstretched hand, turning into a black line that was dozens of meters long, covering Wu Yan's position. Bang! Another roar sounded. The huge rock Wu Yan was standing on was easily dismembered into pieces by the crisscrossing rays of light, and was carried away by the strong wind created by the impact. It swept in all directions, showing how powerful it was. It was definitely not something an ordinary powerhouse of the ninth step could produce. However, before that, Wu Yan's figure disappeared again and then reappeared. He had already arrived at Marcus's side. However, Wu Yan did not launch an attack. Instead, he looked at the hand that Marcus used to attack him, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Oh? Had he finally discovered it? Marcus chuckled sinisterly. His laughter was filled with resentment. He raised his hand gently. When Marcus' hand was exposed to the air, it floated in midair. Astrea sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed in shock. Even Ikaros opened her mouth slightly to express her shock. Its entire body was covered in black scales, and 4 of its 5 fingers were 20 centimeters long. The remaining thumb was like a tentacle, swaying back and forth softly. The back of its hand was covered with barb-like sharp objects. In the palm of his hand was a bald sarcoma. It was as if Marcus was holding it in his hand, and it was beating like a heart. This could no longer be called a hand. This wasn't what shocked Wu Yan and the other two the most. What truly shocked them was Marcus' face, which had lost its hood at some point in time. It was also covered in black scales, and sharp teeth protruded from its mouth like a beast trap. Its nose was gone, and what was left was a wriggling lump of flesh. Its 2 eye sockets merged into one, but they weren't the size of a normal person's. Instead, it was like a pair of long goggles that stretched straight to the temple, making it look like an oversized and hideous eye socket. Inside, numerous eyeballs were spinning around like windmills, resembling the eyes of beasts. Counting carefully, there were a total of 7 eyeballs. Forget humans, even demonic beasts couldn't refer to Marcus as such. There was only one word that could be used to refer to him. Monster. Wu Yan stared at the monster in front of him. He took a deep breath and suppressed the impatience in his heart. He let out a long sigh, and his gaze was no longer as cold and emotionless as before. There was only sympathy and pity in his eyes. "Is this the price you have to pay for your power?" Wu Yan softly spat out a sentence that contained an unknown emotion. Marcus opened and closed its beast trap-like mouth. It squeezed out a creepy laughter from its throat. Although the laughter was very strange, it wasn't hard to hear the overflowing resentment in it. "That's right, because of you, I became like this." It tore off the cloak on its body, revealing its beastly body covered in black scales. Its long tail swept back and forth, roaring like a tiger or a lion. "It's because of you. I had no choice but to pay a painful price to obtain my current power. Wu Yan, I will never let you go." Hearing this, Wu Yan closed his eyes and became silent. Following Wu Yan's silence, the scene suddenly fell into a strange silence. Only Marcus's sweeping tail, swaying tentacles, pulsing sarcoma, and rotating eyeballs emitted a strange sound that was enough to give one goosebumps. The atmosphere in the silent scene was very gloomy. At a certain moment, Wu Yan suddenly opened his eyes. His wine-red pupils had already turned into a noble gold. Lamentable life. Wu Yan coldly stared at Marcus, who had turned into the most unsightly monster. His indifferent voice slowly spread to the surroundings. "I will end you, he." Marcus burst into laughter. As his laughter rang out, a series of oppressive, ferocious roars resounded deafeningly. "If you can do it, then give it a try." After saying that, Marcus waved his hands together, creating a sharp sound of friction between the atmosphere and a blast of wind. He fiercely grabbed downwards. Several black rays of light shot out from his 4 sinister and terrifying long fingertips and violently shot towards Wu Yan. Looking at the incoming black rays, Wu Yan gently leaned to the side. A surge of vigorous magic burned from his body as he activated spatial magic. In an instant he disappeared from the spot. Several black rays of light suddenly missed. What are you doing? Didn't you say you want to end me? The words coming out of Marcus's mouth became like a deep beastly roar. His spirit also seemed to have become deranged. He turned towards Wu Yan's direction and made a strange sound. What's wrong? What's wrong? Do you only know how to dodge? Don't worry. Wu Yan's head gradually lowered. His bangs in front of his forehead covered his face. His voice was as soft as water ripples. Right now, I'll give you a dazzling death. Following Wu Yan's voice, the slowly burning magic on the surface of his body suddenly expanded. Boom. The sound of flames burning things exploded in the surrounding space. Like an electric current flowing in all directions, all the smoke and dust around him were blown away. From Wu Yan's back, a transparent light suddenly slowly extended from there. Like a pair of wings, it spread to the surroundings. As if lifted by an invisible force, Wu Yan's body gradually floated up and stopped in midair. Seeing this, Marcus was startled and then laughed loudly. What? Do you want to be a birdman like your woman? There's no other way. Looking down at the monster below, Wu Yan opened his mouth. If you want to deal with a monster, you have to turn into a monster yourself. I'll let you experience it. 103000 Book of Witchcraft Spell Feast. Book of Witchcraft? Marcus forcefully hooked the corner of his mouth. His long tongue directly licked his eyes. It doesn't matter what. Come on. Let me tear you apart. Raising his long claws, he pointed his fingertips at Wu Yan. Like a beam of black light, it shot towards him. This time Wu Yan didn't use teleportation. He motionlessly looked at the approaching beam of light. Behind him, a light belt suddenly twisted and met the beam of light. Ping! The beam of light collided with the belt of light. The beam of light seemed to sink into something dense. The moment it came into contact with the belt of light, its speed sharply decreased. In the surrounding space around the belt of light, a clear wave of light flashed and quickly dimmed. Marcus's beam of light seemed to have a large piece bitten off. The front part disappeared without a trace. The remaining part continued to move forward and slowly sank into the belt of light. Marcus was stunned. Chapter 865. Obviously, Marcus didn't expect that his attack would be blocked in such a way. His current attack was all accompanied by the black do qi on his body. This do qi was not only powerful but also corrosive, devouring and other negative effects. Compared to Marcus' previous ice do qi, its power was more than one level higher. To put it bluntly, if he had this do qi in the past, then he who was at the peak of the 8th step, would have no opponent under the 9th step. But now, not only had Marcus reached the 9th step, he also had this variant do qi. This allowed him, who had just reached the 9th step, to have the strength to directly face those in the middle and lower ranks of the 9th step. But even with this kind of strength, his attack was still blocked by Wu Yan. This. For a moment, Marcus was somewhat stupefied. An unbelievable guess uncontrollably floated in his mind, causing him to cry out involuntarily. You have advanced to the 9th step. Wu Yan looked at him indifferently and didn't say anything. But the aura that far surpassed the peak of the 8th step directly told Marcus the answer. Wu Yan had indeed advanced to the 9th step. No, impossible. As if he had received a blow. Marcus staggered back a few steps. His sinister face full of scales clearly reflected his absent-minded expression. In order to advance to the 9th step and have the strength to kill Wu Yan, Marcus paid an extremely painful price. Using this inhuman appearance as a catalyst, he advanced to the 9th step and obtained a variant do qi that far surpassed the ice do qi, greatly increasing his strength. But why did Marcus make such a choice? Wasn't it to dismember Wu Yan, who had caused him to this state, in the cruelest way possible? And when he paid such a cruel price in exchange for enough strength to achieve his goal? But reality told him otherwise. The enemy he wished to cut into pieces unexpectedly advanced to the 9th step like him, and didn't even need to pay any price. How could Marcus accept this? How could he accept it? This is impossible, impossible. As if he had gone insane, Marcus kept repeating. The more he muttered, the crazier his expression became. The black qi on his body became more violent, and the sound became louder and louder. The muttering sound had already evolved into a roar, and the black gas on his body had completely exploded. This is impossible. An extremely crazy hatred soared into the sky, causing every corner of the scene to be filled with a sinister and fiendish aura. Marcus seemed to have gone mad. He leaned forward, swept his tail across the ground, and rushed towards Wu Yan, who was floating in the air. "I'll kill you." Following Marcus' actions and roars, Wu Yan's golden pupils became even more indifferent. Behind him, the transparent and invisible light ribbons seemed to have been awakened and danced. Several light ribbons twisted and shot out like whips. With a sharp sound, they met the charging Marcus. Die, 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 die. Marcus had fallen into a frenzy of hatred. There was no longer a shred of reason in his head. He only had one thought now, and that was to kill Wu Yan. With a wave of his hand, his sharp claws shot out like spears, stabbing at the oncoming light ribbons. At this moment, the light ribbons that were about to collide with Marcus' ferocious sharp claws suddenly flashed, and their color gradually dimmed. Marcus' sharp claws pierced through them, as if they had encountered a mirage. Marcus subconsciously froze when he felt that his attack had missed. While he was in a daze, the light ribbons flashed again. The originally dimmed color suddenly lit up, and with a whistling sound they shot straight at Marcus' face. In his heart, a sense of crisis quietly arose, calling back Marcus' reason. Without any hesitation, Marcus' long tail twisted behind him. His body was in the air without any support, but he suddenly turned and jumped down, avoiding the light ribbons shooting at him. Bang! The light ribbons pierced downward, passing through Marcus' original position and smashing into the ground. The next moment, an explosion resounded, accompanied by a 1-meter diameter hole on the ground where the light ribbons attacked. Seeing this scene, Marcus instantly understood that the light ribbons can transform between tangible and intangible forms. "Damn it!" Marcus angrily rebuked. "You're only using small tricks." Small tricks. Looking down at the hateful Marcus, the corner of Wu Yan's mouth hooked into a smile that wasn't a smile. "Then let's change to another method of attack." With that said, a few more light ribbons danced like a whirlwind, causing Marcus to be vigilant. But to his surprise, the light ribbons didn't shoot at him this time. Instead, they were like spider legs, slightly bent and pointed in his direction. Buzz buzz. Suddenly, small specks of light appeared around the tip of the light ribbons, accompanied by a buzzing sound, gathered at the tip of the light ribbons and formed a small light bead. Then, the tip of the light ribbons trembled, the light bead instantly turned into small light beams and shot out. Another long-range attack. Marcus's face was ashen. He is a warrior without a doubt, his strength can only be fully displayed in close combat. Being forced to passively defend by Wu Yan's long-range attacks, in the end, he will only be reduced to exhausting his combat chi and losing. I must find a way to get close to him first. With that thought, Marcus suppressed the impetuousness in his heart and didn't dodge. Instead, he fiercely swung his claws, turning into a series of afterimages, hitting the light beams one after another, scattering them into clusters of light flowers. In response, Wu Yan only pointed with one hand, and all the light ribbons pointed at Marcus, converging into light beams and raining down on him. Seeing this, Marcus hurriedly took a step back, and then stretched out his claws, repeatedly slashing in front of him. Then a wave of dense black light swarmed out, colliding with the light beams falling like rain. Bang 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 bang, continuous explosions echoed between Wu Yan and Marcus. The light beams and light beams collided, stirring up a moderate amount of dust, gathering together to form a smoke screen, blocking the vision of the two, making them unable to see each other. Marcus wasn't surprised but happy instead. Good chance. Roar. From his mouth, a roar like that of a beast was transmitted from Marcus' throat. Like a signal, the black gas on his body swelled up like a chain reaction. Raising his claws and swinging them down, an incomparably dazzling black light suddenly bloomed from his hands, as if crossing through space, ignoring the distance between the two, the smoke screen that covered the sky, and the target's location flashing past. In an instant, Marcus, carrying the black light, suddenly flashed in front of Wu Yan. Wu Yan's pupils constricted. Looking at Wu Yan's pupils gradually constricting, Marcus smiled sinisterly. Die for me. Amidst the roar, the black light on Marcus' body all condensed into one of his claws. In an instant, that incomparably ugly claw suddenly expanded several times, growing to the size of a wash basin. Immediately, against the whistling heavy pressure, it fiercely smashed towards Wu Yan's chest. In his eyes, that huge claw gradually expanded. It was clearly less than a second, but the surrounding time seemed to have stopped. Marcus' movements became incomparably slow, and his sinister and terrifying face was clearly reflected in Wu Yan's golden pupils. Dong dong. At the critical moment, those light ribbons extending from Wu Yan's back fiercely twisted and entangled together, forming a huge sharp light blade. Carrying a force of 10 million average, it suddenly pierced out in a thousandth of a second, colliding with Marcus' huge claw. Bang, like a thunderclap being detonated, a huge shockwave erupted and swept out in all directions. On the ground, countless towering boulders were directly smashed into powder by the violent shockwave. An entire layer of the thick ground was also swept away by the shockwave that constantly erupted out like a tidal wave. Smoke and dust covered the earth. Chapter 866. Strong winds rolled up, smoke and dust flew everywhere. The figures of the two people who were fighting had long been concealed. In the sky, Ikaros and Astrea flapped their wings and blew away the dust cloud. The illusory frames in their eyes were still rotating, proving that their vision wasn't obstructed by the cloud. The black gas that enveloped the surrounding space and isolated the outside world gently blew away all the smoke and dust inside. When the dust settled, only a huge hole was left on the ground. It appeared in this hidden world, showing the desolation of this world. The figures of Wu Yan and Marcus slowly appeared at this time. The huge claws and the huge lightsaber were still rubbing against each other, creating sparks. They were still in a deadlock. Ah! Black chi surged on his claws. Marcus kept exerting strength while roaring unwillingly. He tried to smash the light blade in front of him to make his attack work. However, the light blade seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of strength. It spread like a pair of wings. Ping! With a soft muffled sound, an unparalleled force passed through the light blade and continuously acted on the hand claw. It shook the claw and even the slowly fluctuating black gas. Suddenly, Marcus seemed to have hit a wall and was shaken back under the effect of the light blade. Bastard! Marcus cursed and landed on the ground again. He was furious that his attack had been nullified. While he was furious, the light ribbons suspended on both sides of Wu Yan quickly rolled up and intertwined into a huge light wall before crashing down with a loud bang. Marcus' expression changed. He couldn't care less about cursing anymore. His figure rapidly retreated, instantly widening the distance between them. The huge wall of light brushed past his body, majestically rushing past him. He plowed out a wide and thick gully on the ground that was riddled with holes. Without slowing down, the wall of light smashed into the surrounding black gas barrier. It was as if a giant was waving its huge fist. The entire sealed world began to tremble as if it had struck the black energy barrier. Unfortunately, the black gas barrier was very sturdy. After withstanding the blow, it only dimmed for a second before recovering. Otherwise, once the black gas barrier was destroyed, everyone in the camp would have heard the commotion and Marcus would have had no choice but to escape. However, after the attack failed, the nimble ribbons of light danced again. With Wu Yan as the center, they quickly converged. From afar, this scene looked like a spider weaving a web, and Wu Yan was the spider in the center of the web. The formless belt of light once again extended from his back, forming two gigantic wings. Swish! Almost in an instant, the wings suddenly expanded. Without using any space movement magic or any acceleration superpower, the wings flashed in front of Marcus without stirring up any wind. Then a pair of blade-like wings flashed past and flapped toward Marcus. The sound wave vibrated, and an invisible impact force burst out between the wings and the sharp claws that Marcus had swung out at an unknown time. Marcus easily blocked the attack. However, it was not over yet. The other wing swung from the other side of Marcus like a big slap. It was a simple flap, but the friction caused the surrounding air to scatter light smoke, and the temperature suddenly became a lot hotter. Obviously, if this flap hit, even Marcus would be seriously injured. Marcus, who was aware of this, showed a dignified expression. His other hand also swung out fiercely, like a mayfly shaking a tree, and abruptly collided with the rapidly rubbing wing. Clang! The sharp claws and wings collided, and a violent and crisp sound of collision burst out, mixed with a trace of fierce eruption of sparks, spilling out in the entire black gas barrier. The strength of his whole body surged, and the majestic black dough chi also roared. Marcus was like a pie in the middle, struggling to support the wings that were attacking him. The black scales on his face and arms were erected, proving their master's efforts at this time. Marcus' face was already extremely unsightly as he continued to support the two wings. His heart was burning with anger, so much so that Marcus did not notice that Wu Yan, who was floating in the air and at the source of the two wings, was looking down at him, who was tightly entangled with the wings. From his mouth, incomparably profound and mysterious words came out of his mouth. As a series of inexplicable words came out of Wu Yan's mouth, the flow of magic on his body began to flow in a different pattern from before, accompanied by an inexplicable sacred power. When the last word was lightly spat out by Wu Yan, a platinum-colored feather robe that looked like a battle robe, but also like an imperial robe, gradually took shape. His black clothes were covered by the platinum-colored feather robe. At this time, Wu Yan was like a pope who had walked out of a church, sacred and incomparably noble. Only when the platinum-colored feather robe was formed did Wu Yan raise his head, and a pair of eyes slowly opened. Moving church. Done. That's right. This platinum-colored feather robe was known as the ultimate defensive barrier, the moving church, that possessed astonishing defensive power. Using magic was a very rigorous matter. No matter which magician it was, they couldn't get rid of the inherent restrictions when using magic, such as the necessary symbols and chants. Some powerful magic even required the addition of rituals. Among them, a single wrong step could lead to the failure of the magic, even if it was an unclear incantation. Wu Yan was the same. Although he had the 103,000 magic books that could be said to be all-encompassing, not only magic but also yin-yang technique, boundary technique, and sealing technique. However, among these magic methods, as long as they were powerful and had powerful effects, they had to go through certain procedures. It was similar to chanting incantations. And there was no doubt that the moving church was known as the ultimate defensive barrier, so naturally it also required a very strict chanting of incantations. Wu Yan was also not an exception. Even if he had the infinite martial refining to familiarize himself with the magic methods in the Book of Witchcraft, he still couldn't get rid of the shackles of magic. To be able to get rid of the shackles of magic and use magic at will, only the legendary demon god could truly do it. For example, Alistair was such a character. Don't think that Alistair was weak just because Wu Yan could threaten him. To put it bluntly, at that time, if there wasn't the terrifying Meteor Knight, and Alistair wasn't bound to the life support system, then even if there were 100 Wu Yan at that time, they still wouldn't be able to threaten Alistair. Demon god, that was already a realm, not a level. Therefore, no matter how familiar Wu Yan was with the magic methods in the Book of Witchcraft, he was still not a demon god. Therefore, in order to use a super advanced magic like the moving church, Wu Yan had to condense all the necessary elements into words and perform it through chanting. And to be able to do this, although Wu Yan wasn't a demon god, it was enough to make countless magicians look up to him. It must be known that chanting wasn't the only requirement to perform a magic spell like the moving church. Otherwise, in the magic catalog, from the beginning to the end, Intika wouldn't be the only one wearing the moving church. The only limitation was that the chanting time was too long, and the restrictions were too great. Without the necessary rituals and preparations, the moving church on Wu Yan's body would automatically dissipate once the magic power output stopped. Unlike Intika's moving church, which had completed all the necessary procedures, the magic power would continue to flow in the moving church. Even if magic power wasn't poured into it, the magic power would continue to multiply and exist. In addition, it took a long time to chant, so Wu Yan needed to use the light ribbons on his body to stall Marcus to buy time for himself. Therefore, Marcus didn't know that the light ribbons that could stall him weren't actually controlled by Wu Yan. They were moving on their own. Of course, spending so much time chanting the moving church wasn't because Wu Yan wanted to use it to increase his defense. With the body of a true ancestor, he didn't need to defend himself. He had other purposes for chanting the moving church. Chapter 867. Closing his eyes slightly, Wu Yan began to recall all the knowledge engraved in the depths of his memory, all the knowledge in the 103,000 books of witchcraft. In an instant, countless spells flashed through his mind like flowing water. Like the most sophisticated program running, the spells flowed through Wu Yan's mind at an extremely fast speed and were scanned by Wu Yan's consciousness. Until a certain moment, a very memorable magic spell was imprinted in his mind and stopped at the center of his consciousness. All the spells flowing in his mind suddenly stagnated. His golden pupils quietly exposed to the air, Wu Yan's lips slightly opened, and at a speed that was neither fast nor slow, but was the most efficient and concise recitation of some words that were completely incomprehensible to the human mind. Along with the long voice that sounded like a long speech, a magic array that was the same diameter as his height swelled up at an unimaginable speed and covered the void in front of him. St. George's Sanctuary. Bang! As if something had broken, the incomprehensible runes on the magic array overlapped and shone brightly. At the center of the magic array, a tiny black dot silently emerged, and then quickly spread out in all directions of the magic array. With the black dot as the center, the entire magic array cracked inch by inch, and small pitch-black cracks spread out, forming a large black net that covered the magic array in front of Wu Yan. And within the slightly open pitch-black cracks, traces of a ferocious beast's aura slowly flowed out. It was as if a destructive giant beast was trapped in the cracks of the magic array. Now this giant beast, under Wu Yan's call, opened its ferocious and terrifying mouth. Pa! A soft sound reverberated from the magic array, and the giant beast hidden in the depths of the cracks seemed to have exposed its fangs through the cracks of the magic array. At the same time, below, Marcus, who was confronting the wings, suddenly felt a frantic warning in his heart, as if urging him to escape, and his heart thumped rapidly together with his accelerated heartbeat. At that moment, Marcus's expression changed abruptly. The Dragon King's sigh, an extremely faint voice as if sleep-talking, lightly drifted into Marcus's ears. Hearing this sleep-talking voice, all the warning signs in Marcus's heart turned into a sense of crisis. His head suddenly turned upward, looking in the direction of Wu Yan. In the instant that Marcus raised his head, he looked up. An exceptionally dazzling beam of light shot out from the center of the magic array with a deafening cracking sound. The beam of light was not very large, but it contained a destructive power that made all the scales on Marcus's body explode. Wherever it passed, the atmosphere evaporated, and arrived in front of Marcus in the blink of an eye. The dazzling beam of light filled Marcus' 7 eyes. Looking at the Dragon King's lament, that was projected at a speed that he could not react to, Marcus only had time to open his 7 pupils to the maximum. Then, the dazzling beam of light swept across his scaly body. Boom! The Dragon King's sigh, directly swept through Marcus's body, passed through his figure and shot backward, landing on the surrounding black gas barrier. Previously, no matter how strong the impact was, the black gas barrier had no effect at all. But under the direct attack of the Dragon King's sigh, it lasted less than a second before collapsing with a loud bang. Bang! The black gas barrier exploded, scattering into black spots all over the sky, and under the effect of the Dragon King's sigh, these black spots directly turned into glowing feathers, gently falling to the ground, and scattered in all directions, landing on the camp outside the black gas barrier. The momentum of the Dragon King's sigh didn't slow down either. With an irresistible force, it pierced through the sky full of light feathers and shot towards the camp outside. It swept past the camp and continued to fall towards the camp. With such a situation and the terrifying destructive power and effect of the Dragon King's sigh, if this beam of light and the sky full of light feathers landed in the camp, then 99% of the guards in the camp would unknowingly die an unnatural death. After all, the beam of light formed by the Dragon King's sigh had the terrifying power to shoot down satellites. And the objects attacked by the Dragon King's sigh would also turn into glowing feathers and continue to attack. Every single feather had the power of the legendary St. George's Dragon's full power attack. If all of them landed on the camp, then forget about the people, the entire camp would be destroyed in an instant. At this moment, Wu Yan, who was hiding in the St. George's Sanctuary magic circle in the sky, roared fiercely and forcefully propped up his body. Both of his hands grabbed the platinum moving church, as if he wanted to tear it apart, and fiercely pulled his hands to his sides. With a chi sound, the moving church, which was known as the ultimate defense barrier, was torn apart by Wu Yan's hands, revealing the black clothes he was originally wearing. Scatter! A low voice came out of Wu Yan's mouth. The moving church, in Wu Yan's hands, which had turned into fragments, suddenly exploded, turning into an invisible wave, rippling and reverberating, instantly covering the entire sky above the camp, like a wavering water wave, protecting everyone in the camp inside. Boom! At the same time, the lament of the Dragon King beam ferociously slammed into the water ripple formed by the moving church, stirring up a massive ripple. A shockwave that caused even space to tremble reverberated from the collision between the two. In the surrounding space, strange creaking noises reverberated one after another, as the atmosphere was blown into raging winds and billowing billows, crashing towards all directions. Ikaros and Astrea, who were spectating the battle, were caught off guard by the raging wind. They were blown back by it. Their wings were stretched to the limit, flapping with all their might to prevent them from being blown away. The Dragon King's Sai and the Dragon King's Sai remained in a stalemate for more than half a minute before the terrifying collision ended. The Dragon King's Sai gradually weakened, the ripples on the moving church also gradually disappeared. The ripples on the moving church stopped expanding until the moving church completely disappeared. However, this didn't mean that everything was peaceful. The Sai of the Dragon King cast a sky full of luminous feathers that landed on the mobile church, one after another, and clashed with the mobile church. In an instant, boom, boom. Sounds of explosions resounded incessantly in the air above the campsite. After who knows how long, the light feather finally calmed down. Only the moving church remained in the moving church's Sai form. The collision between the lament of the Dragon King and the moving church finally woke up the guards in the camp. It was a pity that they were once again woken up in the middle of the night. Amidst a wave of wails and complaints, they rushed over together with the patrolling guards who had witnessed the collision in the sky above the camp. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before everyone in the camp gathered here. In the air, the St. George's sanctuary that was cut off by Wu Yan has long disappeared. Otherwise, the moving church might not be able to withstand 2 waves of attacks from the Dragon King's Sai. On the other hand, Wu Yan was panting heavily. He knelt on one knee in the air. His face was pale for a moment. He sensed that more than half of the mana in his body was depleted. He bitterly smiled. Forcibly changing the shape of the incomplete moving church from a single target defense to an area of effect defense is no laughing matter. Every tactic had an extremely regular way of using it, as well as its inherent use and effects. Modifying the formation of a tactic to create a different effect was already destroying the composition of the tactic itself. This method was even more difficult than creating a new tactic, and it was also incomparably dangerous. A normal tactic is already like this, let alone a super advanced magic like the moving church. If it wasn't for the fact that the mobile church is only temporary and not complete, plus the fact that he has perfect control over the infinite arms refinement and the knowledge from the 103,000 grimoires, Wu Yan would have exploded from the sheer amount of magic power in his body in the very first second of action. Even if he succeeded now, the price he paid was not small. Even a creature like the true ancestor had depleted more than half of its mana, and its body that was aching constantly proved this point. Chapter 868. Master. Ikaros and Astrea landed beside Wu Yan. They saw Wu Yan kneeling in midair with one knee on the ground while panting heavily. The 2 angelic girls couldn't help but feel worried for him. Master. Ikaros called out with worry in her indigo eyes. She couldn't hide the worry in her voice. Astrea quickly helped Wu Yan up. Master, are you okay? Wu Yan took a deep breath when he heard the concern in Astrea's voice. He suppressed his exhaustion and allowed the true ancestor body to recover on its own. He shook his head at the 2 girls. Don't worry, I'm fine. I just used up a lot of energy. Ikaros and Astrea relaxed after hearing this. The 3 of them looked down at the ground together. The ground that was riddled with holes was already covered by thick smoke and dust. Under the assault of the wind and waves, the unsightly deep pits were exposed one after another, imprinted in the eyes of everyone present. They could even vaguely see a huge gully extending out, only stopping at a distance of 100 meters away as if it was cut off. Those were the scars left on the ground when the Sai of the Dragon King swept across the area. Looking at the dust-covered ground, Wu Yan squinted his eyes. He waved his hand and a gust of wind came from afar. The wind blew the dust away, revealing the situation inside the building. There, in a corner, stood a figure clad in scale armor. Wu Yan, Ikaros, and Astrea stared at the figure as if they could collapse at any moment. Wu Yan, Ikaros, and Astrea stared at the figure with different expressions in their eyes. His golden pupils flickered as he sized up the scaled figure. He shook his head in a mocking and regretful manner. He managed to dodge the fatal blow at the critical moment? On the ground. His ugly figure was now in a sorry state, and his entire body was covered in blood. The pitch-black scales were dyed blood red, and a portion of them emitted a charred color and smell. The incomparably ugly face was lowered, and drops of blood flowed down from it, mixing with the blood that flowed out from the scales on its body. Even the ground where he was standing was dyed red. Using the word battered and exhausted to describe his current state was still rather light. The left half of his body, from his shoulder to his abdomen, all of his limbs were gone. Along with the claw, they all disappeared, leaving behind only the disgusting piece of flesh that was vibrating slightly. It was very disgusting. Cough cough. Blood spurted out of Marcus's mouth. His teeth were dyed red as well. The only remaining claw was pressed against the left side of his body. After a while, Marcus pulled it back and raised it in front of his eyes. He looked at the blood on his claw. Feeling the suffocating pain coming from his body, the empty feeling on his left side attracted Marcus' attention. He turned his head with great difficulty. When he saw the completely disappeared part of his body, Marcus trembled all over. Damn it, 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 damn it. A roar that sounded like weeping and wailing echoed from Marcus's mouth, and his voice continued to rise higher and higher. His tone was filled with tears and wails. The soaring resentment and killing intent, along with the surging black gas and blood, responded repeatedly. It was like the last struggle of an injured beast, causing people to shudder. He lifted his head and looked at Wu Yan, who was hovering in the air. Marcus' huge eye sockets were already bloodshot, and his 7 pupils were all replaced by madness. Bursts of black chi wandered, but he could not restore the damage he had already suffered. Kill you? I will definitely kill you. I will kill you. Still coughing up blood, Marcus howled in rage. Wu Yan furrowed his brows as he watched Marcus' final struggle with a cold expression on his face. Yen? From afar, Hinajiku, Mikoto, Kotori, Shokuho Misaki, and the rest of the girls were also here. The sound of footsteps reverberated chaotically. At a glance, one could see a black mass of people rushing over from the distance, arriving at the scene. The Thunder Sovereign and Pelosi stood at the front, leading the large group of people in the camp. They surged in together and surrounded this miserable space. The guards of the campsite finally made their appearance. However, by the time Chuju's group and the people in the campsite arrived at the scene that had been dealt a heavy blow and turned into ruins fell into their eyes. Everyone subconsciously stopped in their tracks and looked at the tattered scene. They couldn't help but be surprised. When they saw the hideous monster bathed in black gas and blood standing in the middle of the field, their surprise turned into horror. That. Chuju, Mikoto, and the rest of the girls were so shocked by that disgusting figure that they took a few steps back, their faces pale. What the hell is that? This? The Thunder Sovereign and Pelosi were also overwhelmed with shock. Clearly, they were frightened by Marcus's unsightly appearance. Monster. The guards of the campsite couldn't bear it anymore. They screamed in horror. Their hands holding their weapons were trembling, they almost lost their grip on them. The surrounding voices that were filled with shock and fear fell into Marcus's ears. At this moment, these voices were simply ear-piercing to the extreme, causing his heart that was filled with madness and resentment to become extremely distorted. In response to his heart that was filled with resentment, the black gas also fluctuated and swept in all directions. Ah! The surrounding people screamed in horror. They were blown back by the black wind. However, the girls who just arrived reacted. Yen. Chuju called Wu Yan's name in horror as if she just had a nightmare. The rest of the girls had the same reaction. Even Kurumi, Flandra-chan, Kinohada Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, who were used to darkness and blood, couldn't help but turn pale. One can imagine how big of an impact Marcus's image had on them. Kotori suppressed the fear in her heart and asked with a trembling voice. Who is he? Why did he attack Ikaros and Astria? To be precise, he wants to attack all of us. Wu Yan didn't move his gaze away from Marcus. He slowly revealed a fact that shocked everyone. He is Marcus. What? Everyone screamed. Pelosi had an expression of disbelief. You're saying he is Marcus? Wu Yan nodded. Following his action, the crowd quieted down. Everyone was still in a state of disbelief. They looked at the monstrous figure and tried to recall Marcus' figure in their minds. They couldn't match the two figures no matter how hard they tried. Everyone was in a daze. They must have received quite a bit of shock as well. Sensing the gazes of disbelief, the resentment in Marcus' heart grew even stronger. His killing intent surged crazily, making him wish he could kill everyone. It was obvious that even he himself couldn't accept his current appearance. Wu Yan. All of this is Wu Yan's fault. Wu Yan Marcus's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His sharp voice pierced everyone's ears. I will kill you. I won't let you get away with this. Marcus's twisted gaze swept across Hinajiku and the other girls, as well as Lei Wang, Pelosi, and the rest of the camp members. He roared with incomparable resentment. His voice was like that of a demon. And you? All of you. All of you. One day, I will kill every single one of you. Kill every single one of you. The resentful roar sent chills down everyone's spine. They looked at Marcus with fear, including the girls beside Wu Yan. Seeing the girls pale from fright, Wu Yan's anger flared up and he laughed coldly. Do you think you can walk out of here alive? No, I will never die. Marcus raised his head and roared, as if refusing to accept an unsatisfactory outcome. Marcus turned into a black light and flew out of the camp as fast as he could. Blood splattered all over the sky and lingered for a long time. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.